warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. She adjusted her body, affording him a good angle. It had been a while since she'd made the papers, and the last time had been for all the wrong reasons. Santiago returned just as the salads were delivered. She seemed annoyed, maybe angry. Her face was so smooth, it was impossible to really tell. "Is everything okay?" Dina asked. "Just the business. I know you know this, and thank God for it, as the most seasoned and reasonable client in our stable." Seasoned? Fine for a steak. For a person, however, it just meant old. And again with the stable. "Right," Dina said, still hoping that the photographer would notice her. "Tell me about the part." "It's not the lead," Santiago said quickly, darting a look across the table. "Just need to get that out first." Dina speared a wild-caught shrimp in her salad. "That's fine," she said. "I'm so busy up in Washington that I doubt I could free up the time for a major part anyway." She refused to allow Santiago to see the disappointment that had dropped over her. She was not going to give anyone, especially this kid agent, the satisfaction of seeing her crestfallen. "It's a reboot of Dragnet. Have you heard about it?" "Yes," Dina said, though she hadn't. "They really like you, of course. They think you'll be marvelous in the role, and your part could expand if the numbers are good." Dina brightened. "Sounds intriguing." Santiago motioned for more sparkling water, and the nothing special waiter hurried over with another glass. "What's the part?" Dina asked. Santiago checked her teeth for bits of romaine before answering. A delay tactic. "Just wait for it. Here it comes." "It's really exciting, Dina," she said, back in control of her teeth. "They are considering you for the part of the dispatcher, Kay Lee." Dina didn't blink. "Series regular?" "In almost every episode, Kay Lee will direct the leads, still not cast, to head to the crime scene." It sounded like a thankless part, the kind of part that only a beginner would covet. "I don't know," she finally said. "What do you mean?" "You'd have a chance to return to the spotlight, even if only for a limited basis." "Look, I appreciate the offer. I'm just not sure." Then the other shoe dropped. A fake Jimmy Choo, most likely. "I'm sorry, Dina," Santiago said, again lowering her glasses. "They are only considering you. You'd have to audition. Tomorrow. You're up against one of the Three's Company girls and another from some other old, classic show." Dina felt sick, discarded, used up. She bit her lip and spoke up brightly. "I'm absolutely interested, excited. Let me know the deets when you have them." Did she really say deets? Santiago paid the bill with the flash of her American Express black card. Dina returned to her favorite bungalow at the Chateau Marmont, next to the one in which John Belushi had overdosed all those years ago, when she was someone. She'd been there that day, in fact. Her heart was broken for John, his family, his fans. She'd seen him in the Polo Lounge just the day before. He was laughing and playing to the hangers-on who had encircled him, like vampires, sucking the life force from his body, making sure they got every bloody drop. She cried into her hotel pillow, her mascara leaving a cavern's worth of bat wings on the satiny smooth linen. She fetched some gin from the minibar and made herself a dry, room-temp martini. No olive, no nothing. She lined up the cute little bottles of Tanqueray in a row that grew to 4. All right, 5. Santiago texted that while she'd planned to be at the audition, something had come up and should be unable to make it after all. That was perfectly fine with Dina. Actually, she preferred it. A car service would pick her up at 2 p.m. for the Paramount lot, which would be home to the show if it was picked up as a mid-season replacement. Dina selected black palazzo pants and a cream-colored Marc Jacobs top. Simple, elegant. She had nothing to prove, of course, but considering the part was a dispatcher named Kay Lee, she thought simple and elegant was in order. A production assistant named Inga met her at security to escort her to the audition. Inga's beautiful brown eyes didn't even flicker with the slightest bit of recognition when she extended her hand. She was young, of course, quite young. Dina always liked it when someone said that they loved her in something she'd done on film, especially. TV, not so much, but film. She was of that age group of actors that considered TV a kind of convalescent home for the aging, overly nipped and no longer considered desirable group of actors and actresses who'd started their careers around the same time she did. Inga introduced Dina to 3 men and a woman behind a table nearly encrusted with script notes, Starbucks cups, and Twix wrappers. A half-hour later, it was over. Dina was in the town car when Santiago phoned to check in. "They loved you." I had 4 lines. How did it feel? I don't know. The part or the audition? Either. Both. The audition was fine. The part probably isn't right. Doesn't give me anything to do. I'm so glad you said that. Dina's stomach went heavy as lead. Why's that? I think they are going to use someone else. Oh. They just told me. There will be other parts. There will be better and bigger opportunities to flex those acting muscles. Right. Maybe you should write a book or something. Maybe so. Dina ended the call and asked the driver to go past her old house in Bel Air. As she watched the palm trees go by the window one after another, it almost seemed as if they made a sound, like the playing cards that she and her brother affixed against the spokes of their bikes with clothespins. Nostalgia wrapped its arms around her just then. Everything she'd ever wanted as a girl was gone or never existed. Becoming a star had seemed an unattainable ambition, yet through hard work and the fortune of beauty, she'd somehow managed it. She wasn't sure which had been more important, her work ethic or the face and body that the lottery of biology had bequeathed her. She still looked beautiful, and she was willing to work hard, but the ship had sailed, or rather, foundered. The driver parked in front of the sprawling pink chateau that had been her home, and she rolled down the window. Dina wondered if she'd made a mistake by following Marnie Spellman. Had she given up everything she'd ever wanted for something that would always be out of reach? Greatness. It was all she wanted. Dina turned on the steam and slipped out of her pale rose robe. She didn't really care for the color. The costume designer on her first film put her in the hue and pronounced it her signature. From then on, she wore it all the time, although she felt the just under carnation hue made her look washed out. As the steam rose from the glass-enclosed shower, she studied her body. She'd fought off aging with every single trick in the book. She'd had more touch-up surgeries than she cared to admit, even to herself. There was nothing left to be done. Not really. She was older. Old. She'd be lucky to get the grandmother parts at this point. Maybe even a cameo now and then when the prying eyes of viewers could subject her to scrutiny from the comfort of their living rooms. She'd played a nasty trick on herself. Aging was a battle that no one could really win. She wondered, as the steam rose and layered a light fog over the mirror, if she'd gone too far, if she'd been better off giving in to the process. Her last conversation with Marnie at the Bellevue home of one of the Microsoft millionaires who followed her had rattled Dina a little. "Women can be so catty," Marnie had said.
The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, example, describing Erin or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements or internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Of the two of them, Marnie was the more intelligent, the more beautiful. Dina was convinced of this, and knew Marnie was too. It ate at her that whenever the two of them were in a room, Dina play the supporting role. It's just, Marnie was going for it. What? Dina asked. Marnie took a long sip of wine, smudging her lipstick in the process. I think you are the most beautiful woman here, she said. Just leave it at that. Dina hadn't said a word about the smudged lipstick. She'd let her closest friend work the room with the smeared face of a clown. Before stepping into the shower, she locked the door. The locked door was a habit. It was what she'd done when the casting director came for her before filming, or when her mother went looking for her to go on one more audition. Slumping onto the marble bench, steam rising all around her, she let her tears mix with the hot vapor. She screamed out, not words, but wounded animal sounds, all the pain that had been foisted on her by others. Dina had talked a good game around Marnie and the other members of the Hive. They saw her as composed, clear on where she was going. Yet it had all been a lie. Indeed, everything about her was a lie, from the way she looked to the way she feigned a certain kind of intellect, curious, full of wonderment, how she followed the teachings and embraced the idea of a no-limits world. Such a phony. She was as one-dimensional as a stack of photos waiting for her autograph. The whole time she was scared she'd be unveiled as a fraud. She knew she wasn't as good as Glenn, Merrill, Helen. Steam billowed from the shower, and her fingers found her razor. She wondered if it was true that suicide in hot water was painless, that if you didn't look at the blood as it curled down the drain, you wouldn't even know what was happening. Eyes closed. The sound of water. The ebbing of your life as it follows the water to the drain. It would be better than overdosing, that's for sure. She didn't want forensic photos of her lying in her own vomit. She didn't want to die on the toilet and have her whole life be made into a punchline. She held the razor in her fingertips and tried to relax. She studied her wrists, among the only parts of her body that she'd never altered by surgery. Her flesh was a virgin snowfield. It passed through her mind just then that when they found her, they'd see the telltale scarring from the breast implants. Breasts were not her calling card like some actresses. She did the augmentation only to ensure that her clothes fit properly. They'd find out that her confidence had been an act, that what she'd preached as natural beauty, the beauty of beige, had been a fraud. The scream came from deep inside, a plaintive, guttural sound of no words, just anguish released from a punctured balloon. The razor fell to the drain, its pink plastic form spinning like a minute hand gone berserk.
She didn't have what it took. She couldn't even make a proper exit from the living. It was true that Marnie had used her. She had used Marnie, too. It seemed as though they should be equal, but somehow the balance of power in their relationship always tilted in Marnie's favor. They'd had it out on her last visit to Spellman Farms. Marnie was on a high that particular day. She'd been in talks with her distributor in Europe, and it appeared that things were heading toward her biggest ever product launch. Worldwide, Marnie insisted. Truly, I'm doing it. There was something in the way she had said it that felt to Dina like a little dig. I've been there, Dina said, unable to resist setting the record straight. Not the same, Dina. You were there selling your looks. I'm selling female power, choice. Dina pushed back, something she rarely did. You're selling a promise in a jar. Marnie's eyes flickered, while her expression remained cool. Oh, wow, did someone really just say that? Not someone, Marnie. Me. Everyone. You're full of gosh, Dina. Dina gave her a look. The same look she used on TV when pretending to be surprised in a scene. Really? You're telling women that in order to get what they want, they have to be beautiful? That's the oldest line in the book. Men have been doing that to us for as long as there have been men and women. Marnie waved this away. You know that's not it at all, Dina. Or you should by now, unless you've been too busy gazing into the mirror. Yes, I think you're just talking about yourself, Dina. You are your own biggest fan, you know. No one was yelling. Instead, the two were speaking in a quiet version of all caps. I might have to be, Dina said, refusing to back down. You've taken away my career and made me look the fool, going after that stupid bit part on that insipid Dragnet reboot. Emotion leaked from every word. Marnie, for her part, simply maintained her composure. I wanted you to succeed, she said. You wanted me to fail. You have this insatiable need to be the queen bee, literally, and there's no way you'd ever let anyone be held up higher than you. You, Dina, just have to face facts. You've had your time in the spotlight. Nothing lasts forever. I would have thought you'd become reconciled to that by now. You used me, Marnie. Marnie shuttered her eyes and shook her head dismissively. That again? Seriously? Why do you feel the need to trot that out whenever you are angry, or when you've had too much to drink? I'm not drinking now, Dina said. Marnie persisted. All right then, let's get it all out, once and for all. I don't want to have this conversation again. You need to get your gosh together. You are a has-been in Hollywood. You can still be something here. But no, maybe not. Frankly, I'm not sure. Your attitude is giving me a headache. Dina just sat there. It was like her mother telling her to lose weight, or the agent who made her undergo breast augmentation twice because the first time was not the eye-popper he'd felt was necessary to attract more substantial roles. She tried to rally, tried to stand up to Marnie. No words came to her. She knew that Marnie was ascending in her own star power, while Dina's was only a dying ember. Oh, Marnie said, looks as though we won't have this conversation again, Dina. Dina stayed mute. Fine, Marnie went on. You're here, and as long as that's still the case, we have things that need to get done around here. Do your very part. Now, years later, in her beautiful, empty house, Dina attempted to jettison these memories by sheer force of will and long practice, and took her wine back to the pool. She knew where she stood. She was never going to be back in the spotlight in the way she had been when she was younger. If she were ever mentioned at all, it would be in conjunction with something that Marnie Spellman was doing. Trusted friend, confidant, advisor. As she finished drinking, a faint smile crossed her lips. She was none of those things. She hated Marnie Spellman as much as she loved her. Some saw their relationship as sisterly. Some saw more. While Dina knew that she was older than Marnie, although Dina lied about it on Wikipedia,
the newsprint affects to the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone.
The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. The newsprint affixed to the pages of the scrapbook had yellowed, the clippings held in place by ghosts of cellophane tape. There she was at age 2, in an advertisement for Snowy White, a laundry detergent. She touched the frayed edges of a photograph that her dad had taken when she was Fiona in Brigadoon. Page after page, back and forth through time. Dina returned to the Brigadoon picture. It was as if her eyes were magnetic, and the black and white photo was a sheet of iron. Marnie had told the story behind that photograph at a gathering at Spellman Farms. Told Dinah's story as if it had happened to Marnie instead. She frequently shared a little something from her own tragic and mysterious background to loosen the tongues or wallets of devotees who held back something valuable that she might be able to use. She'd long ago made up the ground she'd lost since her apology tour. In many ways, those who adored her loved her even more, respected her for her candor. And as for those who didn't believe a thing she said, who cared? They were never going to be of value anyway. I was so frightened and so weak that I just let it happen, Marnie explained that night. It was the church janitor. I liked him. Everyone did. He asked me to help him with some equipment during a break from a program we were practicing. I gladly went. It was such a small little decision. It changed me. It really did. I vowed right then and there that I would never, never let a man take advantage of me. Tables turned. Dina never confronted Marnie about how she'd appropriated her story. In fact, she never even mentioned it to anyone. It was another lesson, though inadvertent, that the woman who held herself to the highest standards was more than just a liar. She was also a thief. Dina closed the scrapbook. For the first time, she wondered what Marnie had done to Sarah Baker. Wednesday, September 4, 2019. Ferndale, Washington. Alan Sharp was in the living room with the cable news channel buzzing about something terrible. He couldn't keep his mind on it, on anything. His thoughts kept dipping, no, plunging back to memories of what had happened on Lummi Island all those years ago, stirred up by a girl his son, Paul, had started to date. Sarah Baker had shown up at his office the day before and said she was working on a story about an unsolved murder. She was pretty, smart, inquisitive too. "Callista Sullivan," she said. Alan let the name sink in. "Let me think. Seems familiar. Sarah suggested that maybe they should shut the door." "That's a good idea," he said. Once he was seated, Alan stayed mute, folding his hands on his desk. "You look like you're trying to remember," Sarah said, playing it as coolly as she could. "It has been a while. Body found on Lummi just after you left the tribal police there." He held his tongue a bit longer. He'd thought that he and Patty were free and clear, that nothing would ever come back to destroy the lives they'd made for themselves, that the past would never come back to haunt them. "Yes, I remember. Husband was acquitted. Never found the real killer. Never found her baby either." "What baby?" "The one she had the night she died." "I don't know anything about that. Wasn't mentioned in the papers." "No, it wasn't. But her co-workers thought she might be pregnant, though no one was sure. Didn't ask her. She was always with her Marnie Spellman clique. In fact, she quit her job 3 months before she was killed. Said she was working on some issues with her ex." "As I said, I don't know anything about that," he said. "I think that you can help me figure it out. I was the most junior officer on the island. I had nothing to do with the investigation. I know that. I'm not talking about what you did. I'm talking about your wife. Sources say she was at the farm the night Callista Sullivan died." He leaned back in his chair. "Breathe evenly. Telegraph no worries." "She most likely was," he said. "Patty worked there on some weekends, probably that weekend. I can't recall specifics." Alan had conducted hundreds of interviews in his years in law enforcement. This young woman was using one of his own techniques on him. She had dropped a bomb and somehow managed to keep it suspended in midair. No threat, just a combination of words that felt like one. "Look," he said, "we'll need to do this another time. I want to help you with your story, but I have to speak at Rotary in 10 minutes. It was a lie, a lame one at that. "All right," she said. "I wouldn't want you to miss that. My uncle was in Rotary, and I know how important those meetings are." Her words were cloaked in sarcasm. She made no effort to conceal. He got up and looked at the Salish Weaver's calendar that hung on the wall next to his desk. "Let's catch up again, say a week from today." "Fine," Sarah said. "I'm still piecing things together, and maybe I'll know more by then." She already knew everything, he thought, or enough. She was just seeing how far things might go. "One last thing," she said, getting up to leave. "Have you ever heard of Marnie Spellman's group of women called the Hive?" "Can't say that I have," he said. Another lie. May 1999, Lummi Island, Washington. Marnie's clothes closet was the stuff of legend. When she was on top, bloated and bloviating TV presenter Robin Leach featured her sartorial display for one of his shows. Even Dina was envious of the array of designer outfits that hung facing outward, not crammed together like a bunch of Donna Karan pleats. Her bees were her love. Her clothes were her passion. The first time Marnie and Dina shared intimacy was in that closet, under the fringe of cream hemlines in the Chanel section. It was sudden, unexpected. Dina had never been with a woman, although she nearly succumbed to a Hollywood casting director who sized up vulnerable girls to take under her clutching wing. She'd been trying to get a part on a TV series set in Boston. That's all she knew about it. The casting director, 30 years her senior, was a predatory woman who tested girls in her apartment in Studio City. Her line sounded like a practiced one. "You have amazing cheekbones," she'd said. "I'll need to see the rest of you. Sorry, I know. That's the way things work, dear. I want, you have, you give, I get you the part." When her career sagged and she sought a boost in the media, Dina recounted the story on Access Hollywood. "I just want everyone to know that there are more predators out there than you can imagine. They can be beautiful, they can be ugly. Most are male. In my case, however, it was a woman." The host probed for how far it went. Some awkward and embarrassing touching, but that's all. The host attempted to lift her Botoxed brow. Really? Dina gave her an unconvincing stare. That's all. It was more than that, of course. Dina didn't want to tell the host that she'd acquiesced to the casting director's demands, and it had left her in tears. She felt lower than she ever had, ashamed, foolish. Dina wasn't sure if her relationship meant she was bisexual or what. She knew she preferred men. Yet somehow, being close to Marnie, in any way, mentally, emotionally, and yes, even...
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, example describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, example resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole/Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Tried to wrap my brain around the idea that I loved this woman more than anything, but I was not in love with her. It wasn't like that in the least. So what was it like? Our relationship was purely about friendship, advancing the agenda, trying to make the world a better place. That was it, wasn't it? And she has this way about her that, I don't know, that somehow transcends being a person, almost like a deity. That sounds crazy, I know it, but that's how I've felt at times. I'm sorry for the way things turned out, for all of us. I did love her. She was special, and that's a truth that the rest of the world would just have to come to grips with if it ever decided it cared about me again. Not too likely. And I was of use to her, and happy to be so. I became a fixture around Spellman Farms, and since I was a celebrity, Marnie garnered a lot of attention she would have had to struggle to attract otherwise, at least for a while. Never underestimate her. I was fine with that. I loved it, in fact. It was an exciting time, and it came when I'd feared my exciting times might be over, which, as it turned out, they soon were. Ironic, I suppose. Marnie's excitement with me, mine with her, excited the jealousy of the other members of the Hive. They didn't even bother to hide it, at least among ourselves. Heather was especially hostile. She'd been the favorite of their mentor, their guru, until I arrived. Jealousy is a terrific motivator, it turns out. Marnie would have lost interest in me soon enough without help, especially as my star continued to fade, but my hive mates surely moved the timetable more swiftly forward. My only solace, they didn't have much time to enjoy the cleared field once I was gone. Among the volumes in Greta Swenson's home library was the copy of The Insatiable Heart that Marnie had personalized to her. She'd been free of Marnie World for years, and then, all of a sudden, she'd found herself, unwittingly, being put back into a place and time she thought she'd set aside forever. She'd done things that no one could ever know. She wondered if Detective Jackman was digging deep enough to find out the secrets that bound the members of the Hive together. She took the book to her desk, a 17th-century French antique that her arrangement with Marnie had made possible. Her promise to never tell what they'd done at Spellman Farms in exchange for $500,000. Marnie bitterly complained that the payoff was extortion, but Greta didn't see it that way. She considered it a reasonable exchange, a necessary one. Greta sat down and started to leaf through the foxed pages of the book. Her eyes landed on a passage, and she found herself reading. As my father had told me on his deathbed, Spellman Farms passed directly to me, along with a considerable amount of money. There was a provision for Casey, too, a substantial one, left in a trust indicating that if he were to maintain sobriety for a specific amount of time, he'd get a share of the cash. I was fine with that, of course. I had often meditated on my brother, hoping and praying that he'd find his way back to health. Until then, I would go full-on Marnie mode, as my first employees like to say. My vision was that my apiary-based product line would feed the souls of millions. My outside-in philosophy was met with skepticism at first. I was prepared for that. My father's words on his deathbed echoed over and over in my brain. Change the world. It was a monumental task that many would deem impossible to achieve. Not me. I understood then, as I do now, that changing the world can be done only when you can change the misconceptions that people, some bitter, some angry, cling to with C-clamp tenacity. They hold tight only to what they know because they haven't had a glimpse of what was really possible. The time was right to talk to the world, and so I did. Placing such importance on a person's appearance diminishes what they have to offer, said the first reporter sent out to see me. I'd been in business 8 months. Even in that short time, I'd struck a nerve. Her name was Daria. She was from the Seattle Times. Let me put it this way, I answered. How do you feel when someone compliments you on a new outfit? Daria was in her mid-30s. She had a lovely face and silky brown hair that she wore in a ponytail. I feel good, she said, before pulling back. But that's not the same thing as elevating appearance above all else, Miss Spellman. Does their compliment make you feel good? Yes or no? Well, yes, of course. It's human nature. Nature. Right. So when you feel good about yourself, do you attract more compliments or fewer? More, I guess. Correct. That's the point. When you look the best that you can, you feel better. Feeling better can be transformative. You absorb more positives when you are more attractive. Positives? Praise. Invitations to participate in something. Dates. More money. A better life. That's a pretty big promise for a line of soaps and lotions. I don't think so, Daria, I said. Neither do my customers. They are absolutely devoted, and for good reason. The reason they feel that way about me, about my products, is because they work. Greta closed Marnie's book. Reading it all these years later, she wondered how it was that she'd fallen for it, how she'd compromised herself, forsaken her family, and then turned around and been so ruthless as to ask for money, extort, really, because now she could admit that's what it was. That Marnie had acquiesced shocked her now, but at the time, Greta had been dead certain of her calculations, and she'd been right. She'd left Marnie little choice, but what a risk she'd taken. She'd never forget the cold light crackling in Marnie's eyes that day. It had iced the soul of even that younger, harder version of Greta. It chilled her even now. If one of us goes down, Marnie had said when Greta provided her the information for the offshore bank account, we all do.
Greta took the book to the fireplace and doused it with lighter fluid. She watched as the flames licked at the dust jacket and Marnie's face began to disappear. Everything she'd ever wanted, money, a beautiful home, the prestige that came with her role as chief hospital administrator, could still be erased. She was glad that Sarah Baker was dead. Lindsay waited for the advertisement to reach the point where YouTube would allow her to skip it. 10 seconds seemed an eternity. At last, the grainy recording began playing. It had been uploaded by a bitter husband from Cleveland, leading a tireless, lonely charge to expose Marnie for what he was certain she was. It wasn't much of a movement, as it turned out. Gordon Carlton's subscriber base was fewer than 300. Even so, he had remained a thorn in Marnie's side. Nothing he'd tried to this point, letters, postings, news conferences, had amounted to anything. Marnie Spellman was Teflon, he said, and just as deadly. This video clip, however, had legs, with more than 30,000 views. Lindsay watched Marnie on the set at the shopping channel, somehow looking simultaneously glamorous and approachable. She wore her hair up with a pair of ringlet strands that trailed softly in front of her ears, which were adorned with citrine diamonds, yellow being her signature color. She was beautiful and serene. The lights didn't wash out her features the way they did her host's. Brett Freeman, a straw-slender man with an Adam's apple that protruded so much it could support a scarf, seemed halfway in love with Marnie, insisting that she'd been his discovery and that no other host.
The hosts were there only to keep things moving along when there was any lag in conversation or, more importantly, sales. When it came to Marnie and Spellman Farms, there was never a problem in either regard. All of that changed with what Marnie would later insist had been an unfortunate slip of the tongue, and that in no way had she meant any animosity to anyone whatsoever. Brett: "Marnie, you look amazing." "Oh, Brett, you say that every time I'm here. And by the way, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you tonight. I remember when you first appeared on our air." "Ha ha ha ha, don't bring up that ridiculous vest I wore. Oh my, you must have thought you were watching someone from Hooterville. Now, you know better. Tell us about what you have in store for us today." "Well, we're definitely going to make history tonight. Today, we're launching our first ever quad pack. That means you get 4 Spellman Farms products that will absolutely change the way you look and, as I say all the time, also address the you inside." "The you inside? That's really what you do, Marnie. You help people become better inside and outside." "Yes, that's the gift that I freely give. I give everyone the chance to be beautiful through and through. Really, isn't that what everyone wants? Every single product is all natural, 100%. Kelp from the sea right off the coast of my home on Lummi Island, Washington. Hazelnuts from Oregon. Bee pollen and honey, of course, from the hives on my farm and from reputable, sustainable beekeepers all over the Pacific Northwest. The Pacific Northwest is crucial. I understand many of your fans have moved up there. What is it about the region that you think draws them?" "That's kind of a rumor, Brett. I've met a few people who enjoy my products and my theories about life and beauty, but no real fans or followers." "Brett, Andrea from Rapid City is on the line. Hi, Andrea." "Hello, dear Andrea. My husband says I look 20 years younger." "That's wonderful, sweetie. Be sure to remember to feed your spirit, too. Your husband can't see what's inside, and remember, that's the most important thing about Spellman Farms products. Inside. I have a new book out, The Insatiable Heart, and you'll just love it. Already ordered. You changed my life, Marnie. Geneva here is as lovely as she could be. Or is she? I want to show you how using the elixir with bee pollen and royal jelly can work miracles. Brett, look at the way her skin is responding. Her face is looking younger already. This is remarkable.
No, it's reality. It's Geneva's reality. How does it feel, Geneva? It feels good, fresh, not sticky. After being up all night with a new baby with special needs, Down syndrome, this feels good. I'm sorry about your baby. God sometimes makes mistakes. Geneva, blinking. What do you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Just, well, if she didn't make mistakes, we wouldn't know how perfect the rest of us are. Today's awesome accessory, our TAA, is selling out. Take a look. And that was it. After that, Marnie was never asked back. Turned out, the head of the channel also had a child with Down syndrome. Marnie tried to dig herself out of it by going on one of the first apology tours in a country that in time would become overrun with them. She told radio and TV talk show hosts from coast to coast that she'd been misrepresented or misheard. Of course, she had been neither of those things. 2 months after the show, Marnie retreated to Lummi Island. Her business nearly foundered completely. She fought harder than she ever had to get things back on track. She believed that her products were good enough for people to forget what she'd said. July 1999, Lummi Island, Washington. The day after the tabloids published a story about Dina Marlowe's drunk driving incident, 6 months after her humiliating trip to LA to have the death of her career confirmed, Marnie recorded a video message for her followers. A big gold barrette held her hair in place. She pulled back a little from the lens, having seen her last video, and noting that the slight, exceedingly fine, nearly non-existent lines on her face were somewhat evident. I'm reaching out because unkind things have been reported about my dearest friend, Dina Marlowe. She's been the subject of nasty rumors. I won't dignify the rumors by detailing them here. You probably know them anyway. Dina is among the most beautiful and enlightened women I have had the privilege to know. She's not perfect. No one is. She's made mistakes, but believe you me, she is the victim here of a bitter agent with his own sour agenda. This man has used her, and now he seeks to destroy what he can no longer control. When the video went out, Dina was among the recipients. She didn't even have a chance to view it before her phone started ringing with calls from reporters and friends. The reporters wanted more details. Friends feigned caring so they'd be able to tell others that they'd spoken with Dina. Dina was livid, hurt. Marnie had made the video under the pretense of defending her. Even though she knew her mentor also had an ulterior motive, she lusted after attention and fame and saw this as perhaps her last opportunity to milk her connection with Dina. A young star with a drinking problem elicits sympathy, whetted the public's appetite for a comeback story, evidence of the beautiful but troubled young person's hard-won maturity. An old, fading star with a drinking problem? Nothing but a drunk. Dina got Marnie on the phone. "I wish you hadn't done that," she said right away. What? Marnie could be so exasperating. Answers so often came in the form of a question. The video! I couldn't just stand there and let them say those nasty things about you, Dina. Actually, Marnie, Dina said, you could have, or rather, you should have. My phone has been ringing nonstop. You're a star. People adore you. Right, Marnie, sure, but that's not the point. Is there anything greater than love? Dina gnashed her veneers. She hated when Marnie asked questions that elicited obvious answers. There was a tactical point to it, she supposed. It was Marnie's way of shutting down the other party. It was a technique employed to inject her philosophy and her need for control into any conversation. No, Marnie, of course not. There is nothing greater than love. Love is the reason I back you all the way. The call was getting her nowhere. Dina hung up, dug for a pack of cigarettes in the kitchen, and lit one with a nearly dead disposable lighter. As she inhaled, she noticed her hands were trembling. They hadn't really fought, but her nerves were frayed. For a moment, she nursed the hope that Marnie might be as upset by their call as she was. Yet, only for a moment. Marnie was, as far as Dina knew, an utter stranger to regret, whereas Dina was a connoisseur. Why in the world had she acquiesced to Marnie when she'd meant to call her out? For, of course, that evening the narrative was transformed. No longer was the leading story about her drunken mishap. It was about how Marnie Spellman had nobly defended Dina and had put down men in the process. The following morning, Marnie looked at the framed screenshot of the first order she'd ever had from her days with the shopping channel. It hung in a Tiffany frame presented to her by the man who ultimately would fire her and try to ruin her. It hung next to a vanity that she had custom built in an alcove between her bedroom suite and bathroom. When she first got home after the TV debacle, she'd wanted to hurl it into outer space. She even took it down once because the reminder was so painful. In time, however, she returned it to its most powerful position, in front of her face.
The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, example describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, example resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. It was always there, telling her that no matter what obstacles got in her path, she'd find a way to either plow right through them or leap over them. Nothing, she'd vowed after her failed apology tour, would stop or even slow her. The world, she knew, needed her, still. Sunday, September 22, 2019, Ferndale, Washington. With the exception of the cigarette she bummed at Alan's memorial, Lindsay hadn't smoked since her divorce, and that was more out of defiance than stress. As the Baker case, and by extension, the Sullivan case, drew her deeper into Marnie Spellman's world, one of missing people, bitter charges from ex-followers, and the increasingly dark events that shrouded all the key players, old habits brought false comfort. She stopped at Circle K and bought Marlboro Lights and a six-pack of Bud Light. God, she thought, I'm turning into a teenager. The idea made her smile a little, though briefly. By the time she got home, she was ready for a smoke, a beer, and a call to Callista's mother, Cheryl Furlong, who Reed had said was in her 90s, still sharp and living in Southern California. Lindsay snubbed out her cigarette and dialed. "Mrs. Furlong?" she asked when an elderly voice answered. "I'm capturing your number and putting you on my do not call list." "Wait, I'm a detective. I'm looking into your daughter's murder." The old lady on the other end of the line stayed quiet before snapping out a response. "Look, detective, what's your name?" "Jackman, Lindsay Jackman. I'm with the Ferndale Police Department." "Look," she repeated, "my daughter was murdered 20 years ago, and I've made peace with the fact that, well, we'll never know who exactly did it. Though I have my ideas. It wasn't Reed. I know that much. Who was it? I don't want to be involved. I don't want to end up like the others." "What others?" "Karen Ripken, for one. She and I talked, and then she was gone." "Tell me about that. It could be important." "Fine. My show starts in 20 minutes. I'll give you that much time." April 2000. Cheryl Furlong was in her early 70s, although most would have thought her to be much younger. She had high cheekbones, soft, beachy blonde hair, and perfect posture. Callista had been a younger version of Cheryl, except for the inexplicable belief in Marnie Spellman. Cheryl thought it was a bunch of hooey, deadly hooey at that.
After Callista's body was found by the beachcombers, Karen Ripken phoned Cheryl at her home in Southern California. They'd connected through Karen's support group by way of Reed Sullivan. Cheryl had been rocked to her core by her daughter's decision to leave her boys, and even Reed for that matter. "Marnie has that kind of effect on people," Karen insisted. "My mom let me and my little sister go too. I will never understand any of this, Karen. My daughter was smart, kind, loving, and now she's gone. We have Marnie Spellman to thank for that." Normally a woman known to speak her mind, Cheryl hesitated. "Do you think she had something to do with Callista's death?" she finally asked. "Uh-huh. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. Police think Reed might be behind it. I told them that was a crock. Reed would never, ever hurt her. He loved her, despite what she did to him and the boys. He wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm telling you, Cheryl," Karen said, "just like my mom, Callista fell into a viper's nest the minute she started listening to those CDs. Oh, I know it. Those recordings are a big lie. Only empty promises. Garbage." "Yeah," Karen said, then sighed. "We're both just preaching to the choir, aren't we?" "Yes, I guess we are. It's good to have someone to talk to about it." Yes, it helps. A little at least, and for a little while. When Cheryl spoke again, it was as if her voice had been torn down the middle. "And Karen, I think the worst of it. The worst of it is that Callista was almost free of them." "What do you mean?" "She didn't outright say it, but by the end she hinted that the whole supposed movement was nonsense. Forgive my French." "What did she tell you?" "Never anything specific. She just said she'd found something that made her rethink everything she'd believed. I think she wanted out of there. She called me a few weeks before she was killed." January 2000. Cheryl had been deadheading geraniums on her back patio. She had foolishly planted white ones that year, a floral scheme she'd never repeat. Every time the Santa Anas kicked up, the blossoms would curl at their edges and turn brown. Red was a much better choice, more forgiving of the hot wind, more resilient. She was ready for a break when her daughter phoned. "What a great surprise, Callista. Perfect timing, too. I've had it with these darn geraniums. I might even go plastic next year." "You'd never do that in a million years, Mom." "I don't know. How are you? Is everything all right?" Cheryl sat on a wicker chair and waited for her daughter to respond. "I don't know how to say this," she said. Her voice was tentative. "I don't even know if I should say it. It's really bothering me." "You can tell me, honey." A long pause. "I don't know, Mom. It's just that I'm not sure about things here." "Not sure?" "I don't know," Callista said. "They are doing things that feel wrong to me." "What kinds of things?" "Researching new products at the farm. They've crossed a line." She fell silent. She was thinking, working things over in her mind. Cheryl knew to let her do it. Trusted her daughter to get where she needed to go. Knew she hadn't called to be told where that was. Cheryl would have the rest of her life to regret not stepping in, demanding details, begging her only child to come home to her. Instead, she'd let her think it through, and when Callista said, "You know what, Mom? I've said enough already. Really, I just wanted to call you and hear your voice." Cheryl had melted a little inside and smiled into the phone. "You know I'm always here, honey." "I know that, Mom, and I'll have some happy news for you soon. I'll leave it at that for now." Cheryl had no idea what the happy news was. They never spoke again. Sunday, September 22nd, 2019, "Wheel is on in a minute," Cheryl said. "My guilty pleasure." "We're done here." "Good show," Lindsay said. "You're right, it is detective. Not a mystery. Not like law enforcement and the constant guessing games about what happened to my daughter. A puzzle is solved and you win. Done. Game over." "I'm sorry that no one paid a price for Callista's murder, Mrs. Furlong." "I'm 92, she said. "I know it's just a matter of time and I'll be done with this earth. Same thing will happen to whoever killed Callista. Only difference is that I'm going to heaven." With that, she thanked the detective and hung up. December 1994, Lummi Island, Washington. Marnie had set up a studio in the barn to record her self-help tapes. When it was new, it was truly state-of-the-art. At one time, she even had a small staff associated with that part of her empire. One girl was assigned to put the stickers on the CDs, and another packaged them for mailing. She even had a sound engineer on call, a Lummy man who worked for KVOS TV in Bellingham. She poured a glass of Syrah, her favorite, as only the deepest reds would ever do, and sat down at the once pristine table. She moved aside the lavender bunches that she'd harvested herself the day before. The air was fragrant, and she closed her eyes to breathe it all in and remember where it had all started. She could imagine the sun on her face the day the swarm came and spoke to her. She could feel the vibrations of hundreds of thousands of bees' wings as the insects lifted her and spoke to her. She needed money. She maintained a mailing list of 200,000 in 17 countries. In Marnie's mind, those who were on her list, those who wanted enlightenment and perfection, would welcome a message in a world that was becoming increasingly unhinged. She sipped more wine and inserted a tape into the recorder. She started slowly. "It's me. It's the one who knows you are hurting now, and you are confused about the world and where we are going. I'm calling on you right now."
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone kitsch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. I'm here to tell you that you are beautiful. You own your place in the world, and it is an ownership that no one can wrestle away. People have tried to harm me. People have misinterpreted things that I've said. I still remain steadfast, undaunted. It is because of you, all of you. No matter where you are, I feel your love pour over me. I am nourished. I will survive, and so will you. When I was a girl and the bees lifted me, I wasn't afraid. I think now that if I had screamed, if I had tried to wriggle out of the swarm, the bees might not have selected me for this life that has brought us together. Indeed, they might have stung me to death. So I'm asking you, I'm telling you, be your most perfect and beautiful self. Never be afraid of what is to come, because what's to come is your destiny, a destiny created by you and our Heavenly Mother. I have a small piece of paper I saved years ago. I tucked it into an envelope that I will open for the first time since that day. It was a message from the swarm. It was written by the bees themselves in the yellow of fireweed pollen. The sound of paper rustling. It says, the sound of tearing now. It says this: help her. A long pause. When I first saw this, I thought it was just for me to help our Heavenly Mother as she fights against the male status quo. But I think otherwise now. I humbly ask you now, help me. Help me continue my work. Send me what you can afford. Ask your friends to help. Marnie pressed the button to stop the recording. Tears streamed down her face as she sat looking at her image reflected on the shiny surface of the table. She finished her wine, then composed a brief note on her personal computer and included a link to transfer money to her account. It wasn't subtle, but she didn't come out and ask for money. It was implied only by the link and the words sent to her from the bees. She uploaded the audio file and sent it out into the world, to those thousands of people who loved her. She didn't even think about the response rate, a crucial measure of her past sales endeavors. Instead, she waited for the first person to answer her call. It was, not surprisingly, Gina Kraus from Casper, Wyoming, who answered first. A stalwart fan from nearly the beginning, Gina not only lived facing her computer screen, but she'd been the first to start a local chapter of promoters for Spellman Farms products. No one was paid to go door to door or to post notices on office bulletin boards. No one even asked for anything of the sort. Marnie's army was on a mission. She opened Gina's email. "I just listened to your message, Marnie. I hear you. I'm not going to let you down, as you have always been there for me. I'm sending 200 right now. I'll send more after payday next week. Sending my love and commitment to the most amazing woman on the planet." Marnie pushed herself away from the table as her email inbox flooded with responses. The pinging mimicked an old pinball machine or music. She had gone to the well before, although never with such need, never with such urgency. Marnie would not give up on her dreams. She reached for the blank paper, the purported missive from the bees, and threw it into the trash. Monday, September 23, 2019. Linden, Washington. Lindsay considered Marnie's life, her philosophy, a veritable train wreck, and yet a compulsively interesting, almost eerily compelling one. How was it that even Kate Spellman, a no-nonsense woman among no-nonsense women, had gotten caught up in her daughter's scheme, her woo-woo philosophy? What was it that drew accomplished women like Heather, Greta, and Dina into the Hive? That everyone was looking for something to make themselves whole would likely be the guess from any armchair psychologist. Surely there had to be more to it than just that common need alone, though. Marnie Spellman was almost certainly a self-serving, self-mythologizing, once-in-a-generation charlatan, but there was no denying that she had a gift for seeing the hurt inside the women who flocked to her and for appealing to them with the promise of something better. Predators do that, Lindsay thought. They find the weak, even when the weak seem as though they aren't weak at all, and they have an innate sense for whom to peel off from the rest of the herd. Child rapists know which kid on the playground is vulnerable. Serial killers spot the woman desperate enough to take a chance on a ride with a stranger. Truly gifted predators, those born to it, just know. Marnie collected women who didn't mind simply basking in her glow. Women who could accept that the reflection of greatness was in itself a worthy purpose. Marnie Spellman and her products made promises that could not be measured by the FDA. She promised women that clear and vibrant skin was the outside-in way to feel better about themselves. And she wrapped that up in a stream of consciousness, buzzword-steeped theology that riled feminists, but appealed to those with broken pieces that never quite fit the way they thought they should. Lindsay slotted a CD into a player, and Marnie's voice filled the air.
How is the impossible achieved? Through perseverance and need. That's how I've lived my life from the moment I understood the power of the world under our feet and in the skies overhead. Ants lift leaves far beyond their body weight and carry them homeward without a bit of struggle. They do that because they need to, in order to survive. I've never witnessed a mother lift up a car to save her child trapped underneath, but I know that has been done. It is the impossible made possible. That brings me to my beloved bees. The way God designed these creatures nearly makes the very idea of their flight a cruel joke, especially the bumblebee. And yet they persevere. With brute force and determination, their inefficient aerodynamics work just fine. One undeniable component of the impossible in the case of bees is the nectar that fuels every beat of their wings. Nectar is honey. Honey is life. The next evening, Lindsay heard a thud at the door and found a yellow and black package waiting on her doorstep. Her Spellman Farms order had arrived. She put it on the coffee cable and got herself a beer from the kitchen before settling in. She'd ordered the starter pack, which included royal jelly elixir, honeycomb scrub, and Be Yourself. The packaging was elegant, with the product name in the kind of calligraphy usually reserved for wedding announcements. A yellow and black ribbon encircled the top of each jar or tube. Lindsay set them on the table in front of her while she read a letterpress card from the box. Be all that you dream. Be beautiful. Be strong enough in your knowingness to face any day. This is all for you. Be powerful. Marnie Spellman. Spellman Farms, Lummi Island, Washington. The words were over the top. Unapologetically so. Lindsay wondered who could buy into such new-agey bullshit. The desperate. The lonely. Searchers. That's who. She opened the royal jelly elixir and breathed in. The face lotion smelled wonderful, as if she could pour it on ice cream and eat it. Sweet, not cloying, not fake. Just the slight hint of
The narrator voice must replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. When Marnie was 13, her parents took her out of public school. Notes from her teacher's file published by the Bellingham Herald years later gave this reason. The Spellmans consider their daughter a prodigy, which is fine. Many parents do. They intend to provide her with a more intensive curriculum. Lindsay read what Marnie wrote about that period in The Insatiable Heart. Mother and father wanted me home. They needed me to work on the farm. My brother was younger, smaller than me, so I got the brunt of their ire when things didn't go right. I remember one time when Mother told me she needed help with the apricots she was canning. I was excited because I loved all the smells and the stickiness of the process. Mother had me clean the jars by sterilizing them in a vat of hot water she kept going on the stove. A timer told me when to pull jars from the water to cool. While I worked, the radio played my favorite classical music from a station in Canada. It was Bach, who was never my favorite composer. In fact, the only composer after which I didn't name any of my precious pets. Too many spikes of sound. Bach always seemed to unsettle me. Lindsay set down the book. If she'd been a casual reader of the memoir, she'd have thought that the woman writing it had an ego that stretched from here to wherever. What child listens to Bach? It was possible, of course, or was it a fabrication that matched her grandiose view of herself? Mother had stepped out of the room when my brother, Casey, enlisted to wash the fruit, tugged at my apron as I was removing the jars from the boiling water. I would later wonder if it was Bach's fault. Later still, I would know better. But the tongs slipped, and a hot jar that held about an inch of water fell to the floor. In doing so, the water poured over his leg. Casey's scream is still imprinted on my brain today. It was the scream of a dying animal, so strong and so loud that it not only brought Mother running back to me, it literally rattled the windows. "God, Marnie, what did you do?" she screamed. "I'm sorry, it was an accident." She dropped to her knees and looked at my brother's scalded leg. There are no accidents, only mistakes that people make when they don't pay attention. She lifted Casey up, pulled the vegetable sprayer from the sink, and ran cold water over his leg. Casey continued to wail. "We might need a doctor." She looked at the kitchen clock, a black and white Bakelite clock that I still have in my kitchen today. "Last ferry is about to leave. I'll get some dressings," I said. "You've done enough. I'm sorry, Mother." Sorry is for those who knew better and didn't do the right thing. During Lindsay's visit with Marnie's exiled mother, she'd come off as a woman who'd accepted her banishment over time. She didn't seem cold or indifferent to her daughter. Mother-daughter relationships were difficult. Lindsay and her mother had gone through their own little battles when she was a teenager. She ran around, got into a little trouble, and then eventually settled down. After Lindsay joined the Ferndale Police Department, her mother often reminded her of the irony of it all. "Now you enforce the same rules you used to think were for everyone else." Lindsay smiled at the memory and went on reading. I got the gauze and some salve. She looked at me with accusing eyes. "What's this?" "I made it," I said. "Medicine. It's beeswax and herbs, like your soaps, but for cuts and stuff." Mother looked at the blue Noxema jar that I had used to store the salve. Her eyes went back to mine as she sniffed it. "Calendula?" I nodded. "And honey. Some other things, too." Mother put the amber-colored salve on my brother's leg. He stopped crying almost at once. "That feels better," Mother said. "Doesn't it?" By then, we'd literally missed the boat. My brother went to bed, and the next day he was already in the kitchen when I woke up, eating breakfast with Mother and Father. The Noxema jar sat in the center of the table. "Morning, Father," said. "How's Brother?" I asked. Mother was teary-eyed, but that didn't compute at first. Father and Brother were smiling. In fact, Father got up and gave me the biggest hug I'd ever had in my life. Mother joined him, then Brother. We were one being right then, bound together in a harmony that I hadn't ever expected. Mother had been a taskmaster. Father had been too busy with the farm. And Brother, he was just a pain in the neck half the time. Not that morning. Everyone was crying. I started to cry. "What is it?" I asked. "Why are we crying?" "Look at his leg," Father said. "It's a miracle," Mother added.
I pulled away and lowered my tearful gaze to my brother's leg. It was normal, clear. There wasn't a trace of the burn from the day before. Her word choices for her family members was strange. Mother, father, brother. They were a part of her story, but she wrote about them in a way that distanced them from her. Making them generic made her stand out. They were, Lindsay was sure, only devices in her storyline, real or imagined. I write this now, and I can't help but connect the day the swarm took me to the elixir that I created for my brother's wound in that little blue jar. I know now, as I knew then, that none of it was a miracle. I knew that the bees led me to mix the ingredients that saved my brother from skin grafts. They had talked to me, not in words, but inwardly. They had let their will be known. If you've ever sat on a driftwood log facing the Pacific and heard the music and rhythm of the waves as they pound and caress the shore, then you just might know what I mean. If you listen carefully, there is a message. The message is directed not to your brain, only to your heart. YouTube had scores, if not hundreds of clips of Marnie Spellman before and after her rise and fall. Lindsay continued to find herself mesmerized by the outrageousness of Spellman's stories, and none were more fascinating than her origin story, the story of the swarm. She clicked on a video headlined, "Spellman's Childhood BFF Talks the Swarm." The TV camera focused on the woman's face at first, holding it a long time.
The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole or Kim. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Lindsay pushed back her chair and dialed Astra's number. A woman answered, and they exchanged introductions. "I don't mean to be rude, detective, but you can forget calling me again. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of something, and I need to know more about Marnie Spellman." Middle of what? A homicide case. Doesn't really surprise me. Marnie's a menace, has been forever. How so? "Look," Astra said, "I'll be blunt. You don't know what you're getting into with that woman. I had to move from the island because I was stupid enough to speak out against her." "What do you mean?" "I'm not saying it was Marnie or one of her followers. Probably one of them. I really don't know. I won't ever know." "What happened, Astra?" An uneasy stillness filled the line. "What happened to your chickens?" Lindsay persisted. "You saw my misguided attempt at my 15 minutes. So dumb to do that. I saw the video. This is just you and me. I need to know the story." "All right. I was raising French Marans, chickens. Every single one died. More than 220 birds. All dead. You think Marnie killed them?" "Not exactly. The vet said the feed was bad. When I took a sample to Seattle for a lab analysis, they said the feed had been laced with arsenic." "Why do you think Marnie was behind that?" "When we were kids, her dad used arsenic to kill rats on the farm. Marnie told me that one time the chickens got into it and died. She was really mad about it, said that they died after only a peck or two of feed. And now this call is over. You really think that she'd poison your chickens?" No answer. "Hello? Astra?" The line was dead. As Astra had indicated, the call was over. April 1992, Lantana, Florida. Marnie knew the underlying power of anguish and heartache better than a Kennedy. She stood on masking tape X's on the shopping channel's floor, 2 weeks after her brother's last visit to the farm. Marnie was on a mission. Her makeup was flawless. She had her regular girl apply a foundation a shade 2 tones lighter than what she customarily wore on air. The makeup artist was skeptical. "Are you absolutely sure? You might look a little washed out. The lights are so bright, so cruel." Marnie and the makeup artist both studied her face in the mirror. "Completely. Last time you had me on, and not your fault, I looked like I'd spent a week in West Palm Beach. Not the best look for my market." When filming began, the host, a blandly handsome man who normally sold copper-clad cookware, stood next to her. "Before we move on with your segment, Marnie, I can't help but acknowledge what you've been going through." Marnie's eyes glistened. "Thank you, Ricky," she said, taking a deep breath before turning from the host and directly facing the camera's lens. "It has been extremely difficult," she went on. "As many of you know, my beloved brother passed from an overdose of prescription drugs. Casey had struggled for years, fighting the fight, winning, losing. Of course, he's still with me, just as he always has been, by my side from the very beginning. He was a witness to everything that happened. I don't want to dwell on his ending, because none of us truly end. We go on to another life, and continue to be all that we can be. Casey's there, as is our father." Ricky gave Marnie a clumsy hug, and then, just as awkwardly, redirected the conversation. "Marnie, thank you for sharing," he said. "Truly heartbreaking. We are all full of grief for you. We in the studio and your countless fans share your pain." The camera panned over her product line, the yellow and black jars that defined her brand, and Ricky pivoted. "Let's talk more about being all we can be, and how Spellman Farms continues to lead the way in making women, and, I admit, some men like me, be our best possible selves." Marnie let out a protracted sigh. "It's always been about the bees, Ricky," she said, energy returning to her pallid face. They are nature's engineers, nature's lovemakers, as they pollinate all of the crops we need. Within their DNA, they have the knowingness that the center of the universe is female, not male. That's right, Ricky. Don't be offended. God is a female. My wife tells me that all the time, he said. A week after the swarm lifted me, I woke up in a hospital in Bellingham. My parents nearly lunged at me as I lay supine, dry-mouthed. My eyes were slits, but I could see them. I saw my mother's tears and that she was caressing me, yet I didn't feel her touch. My father was crying too. So was my brother. I knew they were tears of joy. Something was wrong. Worse than being in the hospital. I watched a man come to my mother. He was in a white coat. A doctor? A nurse? He was patting her on the shoulder in that gentle but firm manner that was meant to comfort. I saw her recoil slightly and reach for my father. Her fingers reminded me of a red rock crab's spring-loaded pincers. She scooped my father up, then pinned his shoulders tightly to hers and wailed at the ceiling. Her screams reverberated, and my father held her. Neither of my parents came to me. Neither reached for my exposed, swollen hand. Then my brother came to me and said everything would be all right. We were always close like that, even when he had his problems, and even at the end. Marnie's brother was 16 when his parents first sent him to rehab on the other side of the Cascades, just north of Spokane. Marnie, then 19, went with the family to drive him to the facility. Casey's rapid trajectory from smoker to pot smoker to heroin user wasn't surprising. In the late 1970s, Lummi Island was very much a rock with very little to do. Casey scored his first cocaine from a customer at the Wildwood Inn, where he was working as a busboy at his parents' insistence. Marnie was older and frankly more useful on the farm than Casey, who was prone to get lost in the music of his tape player when he was supposed to be working. At the restaurant, their parents reasoned, he'd build some character out of much-needed discipline. Instead, Casey learned to size up restaurant patrons and their teenagers as potential sources of drugs. He was as resourceful as his sister, just not in the ways his parents had hoped. Casey had curly black hair that he wore like a used-up shipyard mop. His eyes were always lazy and hooded, even before the drugs. He knew his place in the family. It was always Marnie first, then Casey. Even when he was an infant, there'd been few pictures of only him in the family album. It was always his older sister who was the focus of every shot. Kate Spellman once told him that there were times when she'd forgotten he'd been her baby, not Marnie's. Marnie treated you like you belonged to her. She was the little mother. You were the precious baby doll that needed her attention. Over that long stretch of empty highway from Ellensburg to the bridge over the Columbia, Casey kept his head against his sister's shoulder. She was asleep. He looked up and could see, beneath her slightly raised eyelids, that her eyes were moving furiously. A dream, a nightmare. He looked past her at the car door and could see that the lock knob hadn't been pressed down. If he'd wanted to push her out, he would only have to reach across her, undo her shoulder harness, open the door, and shove. Marnie opened her eyes just then, and the fantasy that had passed through his mind stopped. He stopped it. It was like he needed to back up right then and think of something else, fast. Marnie could read him whether he was high or sober. She had a canny and unnerving ability to be inside his own head. "What are you thinking now, Casey?" she asked. "Nothing, just about what this place will be like." "You're lying," she said. How did she know? "Don't start with him, Marnie," their mother said. "I'm not starting anything. He's a liar. We all know that." Casey pulled away, retreating as far as he could to the other side of the seat. Maybe he should just open the door and jump out. Maybe that would be better for everyone.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm.
Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole and Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. "How much longer, Dad?" he asked. "Couple hours, buddy." "Okay." He looked over at his sister. The best thing about rehab would be the month away from her. Drug addicts like Casey Spellman don't dream of ending up as they do. It isn't a destiny they chart out of a sense of purpose. After rehab in Spokane and another stint in outpatient at a clinic in Edmonds, Washington, he knew that he'd never make it out of the quicksand in which he'd found himself. Everywhere he went, his sister's rise to fame and fortune was thrust at him. He'd seen her on TV, her products in the window of a store. One time, when he was wandering around the Western Washington University campus waiting for his score, he even saw her picture in a magazine lying in the gutter. He picked it up and started to read. When his dealer, a student from Kirkland, arrived, she remarked on Marnie's photograph. "My mom thinks she's God's gift to womankind," she said. "Oh," Casey replied as he let the magazine fall back into the gutter, where he felt she belonged, where he knew he'd end up. "Yeah, has her tapes and stuff, always telling me how life-changing her message is. Got the money?" He handed over the cash he'd stolen from tips on tables where he tried to hold down a job. "I said 20. I only have 17. That's really sad. You're too old to be doing this anyway." She started to walk away. He grabbed her by the shoulder. "I need this," he said. She pulled away. "Maybe you should listen to those stupid recordings and you wouldn't be such a loser." It took everything he had, which wasn't much, to stop himself from punching her in the face. She was like his sister, full of advice, full of contempt, and rich. The pilot on the Watka Chief recognized Casey right away. It was early March 1992. Casey was 24, and the winds blew needles of cold air into his bearded face. "Hey," he said, "aren't you the Spellman kid?" Casey gave the man a nod. "Yeah, the one that got away. Haven't seen you in a long time around here." "I moved out of state," Casey said, a lie that he'd pre-planned in case anyone recognized him. It was better than saying he'd been off doing drugs for the past few years. The pilot kept his eyes fixed on Casey's, perhaps wondering if he was like his sister, able to read people. Casey hoped not. Even though he'd truly hated his parents for their constant praise for his sister and their ceaseless nagging on his shortcomings, he didn't want anyone to know his true feelings. Being full of hate only made him feel more like a bitter loser, which was how his sister had already managed to make him feel with the note that summoned him home. "Give your sister a hug for me. She's beloved here, as you know. The community center she built, just amazing." The pilot went back inside the toll booth-sized wheelhouse to maneuver the vessel alongside the island's dock. "Yeah, will do." Casey, who no longer carried a valid driver's license, managed to hitch a ride with a woman and her 2 kids coming for the weekend. She was about the same age as his sister, maybe a year or 2 younger. She drove an old VW Rabbit with a screwdriver stuck into the ignition where the key would normally go. He sat in front while the kids sat in their car seats in the back. "I'm here for a job interview," she said. "At the Wildwood Inn?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "It was either that or Spellman Farms. Not a lot of other options." "You'll like the inn. I used to work there." She was a brunette with short fingernails that she'd gamely painted a light pink. She wore a pink sweater and black jeans. "Nina," she said. "Casey." As she pulled off the dock and took the road around the island to the inn, she talked about the job, as a maid, full-time. "They have a 5th-wheel trailer in back that I can live in, or I can commute. The commute seems rough." "I'd commute, though," he said. "I'm from here. Being stuck on this rock at 10 o'clock at night and nowhere to go can drive you crazy." "Their father is on a fishing boat in Alaska. I could leave the kids with his mom. I'd do the commute, trust me." She gave him a smile. It was a kind and friendly one. It made him wish that his life weren't stuck like that screwdriver hanging out of her dash, that he'd be able to make a life for himself. Maybe he could do it. It was the reason why he came back to Lummi. "The inn's right here," he said, pointing out an old farmhouse that had been converted into a restaurant and hotel with 10 rooms and a stunning view of the water. Trumpet vines lived up to their name as they amplified the split-rail fence and signage with bright orange blossoms and crisp green foliage. "My interview isn't for an hour," she said. "Can I drive you the rest of the way?" Casey liked her. He liked her because there had been no glint of recognition in her eyes when he mentioned Spellman Farms. In another time and place, she might have liked him for him, and not as a means to get close to his sister, as others had. "No thanks, Nina," he said. "The walk will do me good." Nina parked and twisted the screwdriver to shut off the Rabbit's engine. Casey got out and waved goodbye. Marnie watched from the window as her brother ambled up the sweeping driveway. She'd taken off her expensive casual wear and jewelry, the trappings of her success, and put on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Later she'd tell people that she did it because she didn't want him to feel that he'd been relegated to a level or 2 below her. She'd become a fixture on the home shopping channel when her father died. And in an unusual move, Johnny Spellman left full control of the multi-million-dollar 100-acre estate to his daughter, not his wife. His son seemed to be a bit of an add-on, too. If Casey maintained sobriety for a period of 2 years, he'd be able to claim a share of the estate. In an arrangement she easily could have fought in court, Kate was given some cash and a promise that she'd be able to stay there until the end of her days. She didn't fight it, because her daughter was special, a gift for the world. Marnie flung open the door and embraced Casey. "I had faith in you," she said. "I'm here for my share," he said, brushing her aside as he walked in. "I know you better than Mom and Dad ever did." He looked around. "Lots of upgrades, sis. Hope you didn't spend it all." She shut the door. "I have plenty of my own. I've watched you." "I made Mom's lasagna," she said. "Pass," he said. "I'm going to catch the next boat back. I just want what's mine." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a letter from his doctor documenting 24 monthly tests confirming he'd been clean for the stated requirement. "It's notarized, witnessed, whatever." Marnie took the paper and read it through. "So I see. How much do I get?" Casey was always the impatient kind, she thought. Always in a hurry. Always leeching on to whoever had drugs. Until they didn't anymore. "I have all the paperwork," she told him. She indicated a pitcher on the table. "I made honey lemonade." He gave her an indifferent smile. "Like old times, right, sis?" She poured him a glass. "Just like old times," she said, watching him take the glass, put it to his lips, and take a long, thirsty drink. He gulped down another. "Hits the spot. Surprised you haven't found a way to market this." "Aren't you going to—" Suddenly, his eyes rounded and the glass shattered on the floor, sending a spray of liquid over the polished wood floors. "You," he said. "Marnie, you." Difficult person. As she became more and more immersed in Marnie's story, Lindsay found herself picking up the phone to hear firsthand why others had thrown themselves in with her, had so passionately subscribed to beliefs and products, and why they had turned on her. Somewhere in their stories, she hoped, might be the answer to what had happened to both Callista and Sarah. They were connected by Spellman Farms, by Marnie's undeniable power. Among them,
adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Lindsay found Alexandra's number and called her, explaining that she was a homicide investigator working a case with potential ties to Spellman Farms. "Just one case?" Alexandra asked. "Sounds like you have something to say." "I do, and I have, and I will as long as people ask me." Alexandra didn't know anything about Callista Sullivan beyond what she'd read in the news and on various message boards. She'd never heard of Sarah Baker. While Alexandra talked, Lindsay took notes. "Let me tell you about my sister." Gina Kraus could scarcely contain herself when she learned that she'd been selected to attend Marnie Spellman's weekend retreats on Lummi Island. Until then, most attendees of The Art of Being were members of the celebrity class, political, high society, Hollywood. According to the invitation, this particular weekend was a bit of an experiment, and as such, the 6 attendees were handpicked by Marnie to represent women who have achieved their true potential quietly, unassumingly. These are the women who are already changing the world. The cost for the retreat was only $10,000. Gina withdrew all her savings and pawned her grandmother's Art Deco diamond brooch to pay the fee. She had no money for plane fare, so she drove her Ford Bronco to Washington State. She left her sister a voice message from a payphone in Baker City, Oregon. "I haven't even seen her yet, but I feel Marnie's love already. It's hard to explain the difference she's made in my life. I'm a broken record about that. Sorry. I can't wait to get there and learn more. Love you." Alexandra said once her sister came home from that retreat, she was never the same. "Gina was like a drug addict or something," she said, her story tumbling into Lindsay's ear and onto the pages of her notebook. "She didn't care about anything. She didn't go out. She didn't even get dressed. She just sat in front of her computer all day long, looking at that stupid message board. She was consumed by finding ways to add to what she called Marnie's army by recruiting new members. I couldn't even budge her. I told her I was worried and thought that maybe she was being used."
How did she react when you confronted her? Lindsay asked. She didn't like that at all. Boy, did she tell me in no uncertain terms that I was wrong. Stupid to boot. I didn't know if it was a pyramid scheme or what at the time. I assumed she was getting paid. I didn't have the slightest idea she'd found a way to take out 2 mortgages on our parents' house and give the money to Marnie. So I guess Gina was right. I guess I was stupid after all. You weren't stupid, Alexandra, Lindsay said. You're just being nice. I was. And I'm still angry. Nothing good was happening on Spellman Farms. I hope you find out just what it was. There's a long line of us cheering you on. Thursday, August 22nd, 2019, Fairhaven, Washington. A couple weeks before Sarah Baker's body was discovered at Maple Falls, Greta Swenson buried herself in the stacks at Village Books and Paper Dreams in Fairhaven Village, an enclave of bars and boutiques just south of Bellingham. An avid reader, she eschewed online book browsing for the smell and feel of the real thing. It was a routine she'd started 20-some years prior, a way to spend a Saturday, looking for a volume that would teach her something new or just help pass the time living alone. Greta had never married, not that she didn't have opportunities or suitors, she just preferred managing her life on her own. She was in the gardening section, looking over an old Anne Lovejoy book on the perennials of the Pacific Northwest, when she turned toward a familiar voice. "How long has it been, Greta?" It was Marnie, looking no different than the last time they'd seen each other, again, by chance, downtown by the old Hotel Leopold, long after it had been converted into a residence for the aging. Today she wore a loose yellow sweater, cream slacks, and sling-back heels. Her signature bumblebee brooch, a Cartier, was pinned to her sweater near the neckline. Greta must have looked surprised, because Marnie said, "Didn't mean to startle you, dear." "Oh no, just so happy to run into you. I didn't know you came here." Marnie smiled. "I knew you do, so this wasn't by chance. Do you have time for a little chat?" To be fair, it was a question, but Marnie's intonation was so persuasive that Greta could see no way out of it. "Of course," she said. "Love to. How's the house?" "Oh, a work in progress, like all things in life." Marnie crooked her neck and looked deep into Greta's eyes. "I love making others' dreams come true." They went across the street to a wine bar and ordered. "I see you still love your reds," Marnie said as Greta sipped her Merlot. "Yes, I guess I do." She wondered what Marnie wanted. It didn't take long. She was direct in asking for things that would specifically benefit her. "I'm considering a re-emerging," she said. That was, Greta knew, Marnie speak for a comeback, a word that would never in a million years come from her lips. "Oh, really?" "That's right. And well, what I'll be offering will be completely fantastic and sure to revolutionize the world. You know, I've always been ahead of my time. I was the first American woman to see the potential in stem cells as the basis for human improvement." "You were. And we stole stem cells for you," Greta thought. "We lied to the police. We did things that no human would ever want to do. For you. We did all that bullshit stuff for you." "Right," she said, waiting for Marnie to tell her whatever it was that she was developing. But she didn't. "I need some help. I've managed to replicate bee venom as a replacement for Botox. Its basis is natural. It lasts twice as long and will cost the user half as much. It will be huge. It will make us rich. Again." Marnie was breathless in excitement over her discovery. "Us?" Greta repeated. "Yes, you will be one of my investors." Marnie always had a penchant for the assumptive close. Greta looked away. Looking at Marnie directly was sometimes like looking into the sun. "It sounds exciting, Marnie. However, I'm retired from the hospital. I'm living on a pension. I'm comfortable, but only barely." "You, my Greta, are a liar," Marnie snapped back. "You're living in a house built with my money, a lot of my money. You took it from me at a time when I had enough of it and thought I always would. Getting you out of my hair and happy seemed worth it, and it probably was. But now—" Marnie sipped her wine and wiped the condensation off the globe of her glass. Her fingernails were out of style, French manicure. "Now you can mortgage this house." "I can't that, Marnie. I won't." Look, Marnie said, suddenly switching to a more sympathetic approach. I changed the lives of millions. I can do it again. You owe me. It was hard to argue with Marnie. She never missed the opportunity to seize the last word. You did amazing things, Greta said, picking her words carefully. You did. I know that. And I know you have more to offer. This is something you have to do without me. And not because I don't respect and love you. It's because I simply don't have the means, Marnie. And to be honest, I just don't have the heart for it. Marnie's expression flatlined. She sat quietly across from her former acolyte, a woman who had helped realize Marnie's vision. What about Marnie's army? Greta asked. You surely still have so many devoted followers. Maybe you could crowdfund your project. Marnie's eyes sparked. I could never do that again. What about Heather, Dina? They have money. Heather has all but turned her back on me, won't return calls, letters. She's already forgotten how she got where she is. I'll remind her in person at a conference in Seattle. I won't be ignored. And Dina, she's probably in worse shape than I am. She's a washed-up actress with a drinking problem. Well, I'm sorry, Marnie. I can only repeat that mortgage the house, Greta. Marnie cut her off. I can't that. There's no way. Do it. And soon. Time is running out.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole and Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm maternal, from Kimberly, tough introspective. What exactly does that mean? Let me put it this way. You and I both know what you did the night Callista's baby came. Are you making a threat, Marnie? Don't consider it a threat. Consider it a gift. A chance for you to do the right thing. I need $250,000, and I need it soon. With that, Marnie got up, glancing at the bill for the wine. Pay the bill, Greta. It's due. Heather, Jared Voss, was the third of 3 girls. There was the pretty one, the smart one, and finally, Heather, the tall one. She grew up on a ranch near Goldendale, Washington, to parents who raised beef cattle for income and, for a while, sheep as a hobby. She spent her summers riding along the barbed and electric fences on her beloved horse Mia. She endured the jokes her sisters made about her breaking Mia's back and the taunts of the local boys, who, like her sisters, continually found new ways to pick her apart. When Heather was 18, she left for college in Spokane.
She slimmed down, grounded herself in a future of helping people with a nursing degree, and never looked back. When her sister Amanda, the pretty one, was diagnosed with breast cancer, Heather sent a note. "You made me strong, Mandy. I hope that you will find some strength of your own now that you are facing this. I won't be coming home to see you. You know why." When she first met Marnie Spellman in the late 1990s, she was transfixed by her beauty and her commanding presence. More beautiful than anyone she'd ever seen. More than that, she radiated love. Heather's eyes brimmed with tears when they embraced for the first time. It was as if Heather had come home. A safe home, a safe harbor. "Greta told me about you," Marnie said, still holding her in her arms. "She did?" Marnie laughed. "Of course she did. She brought you to me, didn't she?" Heat flushed through Heather from her scalp to her toes. Oh, right, so stupid. Greta was in her nursing pod at Whatcom Memorial. She wouldn't shut up about Marnie, but then Heather's annoyance became curiosity. Who was this woman? She'd allowed herself to be talked into visiting the island, and now here she was in Marnie's arms. Home. Making a fool of herself. Again Marnie laughed. She held Heather at arm's length. "It's all right, Seeker. You will never feel alone again. Do you hear that? You are a part of a sisterhood that transcends anything you could have imagined. I need you. I want you here on the farm. I desire for you to be and do all of the wonderful things that are waiting inside you." Heather was weeping by then, tears hot on her cheeks. How could Marnie see her so clearly? How was it that she was able to go beyond the surface of her skin, to see her, the true hurt, the grown woman who'd never dared to dream until she left that ranch in southwestern Washington? Marnie took Heather's face in her hands. "You," she said, "are divine." Friday, August 23, 2019, Seattle, Washington. That same voice, nearly 2 decades later, melodic and terrifying. It came from behind Congresswoman and U.S. Senate candidate Heather Jared, as she nodded and smiled her way through the lobby of the Four Seasons in downtown Seattle. "Heather," said the voice, "I can't believe it's you." It was, of course, Marnie Spellman, dressed in royal blue trousers with a silk blouse in her trademark yellow. "Marnie," Heather said, "I'm stunned. How long has it been?" "Too long," Marnie said, circling her long-lost friend like a hungry great white. "You look wonderful. Not sure about the suit. The hair is perfect, though." The dig about the suit was typical Marnie. She could be the most giving person in the world, but when she saw the chance to work in some insecurity, it was heaven for her. It was as if after making someone feel vulnerable, she'd be an even greater hero when she offered a life preserver. "You don't like the suit?" "Oh no, Heather, I adore it. I was just being silly. A little silliness keeps you from getting old." "You look exactly the same, Marnie." Marnie smiled. "Thank you. You look like you could use a little sun or something. Are you feeling all right?" "I was until I ran into you," Heather thought. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here for the homelessness summit," Marnie said. "Same as you. We have a break at noon. Are you free?" Heather gamely tried to lie. "Oh no, I wish. I've got something at that hour." "Come on, Heather. We haven't talked for the longest time." Heather looked around. Her communications officer, Stephanie, and a group of associates were marching her way. "I'll meet you in the hotel bar at 10 o'clock tonight, and I'll give you 10 minutes. Heather dissolved into the group as they trekked across the lobby, her heels leaving tiny indentations in the luxurious carpet. "Was that who I think it was?" Stephanie asked. Who?" "You were just talking to her." "Oh, yes, Marnie Spellman. That was her. Wow, she's a big fish. Maybe a donor? How do you know her?" "Look, Stephanie, it was a long time ago. Not a donor." Marnie was coming. Heather could feel it over the rest of the afternoon and evening like a cold sore coming on. The idea of a reunion made Heather nervous and sick to her stomach. That part of her life was under lock and key in her mind. It only seeped out into her dreams. In the nearly 2 decades since Heather cut ties with Marnie, she had thanked God every day that the sum of their relationship had been pre-social media. There were absolutely no digital tracks leading back to the time in her life when she felt impelled to spend time at Spellman Farms with Marnie. She worked at the hospital in Bellingham during the week and spent her weekends on Lummi Island. She couldn't pretend she hadn't wanted to do it. She'd needed to. There was a kind of camaraderie at Spellman Farms and a sense of purpose that was like a drug to her. And getting close to Marnie, to feel chosen by her, that had been like mainlining that drug. It was the combination of her brilliance, her manner, kind, gentle, and her undying belief in an outward-inward beauty as the pathway to a purpose in life. It wasn't a cult, there were no bizarre rituals. It was simply a powerful message that resonated within the hearts of Marnie's many followers. The mantra was simple: you are lovely. You are loved. You can be. As a nurse, the science behind what Marnie was doing with honeybee products not only intrigued Heather, but moved her, excited her. There was something so deeply affecting about Marnie's methods that Heather clung to her every word, every move. Later, she'd almost feel embarrassed about her devotion. She'd watched as her mentor worked silently in the lab she had built in the new barn. Marnie kept a notebook and was constantly and ferociously writing in it, but she never let anyone see just what she was putting to paper. Heather saw the notebook left open one time, but, out of respect, resisted the urge to look. Whatever Marnie was doing was private until she deemed otherwise. She was measuring, distilling, and extracting the contents of nature, all for the purpose of finding the gift Mother Nature has hidden in plain sight. She procured moss from the north end of the island, berries from her farm, barnacles from the shore. Everything was pulverized into a slurry, into which bee pollen, royal jelly, and honey were added. Sometimes Marnie would loll in the lavender field for hours, her eyes closed, her mouth open, moving ever so slightly as she recited an unintelligible prayer.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David, lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole or Kimberly, increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Not long before she decided to leave Spellman Farms, it appeared to Heather that Marnie was only saying what anyone would want to hear. "You're awfully quiet," her husband said, snapping her back to the present.
They were taking a few minutes in their hotel room after the interminable opening banquet for the homelessness summit. "Just thinking about her," she said. She never said her name, never had to, sometimes. "Sometimes," Richard started to say, then stopped. "What?" she asked. "Sometimes what?" "Never mind, Heather." Heather was never one to be denied an answer. Not in Congress, not from her staff, not even from her constituents, and most assuredly not from Richard. You don't get to start something and just leave it unsaid, spit it out. I wish I'd never brought it up. "What? You still haven't told me?" "All right," he said, "fine. Sometimes you talk about her with such a wistfulness that I think your feelings for her were, more than just friends or mentor and mentee." She almost laughed, considering the sense of foreboding she'd been feeling about the idea of Marnie creeping back into her life. Wistfulness? But then she really heard what he'd said. "Seriously?" she asked. "You think there was something between me and Marnie?" Richard didn't blink. "Yeah," he answered, "I do. I'm not saying it was sexual, but I'd be lying to you right now if I said that the thought hadn't crossed my mind more than a time or two. And if you were, I don't care. We weren't. And, Richard, I do care. Sorry. It's just that, well, I've always felt she had her hooks in you one way or another. Ridiculous. I haven't seen her in years. Well, that's about to change. You said she wants something." She waved that away. "She just wants what everyone wants, a little something for nothing." Whenever he asked for more about Marnie and the farm and what the group was involved with that was so hush-hush, she shut him down. Winter 1997, Lummi Island, Washington. In the beginning, the trio of nurses, Heather, Trish, and Greta, didn't feel that what they were doing was of any real harm. A kind of victimless scenario, certainly not criminal, that would only seem wrong through the eyes of those who did not fully understand the mission. Placentas and stem cells from umbilical cords following childbirths were considered hospital waste, after all. Whenever Marnie needed more material, as she called it, Greta, who had moved up to charge nurse on her way to an administrative position, fixed the schedule so that she and Trish would serve as labor and delivery nurses. The laboring mother would be wheeled in, and the obstetrician and anesthesiologist would go about the business of bringing a new life into the world, while Greta and Trish would do what they needed to do. Helping the doctor, helping the mother-to-be, was a responsibility that they both took seriously. It would be wrong to do otherwise. First, the baby, the cry, the joy on the new mom's face, the father's too, when he was present. When the placenta was delivered, the two nurses would huddle together to weigh it. The umbilical cords, however, were the great prize. All eyes were on the new baby and the mother, and it took only a moment to move the cord to its own plastic bag. The most desirable deliveries were those aligning with the Lummi Island Ferry's limited operating schedule. Freshness mattered to Marnie. The cords collected in the evening when ferry service was halted were kept on ice in an igloo cooler Trish stored in the trunk of her car. Greta knew she couldn't tell anyone about what they were doing or the reasons behind it. There would be no point to it. Anyone who'd ask would only seek to judge something beyond his or her understanding. Was it even wrong at all? Later, Heather would marvel that none of it seemed wrong or even strange, although she knew deep down that it was, and her heart always raced whenever she served as courier and got onto the ferry for the island. Trish Appleton knew the stem cell samples were being incorporated into the formula for Beautiful 6, a product that Marnie was convinced would revolutionize the holistic and natural beauty industry. Sheep stem cells were already a mainstay of a Swiss company, and the co-packer who was handling the entire Spellman product line said she'd heard that Koreans were developing products that included human stem cells, nature's ultimate elixir for youth and renewal. The Spellman Farms lab was barely functional, more for show than for scientific study. That's not to say Marnie didn't know her way around a lab, having manipulated the professor that ran her university research facility. She was a quick study, only taking in what she needed to know to grow her empire, to be the authority. When investors came through, new followers, with a sufficient income or influence, Marnie would put on a bright yellow lab coat and provide a truncated tour of the facility in the back of the barn. A spectrometer, a centrifuge, microscopes, and various beakers, mostly for show. She'd whirl around and dazzle them with her theory that everything women needed to be their best is already there. In the world, in ourselves. We only need to learn how to unlock the secrets that are right before our eyes. When a visitor would ask, as they almost certainly did, where the next breakthrough would come from, Marnie would give the same reply. I don't know. Here, I hope. I do know that it will come from a woman, because the earth is female. The earth and its women are life-givers, not takers. Are men the takers? Marnie would smile. You've seen a man hold a baby, right? But have you ever seen a man have a baby? Everyone smiled or laughed at that one. The line worked every time. Trish once asked Marnie why she didn't tell people about stem cells and how they could revolutionize the cosmetics industry. People aren't ready for that, dear. Think about it. While the cells we withdraw from the cord blood are destined for waste disposal, people would freak out at the idea of using them. They're all twisted up about it, as though it's some kind of betrayal of the mother or the baby, as though either has the slightest connection to or need for those cells. Our whole misguided Western medical establishment would be up in arms. Someday, though, Trish pressed, when this works, you'll have to tell them. The FDA will need to know what's in Beautiful Six, right? Maybe so, maybe not. Later, Trish would wonder about that encounter. For all the secrecy about Beautiful Six and its formula, there seemed to be little effort being made to seriously embark on the process to get it to market. Marnie wasn't a woman who didn't go after what she wanted with gusto. She had a knack for shifting gears when necessary, and for staying sharply focused when nothing was in her way. Not with Beautiful Six. It seemed that although Trish, Heather, and Greta were frequently bringing the red and white cooler packed with syringes of blood taken from the birthing and operating rooms, nothing seemed to be happening. Marnie took the cooler to her lab and unpacked it into the refrigerator. She seemed eager, even grateful, but with no result, no formula, no next steps. It was like the revolution was on pause. Though Marnie was full of confidence, no action followed her proclamations. When Marnie was off with Dina, as she so often was in those days, the other members of the Hive talked about the delay. They sat outside, looking down past row upon row of hives. By then, there were more than 40. Trish said what they all were thinking. Dina is the reason nothing is happening. I agree, Greta said. It seems Marnie has no time for Beautiful Six, no time for us. She's focused on making money, building power. Heather didn't say it, but she admired Marnie's knack for turning a for-profit enterprise into a cause. She thought Marnie's true brilliance lay in knowing how to market and manipulate. She saw a role for herself as a kind of CFO for Spellman Farms.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. They'd all found themselves on the same page, and it scared Trish a little. "Dina is lovely," she said, backtracking. "I really like her. So down to earth." "And down on her luck," Heather added. The three women exchanged looks. No one had said an unkind word about Dina Marlowe until that moment, much less any about Marnie. Trish hurried to fill the gap in the conversation. "Marnie has a way of finding people like Dina, and, well," they all nodded. "And us" is what she hadn't quite said aloud. They too had been searching for meaning, a spot to land, when they first arrived on Lummi Island. Heather had struggled as a pre-med student and switched her major to nursing. She thought it would be easier helping with the delivery of babies than being the one supervising the entire process. This went against her grain and her family's. She came from forceful people, parents who knew that everything depended on a take-no-prisoners approach. They bred cattle to be the best in the market. "I was analyzed from day one, like a 4-H project," she once told Trish. "My parents studied me like I was a science project, always watching and questioning my motives." The reality of it all was that I had no motives of my own. Everything I did was in anticipation of what I thought they'd expected of me. Friday, August 23, 2019, Seattle, Washington. Marnie Spellman had planted herself in the bar of Seattle's Four Seasons Hotel 15 minutes before Heather was due to arrive and set about nursing a glass of Sauvignon Blanc. She was a die-hard red wine drinker, but as she ordered, she knew this was not a day to have red teeth. How the tables had turned. After she left the Hive, Heather retreated to the Seattle area, served in the PTA, then leapfrogged into state politics, then a U.S. congressional seat, and now a promising contender for the U.S. Senate. Indeed, the tables had spun in circles. At 10 p.m. sharp, Marnie spotted Heather lingering by the door and waved her over. Heather, after looking around to see who might be watching, crossed quickly to Marnie and tucked herself into the deep leather booth. "I saw what you did back there, Heather." Heather cast her eyes downward before facing Marnie. "I don't know what you mean." "Where?" "Before, in the lobby, when we first ran into each other." Heather picked up a glass Marnie had waiting for her and swirled her wine in the candlelight. Garnets and rubies, Marnie thought. So lovely. "Marnie, I don't want to get into anything with you. You treated me badly. You know you did. I know you did. She knows too." "She?" Heather said, then caught herself. Oh, yes, she, of course, was God. Not that Heather had given her any more thought than she'd given Marnie for years now. "I'm sorry about the lobby," Heather said. "I was distracted." Marnie stared her down. "You were mortified." "No, Marnie, I wasn't. I see it on you now. It's like the skin shed by a snake, hanging on you, unable to peel away. Shame is the opposite of love. I didn't come here for an assessment, Marnie. In fact, I don't know why I came. An assessment." She'd retained Marnie's words, though, her philosophy, or some watered-down version of it. "Maybe it's the food," she said, nudging a menu toward her protégé. "Maybe that's why you're here." "I'm here, Marnie, because we have a history, and to be very frank, it is a history that cannot help me do what I need to do in this life." The waiter came, and they both ordered the spinach salad, dressing on the side, no croutons. "See," Marnie said when he'd left, "we're still alike." Heather glared at her. "We are not." Marnie rolled her eyes. "Take a joke, dear. You were always so serious." She swirled the wine in her glass and nodded at Heather's.
Come on, enjoy your wine. You've always loved your vino." Heather rose up to protest, but Marnie just laughed, raised her palm to her. "Would you drink? You're positively about to detonate." She raised her glass. "Douse the fire." After sinking back into the booth, Heather shook her head and joined her in a drink, and then another. They continued drinking in almost companionable silence until the waiter returned with their salads. Marnie stabbed at hers. "Our history scares you." Heather set her fork aside. "No, actually, you scare me. You always have. I think that I mistook your power over me as something benevolent. Now I see otherwise." "Because you have your own power? Is that it?" "Possibly, but that's not what I'm telling you right now. I'm running for the Senate. I can't have one whiff of you associated with me. No one knows that I worked with you. Beneath me." "Whatever you think, Marnie, I just need to know that you will stay away. You will leave me alone. You will never speak of us, our relationship, or things that we did that I can never forget, as hard as I try to." "We didn't do anything wrong," Marnie said. "You know that. This was a mistake, meeting you here like this. I need to go. I'm begging you, if you have any feelings for me whatsoever, stay away. I have a chance to make up for all of what I did, and I can't have it destroyed by you or anyone." "Look, sister," Marnie said, "you owe me, and I'm here to collect." And then she put it to her as clearly as she could. Heather's jaw dropped. Marnie almost laughed in her face, but she needed to be sure she was understood. "Hear me, Heather? I'm on to a breakthrough, and it's your duty as a member of the Hive to help me. You made a vow." Heather had mostly regrouped, but only mostly. "That boat sailed decades ago, Marnie," she said. "The Hive was not about female empowerment. The whole time it was about you, you very freak. Stay away from me." With that, Heather got up, fidgeted in her purse, pulled out a 10 and a 20, and put the bills on the table. Her lips were pressed together, and Marnie could see the perspiration under her makeup. She was going to melt into a big mess right there. "Don't ever bother or threaten me again, Marnie. I'm a congresswoman, and I'm about to be a senator. Don't think I couldn't or wouldn't crush you like a bug." Marnie sat alone, ensconced in the leather booth. Everywhere around her, people were talking, no, boasting about their lives and all that they had accomplished. At every table was a contest of sorts. Who had the better life? Who had the smarter kids? Who among their group had the fullest breasts? She looked down at her plate. Her salad had wilted. Her wine glass was dry. The waiter saw her surveying the sorry scene and rushed over. When she waved him away, she caught her image on the back of a silver spoon. Not ordinarily given to much self-reflection, Marnie found herself wondering what Heather saw in her that she couldn't see. If there had been any truth to what she'd said. She had made terrible mistakes in her life, things she regretted, but she knew there were no do-overs. Life didn't stop and start. It was circular, always moving, revolving, changing. Heather was cruel, unforgiving. She was building her own empire, her own hive in politics. Marnie refused to be cast aside, ignored. She couldn't understand why the women she'd been closest to had abandoned her. She'd only wanted the best for each other. They'd been to battle together. They'd fought to enlighten the world, and now they'd turned their backs on her. Marnie started to fume. She knew their secrets. She'd tell if she had to. That night, under 800 thread-count sateen sheets in their hotel room, Richard and his wife came together in passion. While they lay there watching the lights of the city flicker in a cloudless Seattle night, both of their minds were churning on the same subject. Marnie Spellman. Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement.
The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, warm, maternal. From Kimberly, tough, introspective. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. He despised how Marnie had assumed a kind of mythical presence in their lives. He hated himself for thinking that the absence of passion between himself and Heather was because she was a lesbian, or bisexual. Maybe she felt no attraction for him because politics had completely seduced her. He could live with that, though not with the idea that his wife still held a torch for Marnie Spellman. That was humiliating. Crazy-making, too. He watched Heather scroll through her phone to review her schedule, or perhaps check how many more likes she'd collected on her campaign's Facebook page. She glanced over in his direction and then tenderly pulled up the comforter to cover her shoulders. And while Richard was thinking of Heather, she was thinking of Marnie. The second day of the homelessness summit was over. Heather's jaw hurt from smiling, and her right palm ached from shaking hands. One more morning of the same ahead of her. Why did the organizers of things like this so often insist on scheduling Sunday breakfast programming when all anyone wants to do is crawl home? The Jareds sat in the hotel bar, off in a dimly lit corner. "You're drinking too much, Heather. Richard, you're being, as our daughter says, a little judgy." Before he could respond, she changed the subject. "I've been thinking," she announced. He gestured to the bartender. "That's kind of what you do," he said, before ordering a club soda with lemon, not lime. "No, let me finish," Heather continued, raising the glass of whiskey to her lips. "All right, maybe I'm worried, concerned." He read the hotel bar. Tasteful and boring. At this time of evening, quiet. Hookups from Match.com and Grindr had come and gone. Gosh, they pretty much had the place to themselves. He wouldn't try to stop her from binging. Maybe she really did need to completely unwind, crash to the floor, wake up with an AK-47 blasting between her ears. He'd been sober for more than a decade. He would do anything for Heather, yet he had to admit he didn't relish being posted as permanent designated driver, the very definition of a thankless role. "My Achilles' heel will always be Marnie," Heather admitted, looking up from her drink. "You don't say." That's what Richard thought. What he said was, "No one knows anything about her, or that time in your life. Not like now, when every utterance, every move is captured and shared. Gosh, be glad we didn't have to live in those days like we do today, fearing every post, every bystander with a camera and an insatiable need for attention. That's just about everyone." Heather returned to her drink, ice cubes rolling toward her mouth, then falling back into the bottom of the crystal tumbler. "Seriously, babe, what are you worried about?" "I don't think I could tell even you." He sat quiet for a minute, then reached over to her. "I'm your husband. If you don't trust me, it must be really bad." "It is," Heather said, "but it's not because I don't trust you. It's because if I tell you, then it will mean that it's out there, that I've told someone. I'd have to answer truthfully about what happened. You know I couldn't lie. I've never lied, except by omission. Is that what this is? In some ways, yes, I guess so. If it ever gets out, it can't be from my lips. I'd lose everything." "Are you going to tell me?" he asked. "Isn't my silence enough? If I say it aloud to you, then it's the same thing as making it public. If it's really that terrible, maybe you need a lawyer. I have two right now. That doesn't matter. It isn't necessarily a legal matter. It would be a question about my character and the road I took when I should have known better." "You were young," Richard said. "Whatever it was, it couldn't have been solely your fault." She knew that he loved her beyond measure and that he'd forgive whatever it was, no matter how dark. But even though she knew all that deep in her marrow, she still couldn't tell him. "I love you," she said. "I know." That night they went up to their suite. Heather undressed and took a long shower. She was woozy from the liquor, and she planted her feet apart and braced her hands against the tile, holding herself up. The water ran over her back. It was the hottest she could endure. She was grateful for Richard, the support of the party, the idea that she still could do great things in the world. Make it better, make it safer, create opportunities for those who hadn't been given the ones that she had enjoyed. Steam rose into a cloud, fogging the glass, creating a veil of privacy. She was as sorry as she'd been all those years ago, when she complied with the will of the group, of its leader, at a time when she knew there were other options that would save a life. After toweling off and changing into a nightgown, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Everyone marveled about her beautiful skin, crystalline blue eyes, commanding yet non-threatening presence. Said she easily could have run for Miss America instead of the U.S. Congress. She was approaching 60 and worked hard to keep herself looking the way she did. It was peculiar how her looks still mattered, how her campaign aides thought she was the most stylish and put-together woman on the floor. In that fleeting instant, all Heather Jarrett saw was the ugliness in the barn at Spellman Farms. Heather left Lummi Island when Dina cemented her role as Marnie's favorite. Until then, she had seen herself as second in command, never second fiddle. Dina usurped her position without even trying. Heather was a fool for not seeing it right away. Marnie was akin to a vampire. She managed to suck the life force from her strongest advocates. She used them, coddled them, abused them, loved them. With Marnie in the room, there was no way of knowing what might happen next. The followers who stayed longest were not only true believers, but adrenaline junkies. Marnie was the fix they needed to thrive. It was, most ended up thinking later, a one-sided trade. Richard dropped right off. But Heather, still unable to sleep at midnight, dressed and returned to the bar with her laptop tucked under her arm. Seeing Marnie had brought back the worst thing she'd ever done. It was exactly as Marnie had intended. She wanted to remind Heather of what she held over her, and how she could return the favor of her silence. "You want money?" Heather had asked. "No, I said I need money. 250,000. $250,000? Are you insane? You can get it. I know you can. In a week. Less. And I also need access." Her voice lowered to a hiss. "I need you to hear me." "What do you mean, access?" "I need a senator who will help me do what I was meant to do." "I don't understand." "You do. You will get on the committee that regulates consumer products. Marnie had leaned in even closer. Her gaze remained threatening. I can make things difficult for you. I can send a YouTube link to the media that will show you were at the right place at the right time. You wouldn't, Heather said. Try me. I'm only looking for quid pro quo here, Heather, not a complete annihilation of your career. I see. Heather knew that favors were traded like baseball cards in the Senate, that senators often had oblique reasons for favoring.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole/Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Everything old and new found its way onto the site. Sometimes there was a convergence of the two. If people found out about what she'd done, everything they thought about her would vanish. Not only would she be forced to resign, she'd be an instant pariah. She'd lose her husband's unyielding loyalty. Her children would no longer boast who their mother was. She'd be lucky to get a seat on a second-tier city council. Heather watched the video and drank her scotch in gulps. The image was of poor quality, a VHS tape that might have languished in someone's garage just waiting to be uploaded. Yellow crime scene tape stretched across the beach where Callista had been found by the tourists on their Y2K tour of national parks. Heather kept the sound low, and she watched the lieutenant and tribal police as they worked the area in search of evidence. A fly landed on the lens, and Heather watched it until it moved to the left of the frame. And there she was, where the fly had been, mixed in with young people who'd gotten off their shifts at the inn to check out what was happening. Everyone was straining to get an eyeful. Heather was 20 years younger, although either good DNA or the Spellman Farms products she'd used had kept her in remarkable shape since then. That was a problem. There was no real change in her appearance. She looked youthful, same hairstyle, same figure. Some would say it's a nice problem to have, but not Heather. She'd done everything she could to wipe the past from her life. Yet none of it mattered now. She was, as Marnie threatened, on that recording, and she was readily identifiable as she drank in the lurid commotion attending the discovery of this tragic young woman's corpse on what should have been a desolate stretch of nowhere beach.
She could hear viewers, friends, constituents, and most annoyingly, the rail-thin right-wing pundit who sucked in controversy like others breathe. Wait, rewind. Isn't that Heather Jared, the congresswoman? I mean, she's younger, but that's her. God, look at the look on her face. That is intense. Is she crying? What in the heck is she doing there with those slacker kids? She's teed up to be senator, isn't she? Her heart hammering, Heather drew the curtain on that horrific scene. She thought to call Greta and remind her of their promise. She was drunk by then and didn't have her old friend's number anyway. She found her way back upstairs and stretched out next to her snoring husband. She folded herself into the bedding and lay still, eyes open, scared that everything she'd ever wanted was caught in a mix of limbo and jeopardy, both tugging at her. She waited for the light to dim on her phone and closed her eyes. Heather knew she had to do something. Everything was within her grasp. She was the heir apparent to a Senate seat that would not likely shift again in her lifetime. Senators were lifers. They clung to their positions because they craved being at the seat of power. They never let go. This was her time. Yet it was another time, now 2 decades gone, that her mind returned to, as it so often did during her darkest nights, when even the possibility of sleep was too fantastic to imagine. Heather kept her eyes on the television in the break room at Whatcom Memorial. The local TV station, KVOS, was reporting on the arrest of Reed Sullivan for the murder of his wife. Sullivan had made several trips to Lummi Island in the weeks running up to the murder of his estranged wife. Callista Sullivan was employed on the island at Spellman Farms. B-roll images of the body recovery were next. The victim was found on the west side of the island by beachcombers a month ago. More background video, this time of the farm. Charging papers say that Marnie Spellman reported that she feared that Callista Sullivan was being stalked by her former husband. She told investigators that Callista had said her husband was very controlling and had visited the farm on at least 2 occasions and made threats. Heather looked up when Greta joined her. "Wow," Greta said, "this is seriously messed up." Heather nodded. "We can't say anything, Greta." Greta looked at her. "What do you mean? A man's been arrested for something he didn't do. He never stalked her at the farm. Marnie made that up." "We don't know that." Greta looked at Heather like she was crazy. "We do. We know he's innocent. We were there." Heather fidgeted with a styrofoam cup, pulling at its edges until pieces fell onto the table. "We didn't see anything," she said. "We don't know what really happened." Greta whispered as another nurse came into the break room. "We do know that he didn't do it, and we know what we did." After her shift, Heather went home to her apartment on Donovan Avenue in the Fairhaven Historic District south of Bellingham. She stayed planted in her car for an extra few minutes as another news broadcast reported Reed Sullivan was already at the Whatcom County Jail, pending arraignment the next day. She felt as though she was going to throw up. Callista's ex-husband was an innocent man, raising 2 little boys. This was so wrong. Everything was spinning out of control, and in her mind there was nothing she could do about it. Marnie had admonished the members of the Hive to toe the party line. Reed was a stalker. Callista was fearful. She told us. We don't know where she went. We can only guess. Heather turned off the ignition and went inside, hurrying to the toilet. Monday, August 26, 2019, Seattle, Washington. Heather Jared made a face when her communications officer informed her that there was a local reporter who'd been asking for an interview. "You know the locals," Stephanie said, with an exaggerated eye roll. Heather considered local media the worst. She could handle CNN or even Fox. They only skimmed the surface to fill gaps in programming with anything that resembled news. The locals were another thing altogether. Puff pieces were no longer their mainstay. They'd figured out that more persuasive journalism promoting a point of view was what earned viewers. Clicks, likes, comments. It was, Heather thought, harder and harder to just fudge your way through the questions. Being smart and non-committal had gone by the wayside. This one was even worse. A college student who was too green to embrace the rules of conventional media. She's called 7 times, texted, posted on Instagram a picture of a broken clock, tagging you. Okay, fine, Heather said. Young people are the future. Stephanie gave her a look, and for good reason. She'd just delivered a hackneyed soundbite to someone who knew better. Inspiring, Stephanie said. Would a sit-down tomorrow at 3 work for you? She already knew it would. She was the kind of assistant who knew when her boss needed a bowel movement. Fine, tomorrow, 15 minutes only. Sarah Baker wore a black blazer and dark-dyed jeans. She put her long, dark hair up with a chunky wooden clip. Around her neck she wore a pendant with a heart-shaped stone, amethyst. Heather remarked on it when she greeted the college reporter in her downtown campaign office. My birthstone, Sarah said. My aunt gave it to me when I went off to Western. She held it out to let the admirer have a closer look. It's beautiful, Heather said, fully aware that taking up this much time during the start of an interview with a hard stop in 15 minutes was a proven method to ensure staying on message. She offered juice, coffee, water, and made some small talk, again to fill the time. I'm doing a profile, Sarah said. Wonderful. What would you like to know? My position on climate change has rankled my Republican opponent. I know, Sarah said as she took a seat.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Sarah said, I'm curious about your work at Spellman Farms. Heather always knew this would come up sometime. She and Stephanie had planned for it, role-played how to answer. She knew that denial was a trap. Never deny, always deflect. She gave her canned response. Oh, that was such a small part of my time up there. My work as a nurse at the hospital was really more formative in terms of what I'm doing now. Healthcare has always been my passion. Sarah, however, was no pushover. Spellman Farms ties into that, doesn't it? Marnie Spellman's whole empire was built on helping women to have happier, fuller lives. It was a cosmetics company, Sarah, Heather said, her tone a little cooler. It wasn't founded on helping anyone be healthier. I don't know much about what Marnie Spellman believed. You were close. That's overstating things. I knew her, yes, not well. Sarah looked surprised. Really? I must have been given some bad intel. That happens. I don't know why Miss Spellman would lie to me, Sarah said. The clock said 2 more minutes. A career, Heather knew, could be ended in 10 seconds.
I don't either. Are you two still in touch? I mean, casually, like at the homelessness summit? We chatted briefly, yes. 1 minute. Did you talk about Callista Sullivan? Not at all, Heather said, feigning puzzlement. 10 seconds. Stephanie breezed in. Thank God. Your next appointment is here. Heather shot up and extended her hand. I wish we had more time, Sarah. Sarah tightened her lips. Her eyes flashed a blend of anger and annoyance. Me too, she said. I'll keep knocking on doors. Just like you, I'm a determined woman. Stephanie escorted the reporter out, and Heather slumped into her chair. Marnie was an invisible vapor, always present, undetected until it was too late. Heather hadn't lied to the student reporter, well, not in any substantive way, although she'd wanted to. She took a deep breath, so deep that she nearly coughed. She let the air out. It was possible that Sarah really didn't know anything at all, that she was just fishing. The election was weeks away. She wondered if Marnie could be so stupid as to send a mere girl to do her bidding. Heather pulled herself together and hoped it all would blow over before it destroyed what she knew was rightfully hers. Hope was, she knew, for voters and the foolish. Stephanie Hite fit her name. At least many in the Seattle office of Heather Jared for U.S. Senate thought so. Stephanie ran the campaign like a Navy ship, a trait that might have been owing to the fact that she'd been brought up near the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. As she wove her way past volunteers working the late evening phones to her windowless warren of an office, her phone rang. She looked down, picked up the pace, and answered as she shut the door behind her. It was her husband. "Why are you calling, Albert? Did you not understand what I said? Hey, I care about you. Are you really going back to that? That was a mistake. And by any measure, you're becoming a bigger problem with each call. I could give it to the press." "You wouldn't do that." "Why is that?" "Because there'd be nothing in it for you. Revenge." "For what? You dumped me, remember?" "You'd like to think that, Stephanie, but you're wrong. I left you because you were going to dump me the next morning. I saw your list of things to do." "That's silly. I will tell." "Why?" "Money." "That can't happen. We're in the middle of a campaign. You'll have to back off and leave it be until after the election." "I don't know. What if your girl loses?" "She won't. She's born for this. America needs her." So grandiose, Stephanie. Your tongue must be Kool-Aid green by now. Stephanie thought about what she might say or do to make her point. Nothing. At least there was nothing she could say. Words didn't have any impact on Albert Hite. He saw them as obstacles to dodge or bounce from his head like a soccer ball. To the gut, to where it hurts. "Don't do this," she said finally. "You will ruin everything." "I love you." Albert Hite had loved Stephanie at one point, yet as he saw his wife pulled ever deeper into the Heather Jared universe, it became plain that he had little hope of seeing that affection reciprocated from her side of the galaxy. Too cold there to support life. He went outside into the warm night and sat down, the phone, now silent, still in his hand. The stars were out, rare in Seattle, but there they were, dimly winking. Stephanie had receded from his life like a drifting satellite. He could pinpoint moments, although he could not perceive the velocity of their separation, just how it happened and what he'd be able to do about it. One pinpointed moment had been his discovery of the photograph. It was late when she'd come home and thrown her purse, a black Kate Spade, on the table by the front door. She was exhausted and looked like hell. "Glass of wine?" he asked. She shuffled past him and threw herself on the couch. "Thanks, honey," she mumbled. That's how they were before Heather. He was sweetheart or honey. Now he was just another aide to the aide, a nobody married to the communications officer for the next U.S. Senator from Washington State. Deal with it, he told himself. Revel in it. Other husbands surely did. They must. Then he wondered how many of the key female staffers in the Senate had husbands. Pretty all-consuming job, if the campaign was any indication. Being a senator's top aide probably made being a congresswoman's right hand seem like being VP of the PTA. Hell, did the women senators even have husbands? They must. He couldn't picture Elizabeth's husband, or Amy's or Kirsten's. Were they shunted off to the side to play golf? Or maybe just boarded in stables out in the Virginia countryside? "Can you get my purse, babe?" she asked, as he handed her a wine glass full of a nearly black Syrah. Albert returned to the foyer, picked up the purse by a single strap, and opened it on one side, sending the contents to the floor. Crap. As quickly as he could, Albert started to scoop the contents back inside. There was an envelope among the makeup, keys, and confetti of business cards. Later, when Albert thought of it, he couldn't come up with any legitimate reason why he did what he did. Mindless curiosity. Suspicion seemed dark, and wasn't a feeling he'd have until much, much later. He opened the envelope addressed to Heather, with a return address belonging to Sarah Baker, a name he didn't know. Inside was an old photograph, black and white and clear as could be. It was taken at night, and it showed two women lifting a heavy, unwieldy object into the back of a pickup truck with Spellman Farms painted on a side panel. Strange. He put on his reading glasses to get a better view. He recognized one of the women as Heather Jared. The other was unfamiliar. The object was a body. It appeared to be a woman's body. A thin arm dangled. He returned to the sofa and held out the photo. "What is it?" he asked. Stephanie had on her media face, a combination of a poker player and a person hard of hearing. "I don't know, Albert," she said. "That's Heather. And what is she doing?" Stephanie tucked the image into the envelope, then back into her purse. "Photoshop prank by some hater," she said. "We get fakes all the time." Liar. Later that night, Albert heard his wife talking in the bathroom. Odd, he thought, because the line of light that would show under the closed door was absent. Stephanie was taking her call in the dark. For the most part, he couldn't hear what she was saying, except for the repetition of his name, which came from his wife's lips with disdain and frustration. The next morning, while his wife was in the shower, Albert retrieved the photo from her purse. He carried it to the kitchen where the light was better and made a duplicate of it with his cell phone camera. Again, just as when he'd first opened the envelope, he was uncertain exactly why he made the copy. But this time, it definitely wasn't.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. An insurance policy? A chip to be played in the war that was soon to become their marriage, maybe? It was Wednesday night, a day after the interview with Sarah Baker. Heather looked at her calendar for the following day and liked what she saw. She had Stephanie fill each day down to the minute except for Thursdays and Sundays. Thursdays were mostly open for personal things. It was so much easier to get things done in weekday midday traffic, although there was often an evening obligation. Night events in the middle of the week were almost always local things in her district. She'd dress slightly down for such gatherings, attire that would signal she was one of them, whoever they were. Elks, Rotary, some skin disorder charity. She'd be asked to say a few words, but the emphasis was not on her campaign or how she wanted their vote. It was about them and how she was there to support them. Nothing is more important to me than, I'm thrilled to stand with you as we. Heather had become jaded and she knew it. She hoped that once she got to the Senate, she'd be able to reconnect with the person she used to be, that she'd no longer be the game player vying for a vote, but the woman with a passion for helping others. That sense of being a steward of people and their lives had brought her to nursing and to Spellman Farms. Almost impossibly, this Thursday was open, truly wide open. She told Stephanie that she was going to use the free time to rethink her position on the Seattle homeless crisis. The previous weekend summit had fired her up. "Something has to be done, Steph," she said. "I'm not sure we're facing the root of the problem." "You're sounding like a Republican," Stephanie said. "No," she insisted, with some heat, "not at all. I just want to make sure that my position is one that drives a genuine solution, one that will move the needle, not put more of them on Seattle streets." "Good line," Stephanie said. "Use it." Heather made a note of it. "I'll have my ringer off, so don't expect me to take a call. I'll answer by text if I have to. Understand?" The morning's drive to Whatcom County would take 2 hours. The return, given a later time in the day, probably 3. That meant Heather would have only an hour or two to get done what she needed to do. In Congress, she was known as a representative who didn't dolly and always found a way to cut to the meat of a problem. Her husband was asleep when she got up at 4:30 a.m. and hit the road. Her car was full of fuel, and she planned on making only one stop to get something that she considered a necessity. She ordered a tall black coffee from a Starbucks just off I-5. With classical music playing and caffeine pulsing through her tense body, she was ready. Any calls she'd make would be on a burner phone, standard issue in modern campaigns. No trace, no records, no pings from cell towers that would put someone in the wrong place at the wrong time. A burner phone was the best-kept secret in modern politics. It fit nicely in her clutch bag, too. Heather used the drive to weigh the evidence that might come back to haunt her. She let it spin through her mind while the music played and the speed of the traffic picked up north of Maryshill. She hadn't committed a crime, not exactly. Callista had died in childbirth. It was a tragedy, but it wasn't anyone's fault. She'd gone along with the disposal of the body because it made sense in all the chaos. She had regrets about it, but she could chalk all of that up to fear and emotion, things that she knew were the flip side of most good intentions. She could not, however, find any reason other than cowardice for having let Reed Sullivan stand trial. It was a snowball that had rolled into a mammoth avalanche, and she'd seen no way of stopping it. When Reed's DNA profile was recovered from under Callista's fingernails, she let herself believe that he was indeed somehow the killer, had somehow sneaked into the barn and killed her. She hadn't thought to ask anyone, because to ask was to call attention to what Marnie, ahead of her time as always, had posited as an alternate truth. How it was even possible to recover DNA from a body after it was in salt water for so long. It had taken too long for Reed's defense to push that issue and, finally, free him. No thanks to her. Now, all these years later, her poll numbers surging, she knew that she was on the path to victory. She was going to do great things for the people whose faces she saw in every crowd. The women and men who, like herself, came from humble circumstances and needed a boost to get to where they rightfully belong.
If anything came out about the time when she had been young and reckless, she'd be stripping her constituents of hope. It started to drizzle in Mount Vernon just before the freeway snaked over fallow tulip fields and crossed the sluggish Skagit River. She turned on the intermittent wipers. Each time the rubber blades scraped across the windshield of her Mercedes, she heard the words, "Watch it, watch it, watch it." It wasn't magical thinking. She heard the words. It was a warning. She abruptly changed lanes and exited toward Chuckanut Drive, taking a slower but extremely scenic route to Greta's house. For a woman who hated surprises and told her assistant to never, ever spring one on her, Heather Jared was about to deliver one of her own. An unexpected visit. Probably a very unwelcome one, too. The sun reflected splinters of light into the trees around Greta's glass cube. Heather hadn't been there before, but she'd heard that it wasn't far from Teddy Bear Cove. Greta, Trish, and Heather had decided to play Free Spirit one afternoon and make the trek down to the secluded cove's nude beach. A venue they had decided almost immediately was more for the younger college crowd and the obligatory dirty old men who also congregated there on sunny days. Greta had stayed with Marnie the longest of the original members of the Hive. Maybe that explained her compulsion to stay within sight of the island. Trish was the first to leave after Callista went missing, then Heather. For some reason, out of loyalty or some misguided feeling of being part of something important, Greta had remained for a few years. Heather couldn't have imagined doing so, but then Greta was always a bit of a mystery to her. The two of them were never as close as Heather had been with Trish and Callista. Greta was smart, with a logic above emotion approach to things. Some saw it as a facade that kept people from getting to really know her. It was true. She was adept at reflecting whatever another person wanted or needed. She was, Heather always thought, just like Marnie in that way. Heather turned from the bay and regarded the house, which was wildly beyond the means of a hospital administrator, the job Greta took after leaving nursing in the Hive. No doubt feeling the need to address the issue, the hospital was a public institution after all, Greta told the writer of a Seattle Times Sunday magazine piece on her place that an aunt had left her a sizable inheritance, which she'd poured into the house in tribute to her. Aunt Dora had a wonderful collection of glass figurines. I knew she'd have loved it. They never spoke about it, but Heather expected Trish and Dina shared her suspicions about the windfall that built the pricey home. It just made too much sense that the money had come from a collaboration with Marnie. Payoff, she thought, as she knocked on the door, was a better description than collaboration. Heather watched through the 12-foot-high glass front doors as Greta came into view. She was dressed for the day, looking as she always did. Cinnamon red hair cut in an angled bob, lightly freckled skin, and green eyes that always telegraphed alertness no matter the time of day or how much wine she drank. She wore a light pink top, casual tan slacks, and ballet flats. As she did when they were young, she wore only mascara. Greta returned Heather's wary smile as she opened the door.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. "Senator," she said. "What a surprise. Actually, for both of us," Heather said. "And I'm not a senator yet." Greta's smile dissolved. "You're here because of the girl?"
Heather gave her old friend a long, hard stare. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "And yes, I am." The house was immaculate, a chilly shell of a human's abode, devoid of any personal touches that might indicate a life lived. It was beautiful, nonetheless, Heather thought as she looked it over. The furnishings were mostly cream, as were the walls and the floor. A splash of color had been placed here and there in the form of artwork and throw pillows, so one could navigate the space without bumping into things. "Your home is stunning," Heather said, as Greta led her to the seating area in front of the windows that brought the outside into the space. "You're living like a queen." "Be a queen," Greta said with a sardonic smile. "Don't let Marnie hear you say that." This earned an eye roll. Not much chance these days. Greta went to get coffee while Heather looked out over the water. She returned with a tray bearing 2 white mugs, some honey, and a creamer. "The girl is a college student, Heather. She can't do any harm. You must get a zillion requests for interviews." "I do. And most of the media plays by my rules. I'm in politics, in the bluest of blue states. I'm on their team." "So they know about you and Marnie, right?" "That I knew her a long time ago, yes. And they know better than to ask about it. They know that Marnie Spellman's name carries with it a modicum of toxicity. I can't have that right now." Greta pressed her. "You managed to skirt the issue in previous elections. Why worry now? The U.S. Senate election isn't just any election. It's a high-stakes game, and I have worked very hard to do everything I can to win a seat." "You're beginning to sound like her." Heather gave her a knowing look. "Funny," she said. "I've always thought that about you." Her eyes swept the room. "How is it that you managed to get a place like this? You were a hospital administrator at a third-tier medical center. Let's not get nasty, Heather. You could always flash from nice to mean in 2 seconds. I thought things would be different now, so you can win people over to your position on various issues. We're getting off track here. You started it. Please, Greta, we need to talk." Greta drank some coffee. "Fine," she said, before starting to chuckle a little. "What's so funny? Us. We haven't seen each other in, 2 decades or so, and we're right back to where we always were, finding ways to fight over something." Heather wore a grim smile. "Usually Marnie's approval, back on the farm." Greta nodded. "Approval, acknowledgement. Gosh, we just wanted her to see that we were more than hangers-on, more than worker bees." This time they both laughed. The clouds that had hung low in the distance, obscuring Orcas Island, had moved almost to shore, a foreboding, misty curtain drawn across the bay. They sat still for a moment. Heather finally broke the silence. "In my world, the cover-up is always worse than the crime." "There was no crime, Heather. Callista died of natural causes, remember?" "Of course I do. But she shouldn't have been there in the first place. She should have gone to the hospital to have that baby. She didn't, though." "Right, because we told her that the ferry was out of service. You and I both know it wasn't. I didn't know it at the time." "Come on, Greta." "Well, honestly, I didn't. You know that Marnie lied, and we just went along with it. She wanted the stem cells from Callista's afterbirth because they would be fresh. Still warm, she said. "I don't remember it that way," Greta said. "Look, we both have a lot to lose. My future, your house and early retirement. I didn't do anything. I have no exposure here, Heather. I was there. I know what we did. If it gets out, I'll lose my Senate seat, and you'll probably be up to your neck in legal fees. I know you only have this place because you put the screws to Marnie. No hospital administrator lives like this." "Now wait." Greta clearly didn't like what she was hearing. "Why don't you just chill for a minute?" "Have I ever struck you as someone who might chill on request?" "No," Greta said. "I remember that." She smiled a tight smile and tapped her own temple. "And I also remember that little pulsing vein you have going there just now. The way it rises and falls, ticking like a clock when you get cranked up." It was all Heather could do not to test her claim, press a fingertip to this supposed vein. Greta's smile widened. "Take a breath, Heather. You need to stop and consider what I'm about to tell you." Heather had always hated listening to Greta's ideas. They always seemed flat, unimaginative. When they were part of the Hive, she'd sensed that Greta was only playing at enlightenment, that she didn't really have an authentic bone in her body, a fake and a wannabe. "Fine," she said, "I'll listen." Greta poured more coffee and spoke while taking in the view. A smart woman would take her time, think things through. Don't go barking like a rabid dog and threaten the girl. That won't work. That would only encourage Sarah Baker to do whatever she is threatening to do. I never said her name, Greta. I know her name. I've never talked to her, and I wouldn't. I understand that you have different concerns, that it would be bad PR for you to deny a college student an interview, just before the election, you know. Anyway, my security camera caught her car, a beat-up Fiesta, on video. I asked a friend in the police department to run the plate. That's going to a lot of trouble, the kind of trouble that invites more problems. Why did you do that? It was the sticker on her windshield. What kind of sticker? A pass for the Lummi Ferry. Heather set down her cup. She imagined her little vein was now a bigger one, throbbing. Interesting. That's what I thought, but ultimately harmless. You wouldn't say that. Heather got out the photo and showed it to Greta. She nearly fell backward. Where in the hell did that come from? The girl left it behind, like a cat leaving a dead rat. Greta took her eyes from the image. Where did she get it? I'm guessing from Marnie. That manipulative, difficult person. She sent us out to do her dirty work that night, and she took a photo of us. That's right, Greta. Now what are we going to do about it? Wednesday, September 25th, 2019, Mount Vernon, Washington. As Lindsay dug more into Marnie's world, a name that emerged from time to time was Cece Whitman. Lindsay followed digital breadcrumbs left by Cece in Marnie's online forums in the spring and early summer of 1997. The way Marnie's proponents viewed her, Cece was a bitter and dangerous internet troll at a time when the web was served by search engines AltaVista and Hotbot. Marnie was reviled by Cece. Then Cece was gone. With Spotify playing Hipster Pool Party, Lindsay sat at her desk in the police department and clicked on a long-since abandoned bulletin board called The Stinger, which she resurrected from archive.org. "If you're looking for salvation," Cece posted, "you might as well look for it on the shelves at Rite Aid." The post, short and to the point, brought a torrent of hateful messages from those who thought Cece was mocking Marnie. She clearly didn't know that the anti-Marnie forum was a magnet for the true believers. Someone named Honeygirl wrote, "This ugly, difficult person should drown herself in the Skagit River." Honeygirl, Lindsay thought, was ahead of her time. She'd be perfect for Twitter, election year or otherwise. She followed the nasty rhythm of the trail of posts to the bottom of the page. Cece pushing back, Honeygirl and a dozen others piling on. Then a link to an article that appeared in the Skagit Valley Herald. Lindsay clicked on it and read on. Cece Whitman had been living a quiet life in Mount Vernon, Washington, with her husband Mark, a tulip grower specializing in heirloom varieties originating in Turkey, not the Netherlands.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start.
Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. The article pointed out how Cece had posted a few times on a forum for those who saw Marnie Spellman's outside-inside message as a way of thinking that made some feel they were less than, not more, because of the way they looked. Spellman Farms products were no better and no worse than anything that could be found on the shelves of a local drugstore. Cece said she was frightened by some of the zealots who posted threats, then placed phone calls, and finally performed haunting drive-bys. When someone shattered their front window, Mark called the Mount Vernon police, and a patrol officer took down the information. A day later, a Skagit Valley Herald reporter named Justine Shaw did a brief story in its Crime Watch column. Lindsay found Justine, now living in Bow, Washington, and called her. Investigating a murder case with potential ties to Marnie Spellman. It's about time, Justine said right away. Can't talk on the phone. Justine Shaw, now in her 40s, wore her hair in a mass of Medusa curls and oversized RBG glasses that somehow stayed on her tiny knob of a nose. There was a tremulous quality to her words when she called Lindsay over to a booth in the back of the Plum Tree restaurant off I-5 in Mount Vernon. Lindsay thanked her for agreeing to meet. Sure, can't talk about Marnie Spellman over the phone. Lindsay regarded her skeptically. Seriously, Justine? It's been years. I don't want to end up like Cece Whitman and her husband. I don't follow. Your murder case, she said. You're working the Whitman case, right? No, Sarah Baker, a young college newspaper reporter. Justine looked down at her coffee, then put her hands on the table. Oh, God, she said softly, looking up. Are you sure? Before Lindsay could reply, Justine added, Don't tell me. I don't want to know. All right then, Justine, tell me about Cece. This conversation never happened, all right? Lindsay agreed. In a quiet voice punctuated by quick glances around the restaurant, Justine Shaw told Lindsay that the Stinger bulletin board and the smashed window had been the impetus for the feature article she'd planned to write for the Mount Vernon newspaper. She'd decided to put the focus on the personal connection Cece had with Marnie when growing up together on Lummi Island. She conducted the interview in Cece's kitchen. Thursday, July 3, 1997, Mount Vernon, Washington. Look, we were on an island, for goodness sake, Cece said with a half smile and a shrug. There was very little to do. In the summers, we hung out at the beach. We picked fruit in the abandoned orchard near our place. Mostly, we just talked. What did you talk about? Justine asked. Nothing much. We talked about whether we'd ever get off the island, that's for sure. Funny how it turned out that I was the one who left for the mainland, and, despite all of her money and fame, she stayed put. Did you have any idea that she'd become this phenomenon? Cece selected her words carefully. I did see her as someone who could spin a tale, sell something to people who might not even need it. I'd seen her convince people that she'd single-handedly developed a cultivar of an apple that was just a rogue tree in the old orchard. She was a very good storyteller, Justine said. Right, but there was always something behind her stories. There was always a little grain of truth to whatever she said, like the story of the swarm. All right, let's talk about that. Cece nodded. I remember when she came up with that. I was with her, not her brother. We scored some marijuana from someone and watched a swarm of bees in a tree above us. It didn't lift her up. It didn't do much of anything. Next thing I knew, she was telling everyone that she'd had this transformative experience and that her brother could verify it. I knew she was making it up. So you're sure she made it up? Cece poured some kibble into a bowl for her cat and looked back over at the visitor. "Well, like I say, I saw what I saw and didn't see what I didn't," she said. "Then I wondered if maybe there'd been another time when it was just her brother there, like she said. Because, listen, we were close, very. I didn't want to cause trouble with that." "So you don't really know for sure," the reporter said. "Although I admit it is fantastical, this idea of a moment in which she was imparted some kind of wisdom from God by way of an enormous swarm of bees." "I know Marnie," Cece said firmly. "She can be an extremely convincing storyteller. At the time, I saw only good in her ability to get people to believe her. I never saw it as coming from somewhere else. I don't follow." "I think you probably do," she said. "You just don't want to see it. If I were Marnie Spellman, you'd nod your head like a buoy in a bay. Would you mind spelling it out? I can't play a guessing game here." "Fair enough. Here's what I think. She either made it up, or it came from some source other than God. By the way, I prefer the male pronouns for God, just in case you were wondering." "Understood," Justine said. "But if it didn't come from God, then from whom?" "That's not for me to say." The next day she filed her story under the headline, "Childhood Friend Calls Spellman Dangerous Fraud." 2 days later, before the article was even published, someone set fire to the Whitman residence using a crude firebomb that consisted of a mason jar, accelerant, and wadded rags. Thankfully, the Whitmans were away. The only casualty was the family's cat, Felix. The paper ran a story the following day. "Arson suspected in house fire." Wednesday, September 25th, 2019. "They were pretty upset about the arson article," Justine said. "Concerned that the coverage would spark more violence against them, no pun intended. After that, they moved away. Lock, stock, and barrel. Didn't even tell the next-door neighbors, close friends of theirs." "To be safe?" Justine hesitated. "Yeah, I think so." "But your story never ran." "No, it didn't." "What happened?" Justine finished her coffee. "I don't know for sure, Detective. I have my suspicions, though. I asked my editor why my story never ran, and he hemmed and hawed before firing me for misusing the copy machine a week later. Someone told me eventually that the editor's wife was the one who killed the story. She was one of those Marnie followers." They sat in silence for a minute while the waitress filled their cups with more coffee. "The Whitmans," Lindsay said. "Did you ever get a bead on where they went?" "That's just it," Justine said, her eyes glistening a little. "I felt kind of responsible for everything that happened next." Lindsay let more silence fill the space between them. Justine was struggling. She took off her glasses and wiped away a tear. "This is really hard," she said, finally finding her voice and telling Lindsay that 2 years after leaving Mount Vernon in the middle of the night, the family's van crashed into a deep ravine near Clarkston, Washington, where they'd moved to start a new life. The vehicle landed amid sagebrush and tumbleweeds and was only spotted by chance when a hitchhiker noticed sunlight sparkling off the front bumper. The bodies of the Whitmans were found inside. "It was an accident," Lindsay said. "It wasn't your fault." "You think?" "Of course." Justine looked nervously around the restaurant. "Then you don't know those Spellman people," she said, dropping her voice. "I called the lieutenant in charge of the case, saying I was a reporter, which I wasn't anymore. Anyway, he told me that his techs said the brake line had been leaking. The vehicle was in rough shape, and it was impossible to tell if it had been tampered with." Justine got up, plunked down a couple of dollars, picked up her jacket, and started for the door. She turned with a word of advice. "Be careful, Detective," she said. "Those bee freaks are dangerous." And with that, she was gone. Lindsay sat there quietly before dialing the Asotin County Sheriff. She identified herself and asked for information on the Whitman crash. A woman took the message and promised she'd get a call back.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences.
Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole/Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Lindsay's phone rang on her drive back to Ferndale. The caller was a deputy with Asotin County. "I worked that crash in '99, Gene North said. Sent parts to the state crime lab. Nothing conclusive on the brakes. Seemed suspect to us, given what the reporter said. But nothing here. Found that book of Marnie Spellman's in the van. The Insatiable Heart? Yeah, that book. What a load of crap. Inscribed, too. Really? Yeah, I have it right here. Kept it as a souvenir or reminder. Hang on a sec." Lindsay heard the rustle of paper and the sliding of the same kind of bric-a-brac that cluttered areas around her own desk when she was knee-deep in a case. A minute later, the deputy picked up the phone and read, "Cece, it all started with you. Don't you ever forget it. Marnie, Thursday, August 29th, Chuckanut Drive, Washington." The two old friends, at odds over their shared past and frightened about what would happen if the world finally caught up with them, sat quietly for a minute after Greta finished her story about her encounter with Marnie just days before. She scooped up her cat and started the animal's motor as it purred in her lap. "Marnie was angry, Heather. At you, at me, at the world. Anger was always a motivator for her." Greta nodded. "She wants money. She came to me for money too. Said she made a big discovery," Heather said. Heather took a step back, once more looking over the home she knew had been built with Marnie's money. Greta was shrewd, likely a blackmailer. Heather didn't ask Greta whether she had blackmailed Marnie because she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. It would only need to be denied later, if any of this Marnie stuff resurfaced. Which it had better not. Ever. Same old, Heather said. She's desperate for a comeback. Probably enlisted Sarah Baker in doing a story meant to hurt us. You especially, Greta said. "All of us will go down," Heather corrected. "Right," Greta said. "She's running out of funds. Followers are tired of waiting and giving. She played a winning hand like a loser, and now she's shaking the trees in the orchard to see what she can get to fall. You never hold back, do you? Why should I? When you're right, you're right. You know that bumblebee brooch of hers?" Heather nodded. "It was exquisite. What about it, Greta? Remember how she said that it had 5 diamonds, one for each one of us, the members of the Hive?" "Yes," Heather said. "I remember." Greta held Heather's gaze. "While she was ranting at me, I just stared at it. Something was off. After she left, I realized that there were only 3 gemstones. I'm pretty sure it was a fake, a half-assed replica." Heather shook her head. She would never have parted with that. She said it was a gift from Princess Diana, a thank you. "Right," Greta said. "A story, like The Swarm, that I no longer believe." I'm not sure I know what to do with that. Tell me, do you still believe it? Some things, I guess, though I should know better. She's a fraud, Heather. Maybe you've been around politics so long now that you think when someone says something with conviction, it must be true. You should, more than anyone, see that conviction now means a lie. Heather stood to leave, but stopped and said, I expect you are in touch with some of our old friends. Greta didn't answer. Make sure everyone gets the message. I gave to your campaign. I know. That's another reason why I'm here. Don't do anything more for me. Let's bury the past and hope that Marnie doesn't force us into damage control. If she does, I'll drag you to hell with me. I know Marnie paid you off. No hospital administrator could afford this place. Greta didn't take the bait. Heather was right. There were no goodbyes to end the visit, just a soft closing of the front door. Wednesday, August 21, 2019, Linden, Washington. It wasn't a social call. It was the same as any of the times Marnie had appeared at Dinah's door over the years. Her eyes were bloodshot, and there was an unsteadiness to her gait that indicated she'd been drinking or was on drugs of some kind. I need money, Dinah. I don't have any more to give you. I doubt that very much, Marnie said. You know people. You can get cash with a phone call. I don't know anyone like that. You're a liar, Marnie said. You're an ungrateful liar. I think you should leave now. Get some sleep. See a doctor. You're a mess. That's funny, Marnie said, giving me advice, telling me what's best for me. Dinah wished she'd never answered the door. How is that even remotely funny? You know I care about you. Marnie's jaw tightened. Gosh, you are as facile a liar as the day I met you. Pretending, acting, in every situation, it's all you do. You aren't even a real person. Dinah started to shut the door. You can call another has-been right now and get me what I need to make the world a better place. Don't stand in my way. Finally, and gently, Dinah Marlowe closed the door. From the other side, she heard Marnie. You want me to tell what I know? You really want to push me there? Get me the money. What about you? Dinah asked through the door. Anything I have to say will take you down too. I know you better than you know yourself, Dinah. As long as you think you have people out there that love you, you'll keep your mouth shut. Wednesday, September 11, 2019, Olympia, Washington. Richard Jared felt the vacant space next to him and got up from bed to find his wife in her office on the main floor of their remodeled, not reimagined, house in Olympia, overlooking Black Lake. She looked up from his phone. Her eyes flashed. She'd found the picture. Heather, he asked, you okay? Don't even start, Richard. Just stop your game playing. You're the one playing with my phone. Stephanie told me Albert got drunk and sent it to you. Neither one of you can stand being bit players in a woman's life. You're wondering what the photo means, right? You're thinking to yourself that this violation of trust that you suspect me of will destroy me? I wasn't sure, he said. I didn't want it to. She shook her head in disbelief. You don't want me to win, do you? Don't be insane, Heather. It's all I want. Then why are you sneaking around, spying on me, digging into things that are none of your business, when the very act of doing so casts doubt on my candidacy? I wasn't digging around. Albert sent it to me, unsolicited. He's pissed off at Stephanie. You know that. He'd sink you to sink her. I love you. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she didn't recoil. She turned and met his eyes. 2 really months to go. Poof, if this gets out, I'm done. Sarah Baker was going to put it out there. Albert doesn't have the courage to do something like that. And I wouldn't. Stephanie told him about Sarah and the Marnie Spellman gosh. But don't you see, now that the girl is dead, it can't get out. I don't know. Things this late in the game upend everything. It didn't for the president, he said. She pushed the phone toward him. Please don't offer that as some form of encouragement. I went up there the night Sarah Baker was killed, he said. I was going to take care of it. "Oh, Richard, you are such an idiot. How could you?" She didn't tell him that she'd been in Whatcom County, too. "I was going to tell the girl to kill the story," he said. "She had to be stopped. I knew what she was going to write." "How could you? She told me everything. What are you talking about?" "Sarah sought me out the same day she came to interview you," he said.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole/Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. His eyes had flooded by then, and she could feel the tremor of fear coming through his body. "Richard, what did you do? I would have done anything to protect you. I would have. But she was gone. I was ready. I cut the power to the security cameras in the parking area. God help me. I knocked on the door. No answer. I waited a while in the car, feeling angry and stupid. I don't know exactly what I was going to do to her. Maybe just beg her, pay her off? I don't know. I watched as her car pulled into her parking spot. She wasn't driving. Some guy was. In fact, she wasn't even in the car. The guy went inside and came out with a laptop. Then he left on foot. "Stop," she said. "I can't know any more. I didn't do anything. Richard, take a Xanax and don't mention this to me again." He nodded. "I didn't touch her. I never even saw her." She pressed her lips against his and told him she'd be upstairs shortly. After he disappeared, she texted Stephanie Height on yet another burner phone. "Heather, we might have a problem." Stephanie responded right away. "What?" "Heather, we need to get Richard out of town. Just until voting. Albert, too. They're too stupid to keep their mouths shut." Stephanie, "God, why did we marry these guys?" Heather, "For votes, I guess." Heather went into the garage and took a hammer to her husband's phone. She wondered why he hadn't asked about the meaning of the photograph. He just accepted the narrative that came to him as an observer. He didn't ask how she could have done what she was doing. Maybe he wasn't so stupid after all. Or maybe he actually loved her. The next morning, Richard Jared and Albert Height were chauffeured to SeaTac for the long flight to Alaska. "Are you sure it's okay?" Richard asked Heather as she handed him a new phone. "Leaving like this? Right now? Once you get back to Washington, you'll start complaining again that there's no decent fishing for miles, and you'll be right. I don't have my gear." "They have everything there. Send pictures." Inside her Olympia home, Heather Jared knew she had to take immediate action. Even the slightest whiff of impropriety would ruin her run for the Senate.
The political landscape had been a Gettysburg of fallen candidates since the primary, and there was no way she would allow herself to be counted among the media casualties. She weighed her predicament. There were three choices: pray that it would pass, get out in front of it, or make sure no one said another word. Although she and her husband attended church, it was merely for show. Marnie had corrupted all of that. Heather didn't know if she believed in any God whatsoever, so praying was out. Wednesday, September 18, 2019, Chuckanut Drive, Washington. Greta considered phoning Marnie after Detective Jackman's visit. She could clear the air. She could remind her of all the things that bound them together, and how she'd lived up to every single promise she'd made, every very one of them. She went into her office and sat in the big leather coal chair that had been her first purchase when she knew she could buy really nice things. She gazed through the Douglas fir boughs that partially obscured the view of the slate-colored water from the window. A sailboat that had been caught in the rain and wind now enjoyed the choppy waters and a much gentler breeze. Beside her was the bookcase she had had custom built of reclaimed wood from a bowling alley in Ferndale. She didn't keep any books there, choosing rather to decorate the shelves with items from her past, her travels, even her career at the hospital. A silver and black frame with a photo of her and a group of nurses held a prominent spot. Seeing their faces was a reminder not of happier times, although there had been those, too, but of things that were essential to remember so that they'd never be repeated. The night before Callista went into labor, Greta had worked the morning shift at the hospital. She had grown to resent the job and preferred working at Spellman Farms, enjoying the company of Marnie and the other women who made up the Hive. She felt that she'd been cast as a bit of an outsider, always working, commuting to Lummi Island, and pulling extra shifts. She was closest to Trish, who also worked at the hospital. The two of them had lunch together when their shifts aligned. They talked about how a newcomer like Callista could worm her way into the inner circle with such astounding speed. Greta had picked at her salad, wishing she'd added more black olives and fewer sprouts. She shows up like all the others, and all of a sudden she's the golden girl? Trish. Tell me about it, Trish had said. Here we are doing all this, and Dina, Heather, Callista, and Marnie are hooping it up. Trish exaggerated. She always did. Greta doubted anyone was hooping it up. I do agree that Dina and Marnie are especially chummy, Greta finally said, exhaling. Chummy? Asked Trish. How do you mean? Greta deflected Trish's curiosity. She was an expert at that sort of thing. It was more of a volley, innocent words charged with innuendo. Never mind, just me and my big mouth and overactive imagination, like always. Casually yet deliberately, Greta had lobbed a bomb. It was a stealth attack, one to keep her closer to Marnie and keep Trish in ignorance, in a hole that Trish herself had helped dig. Later, after Callista's death, turning her back on Marnie when she had been the single most important person in her life wasn't easy for Greta. To be sure, however, the bond between the women had never been fully severed. Every day, when she woke up and looked at the fabulous house that was her home, she knew that it was payment for things she had done with Marnie Spellman. Greta was good with numbers, details. Both were weak points for Marnie. Marnie was a visionary, and that was her role. It fell to Greta to manage the business side, first as a quasi-helper, later as Spellman Farms' business manager. Sometimes the bonds of a relationship have nothing to do with friendship at all. Greta's glass house was a kind of metaphor for her life after Spellman Farms. It was always on the verge of being shattered by secrets from the past. Friday, September 20th, 2019, Bellingham, Washington. Whatcom Memorial sat at the base of a hill northeast of Bellingham. At one time, it was the largest hospital north of Seattle and drew patients from all over the county up to the border with Canada. The gray granite facade of the oldest section of connected buildings jutted upward just 4 stories, a stub compared to the new hospital built in the early 1980s. Greta Swenson roamed the parking lot, looking for an empty space. She hadn't been back in 5 years, when she'd returned for a ceremony honoring another staff member. The place hadn't changed. How she felt about it hadn't either. She could feel her pulse quicken a little as she found a place for her most conspicuous status symbol, a midnight blue Tesla. A dermatologist she knew parked his Mercedes convertible next to her, and she kept her head down while he checked his teeth in the rearview mirror. Finally, after 2 minutes of fussing, he got out and went through the double doors of the lobby. When Greta was satisfied no one would see her, she followed him, though at a deliberately slow pace. Returning to the place she'd worked after leaving Spellman Farms made her feel anxious, very uncomfortable. A kind of ticking feeling reverberated inside her chest, and she tried to will it away. She'd been known as a strong, nearly unflappable administrator when she worked there. She'd go toe-to-toe with anyone, staff, insurance companies, even patients. In some ways, it was a game, and she was very good at it. Carrying her laptop like it was a shield, she breezed past the front desk and waited by the drinking fountain while an employee swiped his badge to enter the staff corridor. She gave him a nod, while his eyes scanned her for her badge. She was beautiful. She smiled.
The combination of that and a smart wardrobe choice, a stylish suit and blouse, made her look as though she belonged there. "Do I know you?" he asked. "Consulting. Used to work here. You look familiar." She knew there was a risk in that. Someone whom she'd worked with, a visiting staffer, even someone who might have seen her photograph, might come across her when she needed to be alone. While the man's admiring eyes lingered on her, Greta shifted her gaze toward the hall and walked right in. "Have a nice day," she said over her shoulder. Greta had chosen Friday for her return to Whatcom Memorial because the vault downstairs was closed on Fridays. In fact, it was seldom used. The documents stored in the basement had been deemed important enough to retain, but not important enough to digitize when the hospital moved to a paperless system for records and billing. There was one hitch. The door had been equipped with a cipher lock. While it was possible, Greta highly doubted anyone had changed the number since it had been installed more than a decade ago. Down the back stairs, to the door, where she stood quietly, listening. Not a single sound other than the ticking she was sure was her heart. She pressed numbers for the lock securing the door, the factory-issued numbers that were supposed to have been temporary. 1, 2, 3, 4. She turned the handle, flipped on the lights, and studied the cavernous space. She released a sigh. Nothing had changed. She'd worried that records would have all been scanned by then, that what she needed had been committed to a data file somewhere and would be retrievable only by someone with a computer science degree. Maybe a hacker, but not her. She'd never learned those skills. Greta worked her way toward the back, skipping past racks and stacks of records marked with the year, one after another. It was as if she were going back in time, getting younger as she went and heading toward the girl she'd been back then. Young, impressionable, a follower. The spark of memories made her shake her head. She'd come so far since then. Greta Swenson had grown up on a farm in rural Nebraska, the second of 3 girls. She'd later tell people it was her middleness that made her chart an unexpected course in life. She hated the idea of marriage and children, both of which contributed to women being in that safe space between boringly quiet and colorfully obnoxious. She'd proudly worn her ERA button around a town that still saw women in the roles that defined them. When she told her parents that she was interested in a medical career, they pushed her into nursing. "I don't want to be a nurse," she insisted. "I intend to be a doctor." Intentions were always appreciated in the Swenson household. Reality, however, was what drove each decision. Greta graduated from the nursing school in Lincoln in 1978 and took a job in a hospital in Omaha. She was bitter toward her parents, estranged from her sisters, and simply marinated in negativity. It was as if she felt some deep hatred of her fate and was too weak to fight against the middleness that was consuming her. That changed when she saw a beautiful blonde woman on the shopping channel one Saturday afternoon.
It was true that she was selling lotion and honeybee balm, but ingrained in every word of her pitch was a mantra that truly resonated. You are special. You are worthy. You own your destiny. Be beautiful and brave. Greta was transfixed by the saleswoman and her message. To say her message appealed to her was an understatement. It set her vibrating like a tuning fork. Greta felt her words. She wrote down the woman's name and company on the back of an electric bill. She was fairly certain that the message she had heard on TV was directed specifically at her. Suddenly, she felt upbeat. She looked down at her note and smiled. Marnie Spellman, Spellman Farms. A week later, all the pieces were in place. Instead of calling them to let her parents know she was moving to Washington, she wrote them a letter. Mom, Dad, share this note with my sisters. Let them know that they were only bookends that held me in place when we were growing up. Ellie was the baby. Amy was the oldest. I was the girl in the middle. Remember her, the one who didn't smile as broadly as she should have whenever family photographs were shot in front of the fake tree you all loved so much. Greta found what she was looking for on the label of a gray banker's box. It was at eye level, in her face, written in clear cursive. It was handwriting that she immediately recognized herself. A. Arthur, Patient Records, 1967-1995. She set the box on the floor and opened it carefully, as though she were dismantling some kind of bomb. In a way, she was. What had been carefully hidden inside the box of file folders and old musty charts from a world in which every single word was noted by hand on a chart was waiting inside. She found the file. Sullivan, Callista W. Greta let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She no longer heard the ticking of her heart, the noise that followed her across the parking lot to the front desk, then down to the basement. She pulled Callista's file, put it in her laptop case, and returned the box to its place. She even adjusted it carefully so that the smear of dust that came off when she retrieved it was obscured. Good. This is right. I'm doing what needs to be done, because I am capable of doing anything. Anything. I am the power. I am me. She heard the door open and a voice call out. Anyone in here? It was a woman's voice, young, slightly tremulous. Greta was a deer. She was frozen. And while she allowed herself to breathe, it was shallow, soft. Hey, the voice called out. Greta crouched low. She stayed as still as she could, all the while wondering what she would say if the woman calling out made her way that far back into the stacks. Should she call out now? That might be better. It might indicate that she wasn't doing anything wrong. She could say she was hard of hearing or something to explain the delay. If that didn't work, what would she do? To hide the reason for her intrusion into a space that she should never have entered. The voice mumbled, even cursed. Gosh, why don't people turn off the lights? Next, the cavernous space went dark, black. Not a single speck of light, save for the red blinking of the fire sensors affixed to the ceiling that looked like one-ways to no place in particular. The door closed, and the cipher lock secured it. Greta waited a beat, turned on her cell phone, and cast a beam over the floor as she found her way to the door. In a strange way, the close encounter had lifted her spirits. It made her feel as she had felt all those years ago when she arrived on Lummi Island. Invincible was the word that Marnie Spellman had used at a reading at the bookstore when Greta first arrived from Nebraska and met her. Invincible was a good word. No one would see her. No one would stop her. She'd gotten what she came for. The file folder with Callista's name on it sat on the Tesla's passenger seat and seemed to speak to Greta as she drove. She could almost hear Callista's voice telling her about leaving her husband and her children and making her way north to Lummi Island and a new beginning. "Do you think what I'm doing is the right thing?" she'd asked once while they were working together in the barn. "You mean your personal sacrifice?" Greta had asked. "I guess that's what I mean. You are the only one who gets to decide what you do with your life, Callista. That includes the good and the bad. The sacrifices we all make are the price we pay for living this life as it is meant to be lived. Callista bobbed her head as though she understood. Greta knew her friend's sacrifice was deeper than just leaving a farm, parents, and sisters. She'd left her husband, her children. She'd abandoned them because she could no longer be just a mother and a wife. That, Greta was sure, was the greatest sacrifice.
The other women in the hive had only given up things and relationships that would fade with the life cycle anyway. "I miss my boys," Callista said finally. "I'm thinking that's probably normal," Greta said, looking up from a computer screen on the big pine table brought in to create a workspace in the barn. The sound of a printer filled the space as labels were created for product shipments that afternoon. Remember, they are bound to your husband. That can't be ignored by the law and the processes that govern the lives of women. Callista put her hand on her abdomen. "Marnie says this one will be mine," she said, "not Reed's. He doesn't even know." They exchanged smiles and returned their attention to filling boxes for shipping. Back in her glass house, Greta slammed the folder down on the kitchen table and dialed Trish Appleton. "Someone knows," Greta said. Trish kept her voice low. "I told you to stay clear of me. We all go down if one of us does. I'm already dead, remember?" Greta let out an exaggerated sigh. "I guess I forgot." "Leave me alone, Greta," Trish said. "We didn't do anything wrong." Greta kept pushing. "Not technically. People won't see it that way." "All right, fine," Trish said. "I'll listen. I got Callista's file from Whatcom." "Why would you do something stupid like that, Greta? Gosh, that would be a crime." "The detective, Lindsay Jackman, has been asking about her. She doesn't know anything. Trust me." "Maybe. I'm not sure. Someone does. In any case, aren't you curious about what I found in the file? Or rather, what I didn't find?" Okay. Tell me." Greta opened the folder and spread out its contents. "All that's here are the charts and copies of statements related to a rash she got from messing with some poison oak while hiking on Mount Baker." Silence on the other end of the line. "You need to do something. I can't do all of this on my own." "Are you threatening me? Don't think I won't." "What's behind all of this? You? Marnie? Give me a break, Greta. I'm not getting pulled into one of your games." With that, Trish hung up. Saturday, November 14th, 1997, Bellingham, Washington. Trish Appleton was the fourth person to join the Hive. She'd met Heather and Greta at Whatcom Memorial, where all three worked as nurses. Trish came to the profession by way of family tragedy. Her younger brother and sister had died of sudden infant death syndrome before they were 6 months old. In both instances, her mother had been the one to find the babies, who had turned blue, motionless in their beds. Trish was 7 when Kit, her sister, died, 9 when her brother, Will, passed. Their losses had been devastating. However, it was when she was 12, when her mother gave birth to her 4th baby, Jasmine, that Trish's life changed forever. It was the worst kind of dividing line. Trish had early dismissal from school that particular day, a date that her mom had forgotten to mark on the kitchen calendar. When she got home, the TV was on, but the house appeared to be empty. This was strange. She went to Jasmine's room, where she saw her mother holding a pillow to her sister's face. The scene was still, like a photograph, and then her mother's head swiveled to her in the doorway. Their eyes met. Trish flew across the room, thrust herself between them, and grabbed the baby from her. "What are you doing?" Her mom just stood there, blinking. "I don't know," she was crying. Trish held her breath, processing it all. "I know what you did, Mom." Her mother had the scared eyes of an animal in a leg trap. "Please," she muttered, "don't tell." Trish told her father what she'd seen, expecting him to do something to protect Jasmine.
He listened to every word, holding her by the shoulders and insisting that he'd make sure it never happened again. Instead, the next day, Trish was sent to stay with her grandparents in Issaquah. When she returned home, her mother said she was under a doctor's care. What happened would never, ever happen again. And it didn't. Trish never told anyone else what she'd seen in her baby sister's room. Secrets were best kept locked tight, no key. In nursing school, she learned there was a name for what her mother had done to Kit and Will and tried to do to Jasmine, who'd survived with brain damage from being deprived of oxygen. A few weeks after starting work at Whatcom, Heather and Greta invited Trish to come meet Marnie. They talked about her all the time, and Trish saw no way of wriggling out of the trip to Lummi Island. When they arrived one Saturday morning, Marnie was on the phone and gestured to them to sit in the living room while she finished her call. She was absolutely bursting with joy when she hung up. "It was the Home Shopping Channel. I'm going to be a regular now," she said. "The world is going to know my name. Ladies, we are about to change the order of things. Women deserve to be on top." Greta giggled at the accidental double entendre. "You must be Trish," Marnie said, greeting the newcomer. She put her hand out but lowered it as Trish extended hers. "Oh my," Marnie said, quietly, like a prayer. "You are such a petite marvel. I wish I had eyes like yours, beautiful and full of intelligence." She faced Heather and Greta, who sat rapt, ensconced on the big velvet sofa. "You two get some wine from the cellar. I'm going to show Trish my world." Trish looked at her friends, and nervousness washed over her. It wasn't that Marnie didn't strike a chord somewhere inside, because she did, no doubt about that. It was the chord itself. She felt the woman before her was somehow able to see into her soul. She wondered why she would make her living from beauty products when she could so easily see through to the soul of another human being. What did the mere covering of the soul, the flesh, matter? After a tour of the barn and the orchard, Marnie took Trish to the hillside that had changed her life. "This is where it happened," she said. "The swarm? You've read my book. Twice. I didn't want to show up and seem like an idiot." Marnie smiled and took Trish's hand. "You have a hurt deep inside, don't you?" Trish only nodded. "Everyone does. I guess so. Tell me, Trish. Tell me everything." Thursday, September 2nd, 1999, Lummi Island, Washington. Greta was looking for the shipping manifest for custom orders Marnie had promised to custom clients. It was September, and the marine air carried a chill off the water and into the barn. She covered the barn nearly inch by inch, searching for the familiar yellow clipboard. When she couldn't find it, she returned to the house. Marnie was napping after a long day on the phone. Callista was on the porch with her feet up. Where was it? Marnie had to be right, all the time. Greta knew her place, but even so, it rankled her to think that the stupid clipboard would give Marnie a chance to say something about her competence. She did it whenever she could. It passed through her mind as she went upstairs that Marnie herself had been the one to put the clipboard somewhere just so she could lord it over her. Marnie's door was open a crack, and Greta could hear Heather talking. It was odd that Heather was in there. Greta leaned a little closer, and through the narrow slit, she saw Heather lower a syringe and insert the needle into Marnie's upper thigh. Royal jelly and saline, Marnie's latest concoction. "When you do that," Marnie said, her eyes shut tight, "I can feel it happening." Greta, mouth agape, took a step backward and quietly went downstairs. Something was going on with Heather and Marnie. She'd wondered about that. They'd shared little private conversations that Heather always indicated were merely Marnie's way of working her. "You know Marnie, she has a need to be close to all of us in her own way. It probably has to do with her childhood." Everything has to do with people's childhoods around the farm. Maybe so. The conversation would switch, a change in topic always instigated by Heather. The afternoon she saw Heather and Marnie with the syringe, Greta went outside to sit with Callista. She brought 2 black teas with honey.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, example describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, example resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Blackberry honey. Your favorite. Callista smiled and took the cup. They didn't say anything for the longest time. Are you all right, Greta? I'm fine, just thinking. Can I help? Callista was like that. Of the Hive, she was the kindest. She had also given up the most to be there. Some of the others who came were there for reasons that Marnie thought were frivolous. A breakup with a boyfriend, a chance to be close to someone famous, a passing fancy. Not Callista. I'm fine, just a lot going on. Me too. I noticed you didn't drink wine last night, Greta said. Callista nodded. You don't miss much. It's early, I don't want others to know just yet. Are you happy about it? Callista kept her eyes on her tea. I am, but I'm scared too. I don't have much of a support system here in Washington. That's silly. You have all of us. Callista nodded and drank her tea. I know that's true, she said, patting the belly. Sometimes I think that I should just go back to Reed. This is his baby too. The two women sat on the porch, watching and thinking. One about what she'd seen, the other about what she planned to do. The silence between them carried with it a kind of comfort. The kind one feels when there is no need to talk. Just being there is sometimes enough. Listen, Callista finally said. Do you hear them? Greta followed Callista's gaze. She was looking across the pasture at the hives. The bees? Yes, they're coming home. Wednesday, September 22nd, 1999. Lummi Island, Washington. Marnie put her hands on Callista's abdomen while they sat outside with the rest of the hive on the expansive front porch, enjoying the vista of water and islands. Greta didn't keep the secret. Marnie had never had a baby of her own, but she reveled in the idea of giving life, of being a mother. The earth was her mother, she'd told people, yet she frequently spoke of a yearning she'd had for a child of her own. Callista, wouldn't it be something if you had the baby here, a child of Spellman Farms, if you will? A baby that would know total love from the first moment she or he took in a single breath of air? Callista seemed to like the idea, although she had a reservation. It would be wonderful, but we don't have any doctors on the island. Who needs a doctor when we have Greta, Heather, and Trish here? It's not the same, Callista said. Being a nurse, no offense ladies, is not the same as being a doctor. Trish shrugged and gazed at Marnie and Heather, then back to Callista. I guess you think a title usually reserved for men, is more important than nature's way. I didn't mean that at all. Now you're getting defensive. Just like you, Trish, always the one who knows the best way to do something. She cut herself off. And sometimes behind Marnie's back, too, Heather said, suddenly interested in the conversation. Callista replied, Heather, you can be such a difficult person sometimes. Whenever I suggest something that varies from Marnie's plan, you think I'm disloyal. I think I'm empowered. Marnie stood up. Enough of this. I just thought it was a nice idea. In the matriarchies of the past, women gathered without men to welcome a baby into the world, surrounded by nature. Callista shook her head. I'm not having my baby in the orchard or apiary, Marnie. Marnie waved this off. In the barn, we can make a birthing room. It will be safe, beautiful. It will tell the child that the world is a lovely place, not cold, not antiseptic. It's all up to you, of course. I'm practically a midwife, said Greta, who'd stayed out of the conversation until she could gauge the shifting sands. Callista looked up at Marnie, then the others. I don't know, I guess. All right, maybe just as a backup plan. Immediately, the rest of the group jumped up to join Marnie as they took turns hugging her. I know I've found my home, Callista said, tears brimming in her eyes, but not falling. I don't think I've ever been this happy in my life. This was all true. Not the whole truth, however. She was saying all the right words, telling them what they needed to hear. But as the day approached, Callista knew she would keep her mind fixated on the ferry schedule, just in case. The birthing room was painted pale yellow, as was the steel hospital bed that had been ferried over from the mainland. Marnie had the hired man paint the frame 3 times to get it just right. I want to see the color of the sun, but not on a bright day, a soft, clear morning, early, just after it rises. I don't know, Marnie. Greta thought Marnie could be completely ridiculous, and was the only one who seemed able to tell her so. Looks more like the color of a Meyer lemon at 2 in the afternoon. Marnie gave her a look. Don't mock me, Greta. Just calling it as I see it. Definitely Meyer lemon, and maybe closer to 2:30. 2:15, Marnie countered, this time with a smile. Both women chuckled, and the handyman was called in for another pass at achieving Marnie Spellman's very specific vision. One afternoon, not long before the big day, Dina came to help with the herb garden, and found herself working alongside Callista. They'd been harvesting calendula flowers for the restaurant that had called that morning for the frilly orange blossoms, an ingredient for a sorrel and calendula soup they'd be serving at that night's dinner service. Dina asked Callista how she felt about having a baby. As you know, I've done it before. Right, Dina said. That's kind of what I'm getting at. This time is different. You're on your own. Dina had a way of posing difficult questions with a sweetness that proved she was a better actress than she was given credit for. My boys are with their father. They love him. He's a good man. Just not what I'm needed in this life. Dina picked at her fingertips, stained orange from calendula petals. Right, she said. But isn't this baby his too? Right. I mean, no. Marnie tells me to see this as mine. All mine. I don't have to share parenting with a man in order to raise a child, right? That's absurd. Plenty of single women have elected to have children. Most of nature is set up that way. Dina had no children of her own, although one of her ex-husbands had a daughter that she had raised for 2 years. They were never close, Dina told everyone, except for when the girl wanted money or a free weekend at her stepmother's place in Palm Springs. Dina sold the house with its ridiculous statuary of Greek gods to just spite the girl. She bought another place, albeit one that was a lot less grand, in Palm Desert. She never told her ex or her stepdaughter about the replacement hideaway. It's not that you couldn't function on your own. I practically raised my stepdaughter, Trina, with 0 help from that bastard father of hers, so I know, Dina said. What I'm getting at is your baby has a father who'd probably want to be involved. Callista nodded. If he knew. That surprised Dina. He doesn't? No. If he did, I know he'd do whatever he could to stop me from leaving him. Is he violent? Dina asked. The opposite. He was always decent. Hated Marnie's influence over me, but I told him over and over that she wasn't influencing me at all. Her teachings were. It was a deeper connection to a place in this world that he just couldn't fathom. Dina put her hand on Callista's belly and squinted into the sun. What are you going to do? Finds out? He won't.
Just then Marnie joined the conversation. "Dina, I know that your Hollywood runs on gossip and innuendo. However, it doesn't rule the day here. Leave Callista alone. Let her have her own life. We are all connected here, and yes, we are individuals. We have our own private stories." Your Hollywood? Dina acted like she'd been slapped in the face. In a way, she had been. Callista looked over at Marnie and mouthed the words, "Thank you." Inside, she felt like a fraud, playing both sides, unsure whom to trust. Spellman Farms was a beautiful place, with beautiful people. Beautiful liars with ulterior motives. Callista realized she was one of them.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. It was at this instant that she decided she had no intention of having her baby on that farm. Sunday, March 5, 2000, Lummi Island, Washington. It was late in the afternoon when Callista's water broke. She'd been extracting royal jelly and mixing it with honey, a technique that Marnie had developed to preserve and extend the supply of the precious and miraculous food of a new queen. She was outside when it happened, standing in the garden. She'd had 2 children already, and she'd come to know her body better than ever before. The farm had done that. Marnie's counsel, too. The CDs that she'd listened to invited her, no, challenged her, to think about the purpose behind each word, each movement. "Are you all right? Need anything?" asked Heather, who'd been there for a few days and was staying with Marnie. "No, I'm fine. It's just that I think I should go to the hospital. I don't feel right about having the baby here. I'll catch the last boat." Callista changed her wet clothes and returned to work, checking her watch between contractions. Marnie and Greta found her in the barn. Trish showed up a few minutes later. "Heather says you've changed your mind?" Marnie asked. Callista indicated she had. "I'm sorry. I know you have gone to so much trouble here. Mother's instinct, I guess. I feel like the hospital is where I need to be. I better get going." Greta spoke. "It's about that. The ferry's out for the rest of the day. Mechanical issues again." Callista looked around, her eyes meeting Greta's. "We can do this, Callista. You know we can," Greta said. "Trish and Heather are here. I think we know a thing or two about helping a mom have a baby." "I was born in this barn myself," Marnie said. "Missed the ferry then, too. It was the only option." Later, Greta and Trish made final preparations in the barn, while Marnie and Heather gave Callista a royal jelly milkshake. The minutes peeled away, and Callista was in the bed, inhaling and exhaling as the contractions began to force the baby down the birth canal. As the baby came, so did a pool of blood. "Amniotic fluid mixes with blood," Greta said, catching Dina's concerned gaze. "It looks terrible, but not to worry. Here it comes, Callista. Push!" Callista let out a loud cry. "Here's your son," Greta said. "A boy?" Marnie asked, stunned by what she'd just heard. "A girl! I wanted a girl!" Callista screamed. The sound erupted from a different, deeper, more panicked place. They all stood stock still, staring at her. "Something doesn't feel right," she said. Dina's eyes were wide, scared.
The blood was still coming too. Greta handed the baby to Trish, who took him over to a table they'd covered with a white sheet. "I want to hold my baby," Callista said, woozily straining to see past her swollen abdomen. "Push again. Let's count. 1, 2, 3. The placenta was delivered. So was more blood. Marnie, visibly angry that it was a boy, took the placenta over to where Trish was working on the baby. "This isn't good," Trish said, her eyes shiny with tears. "Mom's hemorrhaging." She kept her voice low, loud enough for Marnie to hear, but no one else. "Greta knows what to do." "I doubt that. She's not a surgeon." "Callista will be fine." "Did you get everything you need?" Trish nodded as she studied the afterbirth and the bloody cord. "You take the baby over to Callista. I'll put the samples in the refrigerator." A moment later, Callista held her son. Her skin had gone pale, but the look in her eyes was the unmistakable gaze of a mother falling in love with her baby. "He's mine," Callista said, looking up at Marnie, Heather, Greta, Dina, and Trish. "I don't have to share him with Reed or with anyone, do I?" "No," Marnie said, "not ever. He's part of you, you alone." "I'm tired," she said, still unaware that the white sheet under her had turned red from the waist down, and the blood was seeping onto the floor. "Need to rest a little." "Good idea. Trish'll take your baby." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even ask what you'll call him. Have you decided?" "Scout," Callista said, her voice growing weak. "The most important role for a male in the hive." She only said what she knew they'd want to hear. All she wanted was to get her baby and leave. A scream came from the barn. It was Trish. She stood frozen next to the bloody hospital bed that held Callista. Despite the hour, almost instantly others in the hive arrived. Marnie, Heather, and Greta. Marnie pushed past Trish, who was bunched up near the bed. She was inconsolable, frantic. "I thought she was doing better," Trish said. "I only left her for 10 minutes." "What happened?" Marnie asked. Greta felt Callista's wrist, which hung limply from the side of the hospital bed. "No pulse," she said. "I tried chest compressions," Trish said. "You're a nurse, Trish," Heather said. "For all that's holy, why didn't you get us?" "I really thought she was getting better. I just acted. I went into life-saving mode." The women looked at each other, then at the lifeless body of one of the members of their tight-knit group. Heather spoke up. "We need to call the police," she said. "Police? No," Marnie said, putting her hand up as though she were a traffic cop. "We can't bring them into this, Heather." Trish knelt down next to the bed, still crying, though softly now. "What are you talking about, Marnie?" Greta asked. "How are we going to explain why she was here, why she had her baby here and not back on the mainland?" Greta, as always, followed Marnie's lead. "We'll tell them that the ferry was out and we couldn't." Marnie started pacing. Her fists were clenched as she walked from the bed to the TV set and then back again. "This will ruin me. It will. This is on me." Just then, Dina appeared in the doorway. "This is insanity, Marnie. I can't be dragged into something like this. I have a public who adores me and all I stand for." Marnie gave her an icy glare. "You're weak, Dina," she said. "Wear that word like a tattoo on your face." By then, Trish had gathered herself enough to say, "What are you two doing? It was an accident. We did the best we could. We all did. Except you, Marnie." "I don't know what you mean," Trish said. "You do," Trish said, pushing back. "You know perfectly well. You wanted her to have her baby here, didn't you?" "What are you implying?" asked Heather. Marnie and Heather, those two. They were always wired together in a way none of the others in the hive could quite articulate. When Heather was there, and later Dina, Marnie turned her attention away from the rest of them. When Trish and Heather left work at the hospital on Fridays and caught the ferry, they'd laugh and talk until they arrived at the farm. But then, when Marnie appeared on the front steps of the big house to welcome them, it was as if Trish vanished. Heather flashed the car to Marnie like a bolt of lightning drawn to the tallest, most magnificent tree. "The ferry didn't break down," Trish said. "Did it?" Neither Marnie nor Heather answered. Trish didn't need them to. She knew exactly what they'd done and why. "I'll tell the authorities what you did." You wouldn't. Marnie was utterly unconcerned. You'd be nothing if not for me. Trish was reeling again. What have we done? She asked, her voice rising with panic. Marnie put her hand out to her. It will be all right, I promise. She drew Trish in close, stroking her hair, telling her that all of this had a purpose, that God wanted her to be everything she wanted to be. Trish folded herself into Marnie's arms, into her care. Her panic subsided. Trish, Marnie said, you and Heather will do something for me tonight. It will be an act of love and respect, for me, for God, for Callista. It was 2 a.m. when Heather and Trish wedged Callista's body into the back of the farm truck. Heather covered the body with a brown tarp and fastened it with a bungee cord to the truck bed. This is wrong, Trish said. All of this. Wrong is a funny word, Heather said. Circumstances can make wrong right in a split second. This is one of those times, Trish.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough and introspective. The narrator. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone.
Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough and introspective. The narrator. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Erin or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Heather: don't you see that Marnie made all this happen? Heather shook her head, sweating from the heavy lifting and the worry that she couldn't completely hide. Honestly, I don't know. Trish's mother had been a liar. Trish knew the cool look of a skilled fabricator. She lied about the ferry, she said. She wanted Callista to be stuck here. She gave her that drink with God knows what in it. I've never said so before, but she's been poking her with needles like a pincushion in some grandma's sewing basket. Heather got in the driver's side of the truck. Really? So? Maybe she did. What has that got to do with what we need to do right now? We have to take care of this situation, or it will ruin our lives. It wouldn't have ruined our lives if we'd gone to the police, Heather. We didn't, so now we're dealing with it. Get in. With Trish in the passenger seat, Heather backed the truck into the turnaround by the barn and then started down the driveway. She barely put her foot on the gas and kept the headlights off. The moon was out, sending a beam of illumination between the high clouds, filling the roadway with light. Marnie should be doing this, Heather, not us. She's watching the baby. Do you think I'm happy about this? God, Trish, your constant doubts and questions aren't helping. I would have watched the baby, Trish said. I didn't sign up for this. Stealing from the hospital was a mistake, too. Heather kept her eyes on the blackened road as it unfurled along the shoreline. It isn't stealing if it is going to go into the trash. That's what you tell yourself. Always have it figured out, don't you? If it wasn't wrong, why did we go to such lengths to hide what we were doing? Changing the world from the outside in is worth a few transgressions, Trish. Boy, you are a true believer, aren't you? Can we not do this? We have to get rid of the body. Callista Sullivan, Heather. The body has a name. Jesus, Trish, Heather said, get it together. Stop this. We have a job that needs to get done, and in doing so, we are protecting the things that are the most valuable to us. My freedom is valuable. No one is going to find out. Right, people always think that. Later, neither of the women wanted to remember what they'd done. How heavy Callista's body felt as they carried her to the outgoing tide. How they crouched on the barnacle-encrusted rocks and set her down, wrapped in the tarp, a giant cocoon. Heather observed her friend, her sister, her accomplice. She considered Trish among the weakest members of the Hive. Weakness always worried her. We need to get this off of her, Heather said, indicating the tarp. Otherwise she won't sink. Trish was crying silently as they struggled to get the body out of the tarp and moving toward the current. With luck, it would drift north to Canada. They waded out a few yards and gave Callista one final push. We should say something, Heather. This isn't a memorial service. She was our friend. Push, Heather said. The word alone would have been enough. However, the intonation, the sense of urgency, induced Trish to shove as hard as she could. Callista's body floated on the surface of the inky water, the golden trail of moonlight heading back to shore. She's sinking, Heather. Good. She just needs to drift away from here. Let's get going. Marnie will wonder what took so long. She should have been the one to do this, not us. We need to get out of here without being seen by anyone. Who would be out and about at this ungodly hour? We're out here, Trish. People like us, that's who. When they got back to the farm, all the lights were off. Heather went up to the house, and Trish went into the barn. Every single trace of Callista's horrific delivery and death had been removed. Not a speck of blood anywhere. Even the bed was gone. She went to the refrigerator in the lab part of the barn. The cord blood was gone too. Everything except the baby, just gone. An agonizing 5 days after Trish and Heather dumped the body, Callista Sullivan's remains were found by the tourists who were exploring the most beautiful place in the world to find that sometimes things get ugly in paradise. Heather watched the officers bring the body bag up from the beach to a waiting ambulance, the only one on the island. Trish was there too. So was a KVOS news crew from Bellingham. No one said anything at first, but most of the onlookers assumed it was the woman in the photocopied handbill that had been posted around the island and at the ferry landing. It had a picture of Callista, cropped from one in which she stood next to Marnie and another woman who'd long since left the island. The missing poster included the phone numbers of both the tribal police and the sheriff's department. "I heard that the police questioned her husband," one bystander remarked. "Wow, didn't know she even had one." "Yeah, like some of those others from off-island, she came here to be with that Spellman nut job." "She's not a nut job. She's on to something with her bees, pollen and such. We're lucky that she's here. She's helping people." "Didn't help this one, if you ask me." "I didn't. Whatever. The husband's gonna have some explaining to do. I hope he fries." There was only one first bite of an apple, poisonous or otherwise. It felt out of the blue when Marnie Spellman finally returned Lindsay's messages and agreed to an interview. As the Whatcom chief pushed through the choppy waters from the mainland to Lummi Island, the detective sat in her car and planned the interview she was about to conduct with Marnie Spellman.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. If Marnie and Dina were in competition, it would be difficult to declare a winner until Lindsay noticed the Warhol silkscreen above the fireplace. Marnie was the winner. Lindsay, however, couldn't tell if it was Dina or Marnie that Warhol had immortalized. They looked so alike. "That was one of the last things Andy did," Marnie said. "People say he was a genius. His assistant took the Polaroid and someone else screened it. I'd say he was a genius at selling himself, not so much as art." She motioned for Lindsay to sit in an oyster-gray suede slipper chair across from a cream-colored velvet sectional. She offered some lavender tea cakes, but Lindsay declined. Alan would have taken them and then pronounced them the best he'd ever eaten. "Sure, I made them this morning."
Lindsay gave in. Okay, just one. Marnie smiled. That's what you say now. You'll want another, guaranteed. I found your book fascinating, Lindsay said, dropping crumbs onto her lap. Couldn't put it down. That's nice, Marnie said. People liked it. Should have been a New York Times bestseller. They didn't know where to put it, memoir or fiction. I've battled that kind of thing all my life. You were a trailblazer, Lindsay said. I am a trailblazer. Right, of course. Lindsay ate the tea cake and brushed away the crumbs from her lap. Delicious. I didn't steer you wrong, did I? Actually, Lindsay hated the tea cake. It was dry and tasted like her grandmother's lingerie drawer. Not so far, she said. It was time to shift the conversation, gently, respectfully. Let's talk about Sarah Baker, she said. I'm heartsick over that detective. She worked here as an intern, Lindsay said. I'd heard that. Why didn't you call and let us know? I didn't have anything to add. I see. Were you two close? Not especially. If I remember correctly, she was a hard worker, happy to be here, wanting to learn how to become her greatest self through the love of nature. She was a student of your teachings? Marnie smiled as though the question had never been asked of her. Most that come here are. They've listened to the old CDs and read my book. Those who come here to work are already more enlightened than their counterparts on the outside could ever be. That's quite an endorsement, Lindsay said, and quite a load of horse manure. Marnie's expression hardened as though Lindsay had spoken that last thought aloud. I don't mean to boast, detective. I don't mean to overstate either. I'm just wary of people like you coming with preconceived notions about me, my ideas, the people that I care about. Lindsay was sure her face was carnation pink by then. I'm sorry if I seemed flippant. I didn't mean it like that. Marnie looked her over, reading her posture, her face, even how she held her hands. Evidently, she passed muster. I feel you're sincere, she said, so I accept your apology. Her blue eyes continued scanning Lindsay's face, her body, even the air around her. It was like she was copying the image before her and measuring it against whatever she'd used to make a determination. Truth and trust are everything to me. Me too. Now back to Sarah, Marnie said, in a way that suggested she blamed Lindsay for wasting her time and getting off track. Right, Lindsay said. Her Aunt Mary Jo told me that it was her impression that Sarah and you were quite close. Marnie deflected the idea with a shrug. People make assumptions. We weren't close in the least. Now tell me, what exactly are you looking for? Answers, information, the truth. Fine. In case others have polluted your brain with a pack of lies, then I will be brutally blunt about Sarah and Callista. I never mentioned I was investigating Callista's murder. This is an island, Marnie said. We're powered by gossip. Lindsay gave her an uneasy smile. There's a connection, isn't there? Marnie adjusted the tray of tea cakes. How so? What connection, please? Well, Spellman Farms, for one. As I said, I barely knew Sarah. She wasn't here that long. A summer intern. But you found out something about her, didn't you? Lindsay was using a technique favored by some investigators, including Alan Sharp. She moved around the story in circles, not loose ones, more like a spiral that encircled the information tighter and tighter. Marnie looked surprised. What? That she was writing an article? What did I care about that? She was just one of many who came here with ulterior motives. I'm used to that. Some people arrive with an open heart. Some come to take. Were you worried Sarah would write something negative about you, your philosophy? I was certain she wouldn't. You said you weren't close. The already taut, smooth skin of Marnie's face had tightened even more. Her face was now a drum, hard and impenetrable. You've obviously never run a company. Everyone there resents you and envies you at the same time. It's how most things in business work. People are cold, detached. I knew she was getting something out of it. Right. Miss Spellman, what about the other members of the Hive? Marnie shook her head. I never liked the term. Hated it. The girls came up with it one night with too many bottles of blackberry wine. This aversion was odd, Lindsay thought, considering how often Marnie herself had employed the term in her writings and interviews. She decided to let it pass. Tell me the names of the members of the Hive. They weren't members. You make it sound like some group or a sorority with a secret handshake. It wasn't that at all. Just 6 women. That's right, 6 of you. You at the center, surrounded by the other 5. Callista, Dina, Heather, Greta. Who was the 5th? Trish? Marnie looked upward, as though she had to retrieve the name from a dormant memory. She left early on, she said, putting the fragmented thoughts together, or pretending to. Earlier than the others, I mean, she went on. Trish Appleton left and married a local around the time Callista vanished. I never saw her again. I don't believe any of the girls did. She shrugged. Any of the girls were free to go at any time. That was apparently Trish's time. Uh-huh. Lindsay checked her notes, or, not averse to a little theater herself, feigned doing so. And where might I find Trish Appleton? You say she married a local? A tribal cop, as I recall. I think they moved to Idaho or Iowa, one of those. Died in an accident, I heard. Where? I don't really know. Just something someone told me. They talked for another half hour, Marnie saying she had a hard break on the hour. A call from Hong Kong. Very important. Life-changing. Marnie said she was on good terms with the Hive, though they'd all gone their separate ways. She saw Dina and Greta only very occasionally. She ran into Heather at a conference not long ago. People grow, change, then they move on. Our sisterhood was strong when it needed to be. What do you mean by that? Lindsay asked. Not what you are probably thinking, detective. I know you're a cop, and that your personality is one to constantly look for something ugly no matter where you are. You can't help it. It's who you are. I'm sorry, I really need to take that call. Life-changing? Lindsay asked, stifling an inner eye roll. Not for me, Marnie said with unabashed conviction. For the rest of the world. Thursday, September 26, 2019. Ferndale, Washington. What had she missed? The office around her had emptied out, but Lindsay couldn't stop shuffling through her files. As she often did, she returned to the photo shed borrowed from Sarah's Aunt Mary Jo. She now recognized everyone pictured. Dina Marlowe, Heather Jared, Greta Swenson, Marnie Spellman, Callista Sullivan. Those were the 5 smiling at the photographer. Another woman appeared in the background, off to the far right. She was bent over some boxes, apparently affixing labels or addressing packages. Trish Appleton? She'd vanished. A phantom. No trace. No credit history. No social security. No records of any kind. To disappear like that would take connections and access to databases and documents.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Even dead, as Marnie had suggested, a person would leave a trace. Mary Jo answered on the first ring, said yes, sure, she'd look for an email from her. Lindsay scanned the photo, sent it her way, and redialed her number. "That's that same photo you borrowed," Mary Jo said in lieu of hello. "That's right." Lindsay directed her to the woman in the background. "Do you know who that is?" A little gut-shot sound came over the line. "Mary Jo?" She cleared her throat. "Yes, I know who that is. It's my sister Annette. The rest of them are those kooks that ruined her life with that crap Spellman was peddling. I blame her. I blame all of them for Annette's death.
They twisted her up and tied her into knots with their so-called manifested reality. Lindsay let Mary Jo spit out all that she'd kept inside. Finally, she asked, "I don't mean to pry, just how did your sister die?" "Suicide, supposedly," Mary Jo said, letting out a soft sigh. "Almost 20 years ago. Ran a hose into the exhaust pipe on her VW and let the engine run in a closed garage." Ran a hose into the exhaust pipe? Closed garage? Supposedly suicide? My sister was a lot of things, but she wasn't depressed. Upset? Yes. Angry? Often, and often enough with plenty good reason. Not depressed. That just wasn't her. She was on edge a little the last time we talked. More resolved about something than depressed. "Tell me about the last time you spoke. What did she tell you?" Mary Jo was quiet a long moment. "She said that something happened at Spellman Farms. Real upset. She told me that she was going to do something about it, that she felt like she had to, since no one else was going to." "No specifics?" "Nope. I asked her too, but she kept it to herself." "What exactly did she do out at Spellman Farms?" "They gave her all the gosh jobs," she said. "All the female empowerment stuff was only for a select few, hand-picked by Marnie. If you didn't have something that woman coveted or could exploit, you were stuck," she said. "You know, just being on the edge, never in the center." "I see. Something happened at Spellman Farms." What would Mary Jo's sister have been able to tell her? She'd never get the chance to ask her. But maybe she could double back to the Hive members and rattle their trees, see what fell free. What was Annette's last name? Ripken. Lindsay wrote it down, then cocked her head. The name struck a chord, but she couldn't place it right away. "You still there?" Lindsay started. "Oh, sorry, Mary Jo, thinking." The name Annette Ripken didn't ring a clear bell, but the name Karen Ripken certainly did. It went off like an alarm clock at 4 a.m. That was the name of the woman Reed had befriended down in California when he joined her support group for those whose family members were being sucked into the Marnie vortex. When Lindsay asked Mary Jo if she happened to know a Karen Ripken, she shot back with, "I certainly do." "Annette was Karen and Sarah's mother," Lindsay said. "Yeah, we went to court, and I adopted Sarah. Changed her last name to Baker." Lindsay sat at her desk, processing what Mary Jo had said. The connection between Sarah Baker and the members of the Hive had never really been about some story she was writing. That was only her way in to finding out more about her mother, Annette Ripken. Sarah had been rattling the cages of every member of the Hive in the weeks before she was murdered. Now that Annette had been identified, Lindsay returned her eyes to the photo. A seventh person was in the room. 5 members of the Hive, outsider worker bee, Annette Ripken, and, of course, the photographer. Lindsay looked closer. Her heart rate quickened. The photographer. She ran her fingers over the photograph and looked past the obvious, past the intended image. Squinting her eyes, her face nearly pressed to the paper, she could just barely make out the image of a figure holding the camera reflected in the mirrored surface of one of Marnie's in-store wall displays. Who is that? That had to be Trish Appleton. Lindsay punched in Ted McGraw's number and told him she was heading his way. "Sorry, Detective. I'm locking this place up in half an hour. Look, Ted, I need your help. It's important. I have a cookout to go to." "You're going to be late, Ted." Thursday, September 26th, 2019. Bellingham, Washington. Ted McGraw was waiting in the museum lobby with his shirt tail hanging out and a deeply irritated look on his face. He unlocked the door to let Lindsay inside. "I'll be stuck with a garden burger at the cookout." "Thank you for your service, Ted." "I'm sorry about that," was what she said aloud. "I'm going to need to use your scanner and your printer." He sighed. "Hold on." He appeared a moment later with his obligatory courtesy coffee. "You're a good man." "I'm a prince." Lindsay gave him the black and white print. "How big do you want to be able to print it?" "As big as you can without losing too much of the resolution." 5 minutes later he returned. "Hope this helps." She'd barely finished her coffee. Ted had the 4x6 photograph along with the probably 11x17 reproduction he'd made from it. He slid both across the table. "Holy gosh, Ted." "Like I said," he replied, "a prince." It was remarkable. It didn't pay to get too close to the enlargement. The pixels muddied things up, but held about a foot away. It snapped to incredibly detailed life. Only 5 of the women were there, Marnie and 4 of her hive, Dina, Heather, Greta, and Callista. Why only 5? Why not 6? Where was Trish Appleton? 6 was kind of a magical numeral, according to Marnie's book. The cells of a honeycomb were 6-sided. 6 was the number Marnie used in her product line, too. Elixir 6 was a top seller, as was Beautiful 6. From her reading of The Insatiable Heart, Lindsay recalled Marnie's adoration of the number 6 and how it applied to her world. A hive, she'd written, is made up of thousands of hexagons, 6 sides representing the power and strength of nature. She even aligned 6 categories for each side of the hexagon to amplify her message: mind, body, spirit, earth, water, sky. 6 was the number of members in the hive. In a group photo, one person is almost always absent. Lindsay thought back to her own childhood. Her mother, the family photographer, was missing from most shots. She was there, of course, present to capture the moment. Someone had to be. Lindsay moved the photo closer to examine the image. The reflection of the woman on the plexiglass display by the women was unmistakable. So was the camera, a Hasselblad. Here was the elusive Trish Appleton, the missing member of the hive. Lindsay's heart raced, and her eyes became wet with tears. Her body knew it before her mind caught up. It couldn't be. The woman in the reflection had been there all along. Lindsay had found Trish Appleton, and she was Patty Sharp. Sunday, April 3rd, 2000, Lummi Island, Washington. It wasn't long after Callista's death and the announcement of Reed Sullivan's pending trial that Trish stopped going to Lummi Island every weekend. She made up excuses that her job was taking more and more of her time, and she just couldn't fit it all in. Marnie sensed she was slipping away, but she didn't fight to keep her, as she had tried to hold on to others she'd felt were especially useful. On what would prove to be Trish's last visit there, Marnie found her in the lab, looking over the latest formulas. Trish looked up at her and just came out with it, as though she were helpless to hold it in. "You still believe in this, Marnie?" Marnie took a step closer. "I believe in being all that we can be, yes, if that's what you mean." "I'm getting married," Trish said. "I heard. When?" "Oh," Trish said, "we haven't set a firm date. But it's not going to be anything fancy, just the justice of the peace. My parents and his." "I see." Marnie stared at her friend. "I'll never have to worry about you, Trish." "No, never." "Good. That's what I need to know." Trish watched Marnie as her eyes swept the length of the barn.
The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important: ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly, increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Sometimes the hardest thing you ever did wasn't all that hard after all, Marnie said. Not when there was so much at stake, right? Marnie had a way of making a threat seem oblique, but not this time. Trish knew exactly what she meant. Then she hugged Marnie. In fact, she hugged her almost a little too tightly. A little tighter and she would have cut off her air supply. That, Trish thought at the time, would have been fine with her. Friday, September 20, 2019, Ferndale, Washington. Patty forced herself to finish the sad task of organizing Alan's things. She carried the boxes of her husband's old clothes that she'd already sorted to the garage and placed each atop the stack of things to be donated. His car was where he'd left it. She found herself behind the wheel, wondering, as she often did, what Alan's last thoughts had been as the exhaust filled the space around him. She'd loved him more than anything, and yet, at the same time, she now often found herself angry at him, his weakness. He'd acted strong at work, but inside and in their private times, Alan had been a very weak man. The steering wheel felt cool to the touch. Had it felt like that for him, too? Had he looked around the garage and, surveying the things stored there, considered how each item told a story? The cooler from the beach, the dirt bike they bought for Paul when he was 12, the barbecue supplies and croquet set that heralded the return of summer, her craft supplies that nested in 4 boxes above the freezer. A garage is not always a way station for things destined for the dump, but a living and breathing memory album of moments shared, and promises of more moments to come. Though not this garage. Here there were no more promises. It was all over. She got out of the car and stared for some time at Alan's workbench, sprinkled with cedar shavings from a project he'd never completed. Then, peeking out from beneath the far end of the workbench, there was that box. The box that held the clothes Sarah Baker had been wearing the night she was murdered, along with her laptop and phone. It had been there quietly waiting for her to do what needed to be done during the days after Alan's suicide and the memorial service. She pulled it out, set it on the bench, lifted the lid, and peered inside at the cache of women's clothes, blue jeans, an Old Navy top, a bra, panties, socks, and shoes, and electronics. After stepping into the kitchen for a box of matches, she carried everything out to the burn barrel behind the house. She tossed the clothing and electronics inside the open mouth of the barrel. She doused it all with briquette starter liquid, struck a match, and sent it into the barrel after the clothes. Whoosh! Patty stood back and watched, her eyes reflecting the flames as they began to lick the rim of the barrel. The bra, with its elastic construction, sending up a thin black column before quickly flaming out. The laptop and phone melted like a Dali. She wedged in some brittle deadfall from a fir tree, and the smoke resumed, this time the color of yard waste, white and yellow. Only yard waste was permitted by the county. The shoes were another matter. Rubber sends up a black plume. She considered burying them in the yard, but thought about the dog next door and his propensity for coming over and digging in the garden. That wouldn't do at all. Patty decided to go to the store, but took a circuitous route. Traffic was light to non-existent. She hurled one shoe into a ditch, the other a mile later into the forest that met the roadway. She took a deep breath and hoped that she'd learned a thing or two from her husband's years of being a homicide investigator. The ones that get caught are the ones that talk about it, he told her at the dinner table on more than one occasion. Holding her tongue was no problem for her, especially when the stakes were high. This wouldn't test her resolve in the least. Keeping quiet was something Patty Sharp excelled at. In fact, she had a positive genius for it. Thursday, September 26, 2019, Ferndale, Washington. Lindsay's eyes dripped tears as she drove home from the Whatcom Museum with Ted's amazing, horrible enlargement. She'd started the investigation after her partner's suicide, bereft and lonely. She'd been a shoulder of comfort for Patty. She'd texted her, checked on her and Paul. She'd sat next to Alan for years, never having any inkling that his wife had been part of something so bizarre as Marnie Spellman's world of bees and promises. When she turned on her street, she saw a familiar Mini Winnie parked in front of her house. Kate Spellman was sitting on the front steps. "Found your hide-a-key," Marnie's mother said as Lindsay approached, "but I resisted. Those fake rocks look, well, fake. How did you know I live here, Kate? I might be old, but I know my way around the internet. Probably surprises you that I was the one that helped set up Marnie's first website." It did, but Lindsay didn't remark on it. "What are you doing here?" "You seem agitated, Detective." "I am, but that doesn't answer my question." Kate held an envelope in her hand, and she studied it now as if it had just appeared there. Then she lifted her eyes to Lindsay's. "I have something to show you." Lindsay asked her inside. She'd never let anyone from a case come into her home, but it was late, and the woman was elderly. One shove and her bones might splinter. Once they were situated at Lindsay's kitchen table, Kate said, "I came back to Lummy from visiting my sister in Poulsbo a couple of days after Callista died." "You mean after she was murdered?" "Call it what you like." Kate sat still, fixing her eyes on Lindsay in the way people do when they are about to drop a bomb. "And Callista's baby," she said. "Her baby, too." Lindsay didn't say anything, but inside she was screaming at the top of her lungs. What baby? Annette Ripken had been out in the honey orchard for most of the day. She was hunched over a new hive that was being readied for a swarm that had been collected by amateur beekeepers on the mainland. Annette was crying. At first, Kate didn't think much of the emotional display. Over time, she'd seen several women break down over some kind of revelation they'd had about their lives before coming to Lummy to be with Marnie. Marnie encouraged women to dig deep into their pasts to determine why it was that they'd faltered in their careers, as moms, in relationships, as human beings. "If you don't believe in you," Marnie said repeatedly, "I can't believe in you." After this woman's tears didn't subside, Kate went to her. "Are you all right?" she asked. Annette looked up and shook her head. Her eyes were red, and the breeze coming up from the water dried some of her tears. Pale streaks overlaid her tan skin. "I'm fine," she said. "I know you're not, Annette." "Right, I'm not. It's just that I don't understand things around here." Kate took that as a reference to Marnie's obvious favoritism. Kate had seen plentiful evidence of that, and the emotional toll it took on some of the women who were excluded. She was no stranger to this herself, but she'd learned long ago not to dwell on it. This woman hadn't learned that yet. Maybe Kate could help her along that road. "I've seen how the others treat you," she said. "It isn't just that, Kate. I don't think I can be here any longer. Too much going on. Too much hurt, you know? You're worried about Callista?" "Uh-huh. We all are. She'll be found. She's probably having her baby right now." Annette didn't say anything for the longest time. Kate put her arms around her, and they watched the swallows dive-bomb the nets that formed a wispy patch of air above them. "You don't know what's going on here, do you?" Annette finally asked. "I'm not a member of my daughter's inner circle. That's pretty obvious, isn't it?" Annette looked up and stayed very still. When Kate turned to see what she was seeing, she found Dina coming toward them.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits,
e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. "Do you mind if I join you?" she asked, her big Hollywood smile out in force. "Beautiful afternoon, girls." "Just finishing up," Annette said. "Is the new queen here?" Dina shook her head. "Next boat." "Are we ready?" "I think so," Annette said, giving Kate's hand a quick squeeze before starting back toward the barn. "What was that all about?" Dina asked Kate. "She okay?" "Emotional. Same as always. I'm heading back inside. Coming?" "I'm going to enjoy the air for a while. We can talk later." Lindsay offered Kate something to drink, and Kate surprised her with a request for a whiskey. No ice, no water. Lindsay poured her a glass and one for herself. "I never liked Dina," Kate went on. "My daughter was enamored with her, thought that she was going to transform her business. She wanted to be Dina, if you ask me. Cut her hair the same way, started buying clothes in Dina's signature color. Honestly, I thought it was embarrassing. I think Marnie had something special, a gift. Really, I do. Especially in the beginning. She was also a narcissistic attention seeker. Frankly, probably a sociopath, like Dina. That's just what I think." "Tell me how you really feel about your daughter," Lindsay thought. Kate used the envelope she brought as a coaster on the kitchen table. Each time she sipped her whiskey, she darted her eyes to the envelope, then back to Lindsay. "What's in the envelope?" Lindsay asked. "I'm getting to it, Detective." Lindsay noticed Kate's nearly empty glass. "Another drink?" "Maybe one more," Kate said. "Can't fly on one wing. Maybe a little water this time, though. Hard enough to drive that very motorhome as it is." The next morning, Kate sought out Annette, who was on the front porch, drinking coffee alone. Marnie and Dina had taken the ferry to the mainland to do some shopping. Heather and Greta were at their jobs at the hospital. Trish was cleaning the floors of the barn with bleach diluted in a Home Depot bucket. Kate asked Annette if she wanted to walk on the beach. "Yes, I want to talk. You are the only one who's been really nice to me, Kate." They made their way to the trail entrance marked by twin cedars and walked down to the pebble beach toward an enormous driftwood log, etched with initials and promises of undying love. They sat on the far end where the log's roots fanned out like a sea anemone. "They killed Callista and her baby," Annette said. "That's not possible. I saw them. I know they did it." "They don't know I saw," Kate pushed back. "Callista's not dead. She's off having her baby. I think the girls are going to see her today. They wrapped up her body and took it somewhere. Baby, too." "Are you sure?" "I am. I know what I saw." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to tell. I'm scared, though. I don't know if I can. Maybe you should just take a deep breath. We can figure this out." They sat there for about an hour, long enough to feel the incoming tide lap at their feet. "Don't do anything, Kate." "What did you do with this information, Kate? What were you thinking?" Lindsay asked. "Honestly, I hope that's why you're here." "I am, and yes, what did I think? I thought that it was possible. I wasn't sure. When we got back, I asked Trish about it. She said Callista didn't have her baby there, that they wanted her to, of course. It just didn't work out. She thought that she might have gone back to her husband, who'd been around the island the previous week or so." "What happened with Annette?" "She was scared. The last time I saw her, a few days later, she told me she was leaving Lummy. And, Detective, she seemed scared. I told her that I was sure that Callista would turn up. And she did," Lindsay said. "Right. After they found her body and Reed Sullivan was arrested, Annette called me. She asked for an alternate mailing address. I gave her my sister's." "What did she want that for?" "She told me she had something to give me, but couldn't send it to a place where any members of the Hive could get to it." "Why was that? What did she say?"
She said they were watching her, and she was scared that they'd kill her. Honestly, I didn't take this seriously. I just couldn't. When she committed suicide, I just let myself off the hook. Told myself that my narcissistic, megalomaniac daughter wasn't any of the things I knew her to be. When she fired me from that shop in Blaine, I was relieved. Really, I was. Kate reached for the letter. "Read it," she said, handing it to Lindsay. "It's all here." Lindsay's adrenaline pumped with each word. "To whom it may concern. My name is Annette Ripkin. I have information about the Reed-Sullivan case. I know for an absolute fact he is innocent of killing his wife. I'm too afraid to come forward in person, but it is my duty to tell the truth when a man's future is at stake. I was working at Spellman Farms on Lummi Island the night Callista Sullivan was murdered. Yes, she was murdered. I wasn't in the inner circle, and I can't say that I know everything that happened in the so-called Hive, but I also have no reason to lie. Callista was 9 months pregnant and went into labor early in the day. She was keeping track of the timing between contractions and indicated that she'd be able to stay until midday and then head over to the mainland with one of the Hive. Those, the women, 5 of them, who were closest to our queen bee, Marnie. I was excluded from the circle. I wasn't much more than a drone. They treated me like a servant. Later, I heard Marnie tell one of the girls that the ferry from the island to the mainland had some kind of mechanical failure and was out of service. I worried about Callista and her baby, but none of the Hive was concerned. I mean, all of them but Dina Marlowe, the actress, were nurses. All of them, including Marnie. So I didn't think anything more about it, figuring they knew what they were doing. That's what I figured anyway, until I saw the neighbor next door come home to the farm that evening. I knew he worked in Ferndale and that he couldn't have arrived any other way but by ferry. I called the ferry office, and they told me that Marnie had been mistaken. I went to her and told her what I'd learned. I thought she would be glad to know. The contractions were closer together now, and I offered to take Callista to the hospital. She told me to mind my own business. She said that Callista preferred to have her baby there on the farm. I felt that I'd overstepped already, so I backed off. Marnie was like some kind of supreme authority to me and all the girls. She had great dreams for how she was going to bring out the inner light of all women in the world by her teachings and her creams and potions. Now it all seems so silly. At the time, it wasn't. I went about the rest of my evening processing honey for Beautiful Six and cleaning the beekeeper suits. Around 10, one of the girls told me that Callista had her baby and all was well. It was such a relief. I had to finish what I was doing before I had any free time to go see her. It was around 11:30, I think. It could have been later. I went into the barn, and when I say it was a barn, that's really understating what the building was like. It really was part research facility, part recording studio, and part graphic arts studio, where Marnie designed her own packaging. And now there was this birthing suite that Marnie had installed during Callista's pregnancy, even though Callista was pretty clear, I thought, that she intended to have the baby at the hospital in Bellingham. I heard some muffled cries in there, and God forgive me, but all of a sudden I was frozen by fear. Callista was crying. She was asking about her baby. She said that what Marnie was doing was wrong and that she wanted to leave. Right then. Marnie was angry, saying it over and over that it was supposed to be a girl, that Callista was a faithless liar. Callista called Marnie a fraud and said she was going to tell everyone what had been going on.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. e.g., describing Aaron or the new house to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. I inched my way a little closer, and I saw Marnie tell her to shut up, and then... This is the part that makes me so incredibly ashamed. Dina took a pillow and pushed it against Callista's face. I took a step, my feet were just going to take me in there so I could stop her. But then Marnie jumped on top of her to help, and I stopped where I was. I swear to God that I just couldn't believe my eyes. The baby was crying, and the whole barn was spinning. The next day, Marnie came to me in my room in the big house. She asked me how I was doing and said she was sorry about the mix-up about the ferry. She said mother and baby were fine, and in fact, she insisted that Callista had gone home to Bellingham to be with her husband. I pretended to accept that as a good thing, when I knew I was being fed lies. For the next few days, I acted as if nothing were wrong, all while the other members of the in-crowd looked at me suspiciously. Dina, Heather, Trish, Greta, and Marnie. I told them my youngest daughter was being abused by her father, and I needed to go back to California and put a stop to it. I doubt they believed me. I didn't care. I left the following week and never went back. Callista was a good person. In fact, we shared a bond. We'd both forsaken our previous lives, families, friends, to follow someone that I now think is the opposite of enlightenment and hope. Marnie Spellman is the devil. All of this is true. Sincerely, Annette Ripkin. Callista had been murdered by members of the Hive. They'd all played a part in covering up a terrible crime. They'd gone so far as to try to frame an innocent man to take the attention away from Marnie Spellman. They were a group of women bound together in silence. Lindsay thought back to the report on Annette's suicide. It was exactly the same as Alan's suicide. Carbon monoxide in a car parked in a closed garage. Sunday, September 8, 2019. Whatcom County, Washington. Sarah Baker drove Paul Sharp out to Maple Falls, a place they'd hiked for their first date. It would be quiet there, and Sarah wanted to explain everything without anyone hearing. The trailhead had been closed since Labor Day, since a hiker had been mauled by a cougar. Paul was fine with the silence between them on the ride, just so long as he was with her, heading out into the dark. It hadn't occurred to him that he had anything to look forward to beyond time alone with her, in her car, doing what they were accustomed to doing. She didn't stay in the car, though, when she parked in the otherwise empty lot. She got out, and so he did too. Right away, over the roof of the old Ford Fiesta, Sarah dropped the bomb she'd been carrying for weeks. And after she did, she no longer looked beautiful to him. She looked like a hateful monster, a messenger of a big, cruel lie. "Your mom and dad aren't your mom and dad," she said.
Although she spoke with utter conviction, Paul questioned her as though he hadn't heard a single word she said. "What are you talking about?" His mind was a whirl of confusion. Sarah could see that. Paul was thoughtful. He was kind. The look on his face now was neither. It was angry, bordering on unhinged, frightening. She took a step back, glad to have the car between them. He'd need some help taking this in, obviously. "I'm not saying they don't love you. I talked to your father, and I know for a fact they do, very much. Even so, you aren't theirs, and you deserve to know it. We all need to know the truth." Gosh, Sarah, they would have told me if I was adopted. That's right, they would have, if you had been adopted. He already seemed a little less disturbed, she thought. She'd push on, get him clear on it all so he could absorb it, get past it. "But you weren't adopted. What are you talking about?" "Look," she said, "I'm sorry. I've really gotten to like you. I hate being the one to tell you." "Gotten to like me? What is that supposed to mean? I thought you were into me." Sarah gave a little shrug and looked downward. It was easier to talk not making eye contact. "Maybe I was, maybe I am. And the fact of the matter is, boys come and go, but the story of a lifetime, and that's what this is, well, it happens only once in a lifetime. I'd like to say I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm not. What happened is what happened. It's all on Marnie Spellman, that crazy bee lady on Lummi Island. You've heard of her? I've been working out there, working for her, but really for myself, undercover. It's all on her, and you're not the only one affected by her and everything she's made happen. Not by a long shot. She ruined my life. She ruined yours. I intend to fix things, to fix her. The truth will do that." "You're lying about my parents? I don't give a really what you think you know. I saw the emails with my own eyes. Her and that actress Dina Marlowe. They know what happened to your real mother." She looked up at him again then, and felt a jolt of disorientation, even alarm, when she couldn't find him right away. Then she did. He was at the back of the car. He'd begun pacing apparently, because now he spun around and began retracing his steps. She could see how that might help. Pacing, it was a thing people did. But then, seeing her watching him, he froze at the back corner of the car. There was something wrong with his face. It was his eyes. They were wide and blank. And his mouth, it was opening and closing a little bit, on its own, like the mouth of a fish in a fishbowl. But then he was talking. "Real mother? Is this some kind of a game?" he asked. "If it is, if you're lying, you are a freaking piece of trash, Sarah." It was like he'd slapped her. He'd not only never raised his voice at her, she'd never even heard him curse, period. "Hey," she said, "I'm just doing my job." Paul's face was puffed up and red, even in the dark. "Job?" he repeated, the word dripping with sarcasm. "It's a tiny campus newspaper we're talking about, not the freaking New York Times." Now he was pissing her off, royally. "That's how people start out, Paul, one step at a time," she said. "One more, then another, then you're there." He was grinning at her, a really ugly, hateful grin. He looked like he was going to laugh at her, and she did not want to hear that. She'd spin them back on track. Your parents probably knew that they'd eventually be found out. The grin was gone. Paul stood mute, trying to process what Sarah was saying. "What? You make it sound like they, what, stole me? Like gypsies or something? Are you insane or just stupid?" "Neither," she said. "Just a reporter at a campus newspaper who went around and asked questions to people like your dad, the cop. By the way, he was very helpful, and dug into things until she got to the truth. And the truth is, yes, your parents aren't your parents. Your real mom died, Paul." This was so horrible to say that it stopped her. But it was true. It was part of the truth he needed to hear. And frankly, she was still really angry at him, so she went on. "Your real mom died. She was killed, Paul. I'm sorry, but she was. By Marnie freaking Spellman and this other woman. And your parents, your Parents who aren't your parents. They didn't steal you, but they did take you. Your mom did. She was there, just like my mom. But again, neither of them killed your real mom. You're crazy, he said. Listen to yourself.
The narrator voice must replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. He was talking so quietly she could barely hear him, so it was okay that he'd come around to her side of the car. They were going to talk about this, in regular tones, reasonably, kindly. Maybe they didn't really love each other, but they did care about each other. They were something to each other, whatever that was. You keep talking about the truth as if it's a religion or something, like you're born again. Well, no, she said, but it's the truth. Okay, and to get it, you had to talk to my dad about it. I did, yeah. And so to get to him, to get your once-in-a-lifetime story that's going to get you out of your little paper, you had to use me? No, she said, stepping back a little. He'd come up close to her, was almost whispering now. It wasn't that. I like you, Paul. I do. I like you beyond this story and whatever it might do for me. Well, I'll tell you what it'll do for me. For my family, real or not, it will ruin us. You used me to get to my dad. You really set me up so that you could do whatever it was you wanted to do. That's not true. You are such a deluded liar. Anger shot up in her. There was nowhere else for it to go but into his face. Yeah, well, you are not even Paul. You don't even have a name. That's when he grabbed her by the neck, tightly, way, way too tightly. Then he released her. He must have realized what he'd been doing. He was going to plead with her to forgive him, but no, he pushed her away toward the car, spun her around, and seized her neck again, even more tightly than before. He pressed her face down onto the hood, still warm from their drive. Both of them were aware of that, surprised by it in some dim, dumbly recording part of their brain, show little time had passed since Sarah had turned off the ignition. Then Paul's brain turned to more practical matters. He released his hold on her throat again, but only long enough to clamp his forearms on the front and back of her neck and pin her down again on the hood with all his weight. He didn't want to leave any marks on his body. He was the son of a detective. He'd leave nothing to chance.
Tears came to his eyes. He wondered how many more seconds he'd have to endure while he waited for her to go limp, to die, to be murdered. It took too long, but she finally went still. Paul needed to get her out from under the open sky over the parking lot. She was small enough to be carried slung over his shoulder. The trail was dark, so dark that the dim light of his cell phone would do very little to help him avoid the occasional tangle of roots and blackberry vines that crept into his way. He kept walking. His heartbeat was so loud that he was sure it could be heard by the nocturnal animals whose yellow eyes had observed what he'd done. Maybe the cougar. Paul knew it could be explained away to manslaughter. Yet what about her? Sarah would get to be a murdered journalist, possibly a martyr. She'd be a media star. He would serve 8 years, minimum, maybe more if the judge wanted to make an example out of a cop's son. It was, he was certain, a very real possibility. 10 years, maybe 15. He knew he could manage doing the time, but his parents? What about them? Despite what they'd done, they didn't deserve this. His mom would wither away waiting for him. His dad would start drinking again, letting himself fall deeper into the abyss. The right thing, according to the law, was to stop, turn around, and tell the police what had happened. Instead, as he reached the Maple Falls overlook, he peered down into the blackness below, then gingerly set Sarah's body on a bed of ferns and peeled off his sweaty shirt. He spread his shirt on the ground beside the ferns and set about removing every article of clothing from her body and placing each carefully on his open shirt. He found her cell phone and quickly turned it off. Cell tower ping. Gosh, he was crying by the time he finished and lifted Sarah's still warm, naked body from the ferns and held it before him. He couldn't, and probably shouldn't, hold her to him. He was grateful in a way for the tears, as they had formed a veil that kept him from clearly making out her features before he turned her around, and held her over the edge. "I'm sorry," he said. Then he launched her into the dark with all of his strength, and her shining, pale form plummeted out of sight. After a terrible blank moment, he could hear the awful dull sounds of bodies striking rock, and then, finally, a splash. There was no point in trying to see how she landed. Below him was a huge dark hole with a silver strand of rushing water coming from above and showering the exposed rocks. And Sarah Baker. He gathered up her clothes and phone and went back to the car. It had been much easier to kill than he'd imagined when his father talked shop and police procedures. He also knew how hard it was not to get caught. He'd been careful to ensure that she didn't scratch him and collect DNA under her nails. But even if she had done so, he'd be able to explain that they'd shared a passionate moment that morning. He stood still, catching his breath, thinking of a way out of what he'd done, what he'd never meant to do. Things just got out of hand, he'd say later, if he had to. At least, for my tastes, Sarah was more adventurous that way. No, keep himself out of it entirely. He'd say she was a party girl. He'd say that she got high a lot, that she'd been with several of the guys in the journalism program, that she probably went off with a Tinder pickup. She was up for anything, anyone, he'd say. Monday, September 9th, 2019, 1:30 a.m., Ferndale, Washington. Alan Sharp was a big man, but just then he managed to make himself look very small as he and Paul stood in the garage by the workbench. He had been working on a cedar carving of a sculpin, a hobby that occupied his thinking time when on a case, but now he had his arms around his son, who was crying as he told him about what he'd done to Sarah. "Finish up, son. I need to know everything." Paul gulped some air. "I drove back to Sarah's place, wiped the steering wheel, the door handles, anything I touched that night. Then I realized I didn't need to worry about my prints all that much because I had been in that car a lot. I'd driven it before. I was her boyfriend, and she generally did the driving. Her car was more dependable, you know, my very fuel pump, and hers got better mileage. And she liked to drive." "Okay," Alan said, though he seemed calm, his brow glistened. Then what? Did you walk home? Yes. She had picked me up, so I went inside her apartment, grabbed her laptop, and then I came home. Had you and Sarah shared a passionate moment that night? No. I mean, yes, earlier that day they had been close, but we both showered. Where are her clothes? You said you took all of her clothes? Yes, I did. I didn't want to leave anything behind, hair or fibers. Plus, I was thinking that it would look more like a crime of a certain nature if she were to be found naked. The clothes are in a box in my trunk. Her phone? Turned it off. It's in the trunk too, with her laptop. All right, Paul. All right. You know what's next, right? I guess so. You cannot guess anymore. You have to own what I'm about to tell you, son. Paul stood motionless and let his eyes and ears consume everything his father said. Never, never talk to anyone about this, not a single word. Not to your mother or another friend or girlfriend you might have later in life. Not 5 years from now, not 30 years from now. Do you understand?
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range, hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important, ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. I couldn't let the world know Paul was a mess, beside himself. Dad, she said some crazy things. Is it all true? I won't talk about it now, Alan said. I couldn't talk to her about it, and now I see that I'm unable to tell you what I know. I figured the day would come. And now, all of this. Now the world has opened up to swallow all of us, me, your mom, you. Paul pulled back and looked at his father. His eyes were red. What are you talking about? I won't let any more of this craziness happen, Paul. You need to tell me. You're in shock, Paul. It was an understatement, and both father and son knew it. I killed my girlfriend, Dad. I killed her to make her shut up about whatever she was doing. Don't you think that I deserve to know all of the truth? You do, Alan said, but sometimes not knowing is a gift, Paul. Not knowing doesn't cause you to wake up in the middle of the night wishing you had done things differently. Not knowing would have kept me off the meds. Dad, talk to me. Awkward silence floated between them for what seemed like a very long time. Please, I need to fix things, Alan said. We both do. You're going back to your place and you're going to get some sleep. I'll fill you in on everything tomorrow. Just go about your day, son. Be yourself. Paul stayed silent. Remember, never, ever speak of what happened with the girl. The line was familiar, though never before a command. Right,
Paul said. "It's what trips up a killer every time." It was one of Alan's dinner-time talking points. Now his son was going to put it to good use. Patty was already in bed, and the house was so quiet Alan could hear the hum of the mini refrigerator in his office from the hallway. He'd never heard it before. He entered the office and looked around the room, at the photos of his life in law enforcement, awards. A plaster of Paris handprint made by Paul when he was 5 hung on the wall by a jute cord. Sweat streaked his forehead, and he took a Pabst Blue Ribbon from the fridge and rubbed the cold can against his face. He slowly popped the top and drank. A handwritten note was always best, he knew. There would be less quibbling over who had written it. He once had a case, a presumed suicide, that was upended by the fact that the laser-printed confession was indistinguishable from 7 other printers associated with the case. Always write a note by hand, and always be somewhat vague in your missive to the world after death. Specifics invited more questions. Details were scrutinized and questioned. He used the silver pen that had belonged to his grandfather to write on the sheet of Ferndale Police Department letterhead. Brevity was important too. "I'm very sorry for what I did. Please forgive me. Alan." He wrote out a second note. "Your biological parents are Reed and Callista Sullivan. Callista died in childbirth at Spellman Farms, and your mom and I brought you home. We thought it was the best thing for you. Mom and I love you like our own, and now that we're gone, we hope you will forgive us. Mr. Sullivan still lives in town. He did not know his wife was pregnant. Dad." There was more to say, of course, but none of it would change Sarah's fate or undo what had done to Reed. He thought about the night it all happened, and how none of it was planned. He could still feel Patty's anguish when she told him that Callista had died and that her baby needed a home with them as parents. "This was meant to be, Alan," she'd said. "This is wrong," he'd protested. "The boy should be with his father. He doesn't know." There isn't any wrong here. Those words reverberated in his head just as he finished the second note. She might have been right in that moment. There was no wrong, only need and desire. The wrong came over him like a thundering avalanche in the days that followed. Lies, a cover-up, tampering with evidence. Though none of it was his idea, he knew it was all on him. He folded both letters, slid them into envelopes, and sealed them. He wrote Patty's name on the first one, Paul's on the second. He looked around his office one more time before dimming the light. His son's note was delivered first. He put it in the bottom of the tackle box that Paul kept at the ready for when he came by for a visit from college. It would likely sit there until springtime, but that was fine. A little distance from Sarah's murder and Alan's own death would likely serve him better. Next, he made his way into the bedroom, setting Patty's letter on his nightstand where she'd be sure to see it. It would not surprise her. She'd often maintained that he was the weaker of the two of them, and that his resolve could be penetrated with the right question. Alan had lied, but he was not a liar. "What happened?" she asked, her face turned to the wall. "I thought I heard Paul." Alan told her what happened at Maple Falls. She took in everything, crying softly, as she flashed back to scenes from Spellman Farms, moments in time she'd built a high wall around. It was tumbling down now. Alan tried to soothe her. "It's all right, Patty. It will be all right." "I don't know that anymore, Alan. Really, I don't." She remained facing the wall. She didn't want to look at him right then. "It's all unraveling," she said. Alan let out a soft breath. "Yeah, I think so. This girl was going to ruin us if her story got out about what we did." "We didn't do anything wrong," she said. "You didn't," he said. "Not morally, anyway." "How could Paul have killed her, Alan?" He snapped. "It happens. It will all lead back to Callista, won't it?" "No," he said. "There is no reason any of Marnie's so-called Hive would talk. They are up to their necks in the cover-up, Patty, though God knows why. Callista's death was an accident." Patty thought carefully before speaking. "It wasn't, Alan. She was murdered. You never said that before." "Because I didn't want to imagine that I had a role in it, but I did. I could have stopped her. Marnie gave Callista a drink that morning, a concoction of herbs and honey that she said would settle her stomach and ease the contractions she'd been feeling over the past few days. It was black cohosh. I remember her telling me about it. Native women used it for all kinds of medical reasons, including the induction of labor. She dug up a plant from the garden by the back door to the kitchen and pulverized its roots in a blender, with some other things. Pollen, honey, I know for sure. Alan stayed still while he processed what Patty had said. She'd lied to him for 20 years. Callista had been doomed from the start. Marnie, the Hive, all of them knew it. Somewhere in their twisted beliefs about empowerment, they'd played God. His life was falling apart. His future, gone. He needed to be gone too. He could visualize the house now, empty. A for sale sign stuck in the lawn he'd so methodically, so lovingly maintained. Neighbors would gossip and rewrite every encounter into some kind of referendum on his character. Lindsay would be questioned about what she knew, and, in time, possibly even in short order, would grow to resent his mentorship. She'd become embarrassed by their association, and Marnie would be unscathed, the queen of the Hive, untouched. "I love you, Patty," he told his wife. "I love you too." He leaned closer and kissed her on the back of her neck. "I don't regret our life together." It was a goodbye, she knew, but she didn't say so. "Everything will be better in the morning," he said. Thursday, September 26, 1919, Ferndale, Washington. Patty Sharp was alone in the part of the house that lived and breathed her husband. She paused and read the citations and certificates he'd hung on his office walls, a room that had been the nursery when Paul was little. When he moved his things in there one rainy Saturday afternoon, Patty told Alan that they should paint it first. "Baby blue suits me," he'd said. "Matches my eyes. Also makes me think of happier times." She regarded him with skepticism.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house. To increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range. Hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Happier. It was exaggerated and playful, and yet there was an undercurrent of truth working its way through his words. He shook it off and pulled her close. It has all been happy. Patty's eyes landed on his police academy photograph. She could scarcely keep her fingers from taking down that picture. Alan's eyes followed her, and it unnerved her. She'd fully expected that they'd be together until the end of time, and through an afterlife that was far greater than what the minister said at the stone chapel. But now she wondered,
She wondered if the man she had loved more than any other would want to have anything to do with her in the afterlife. He knew everything. He knew what she'd done to him the day he took his life, how she'd made a choice to save herself from the disaster she was sure would come. Patty left the office, went to the medicine cabinet, and examined the array of pills she'd collected over the years. Bottles from her patients, some stolen from the hospital in the days when no one seemed to account for what was held in the storeroom. Samples from sales reps who insisted that what they had to offer was the latest and greatest. He'd told her he would take them. He'd told her that he would do what he needed to do. She knew, looking at the cache of pills, why he hadn't done it that way. He'd saved the pills for her. It was a love that could not be explained, an adoration that truly forgave. It was a love that allowed him to die on the battlefield for her. When her phone buzzed, Patty reached down to answer, closing the medicine cabinet. It was Lindsay. "Patty, I thought I'd stop by. Just feeling a little out of sorts. I'm thinking you are too, and with far more reason." "We're all broken over Alan's death, Patty," she said. "All in shock, still. If you want to stop by, I'm home. I'm in your driveway now, on my way to open the door." After hanging up with Patty, Lindsay had called for backup, but told the responding officers to come quietly and park on the side road. "I'll alert you if I need assistance," she said. She sat in the car and took deep breaths, checking her face in the rearview mirror. Did she look calm? Was she calm? The entire way from her house to the Sharps' residence had brought a flood of memories. Alan had been moody as of late. His conscience was eating at him. He'd been married to a woman who had participated in a murderous cover-up, at the very least. Lindsay knew that Alan loved his family more than anything in life. He'd have done anything to keep the secret. She would never have thought that he'd been capable of murder. He'd never allow emotions to get the best of him. Except he did. He'd silenced Sarah. He'd tried to make sure his wife's involvement in the cover-up of the murder would never be known. And then he'd silenced himself. He'd told Lindsay one time that he'd take a bullet for those he loved. "That's you too, Linz. Don't ever doubt that I have your back. I know you'll always have mine." She had parked behind Alan's car. Patty had put it up for sale. "Too many sad memories," she'd said. A kid from Canada had bought it and said he'd be down to pick it up at the end of the month. Lindsay folded the enlarged photo in half and went to the door. Lindsay followed Patty to the kitchen and sat down at the blonde oak table. Patty turned to pour the coffee. "Black, right?" "Yes, Trish," Lindsay said. Patty's body went limp, then rigid after she turned around to face Lindsay. The warmth had drained from her face, and the cups she was holding nearly slipped from her fingers. She looked down at the photograph that Lindsay had opened on the table. "Do you want to call your lawyer?" Patty sat down, her eyes riveted on the photo. "No, no," she said. "Where did you get this?" "Sarah Baker had it." "Oh, she did. I didn't know a thing about it. She showed it to you?" "Yes. She came by here, thinking that she could get some big story through all of us." "Us? The girls in the photograph? And Alan? I don't have any idea what she was up to. Not really. I told her that I didn't know anything. I wasn't even in the photograph." Lindsay tapped her finger on the image reflected on the shiny display for Elixir 6. "But you are. You and your Hasselblad. I recognize the camera now because it was on the shelf as a decorator piece in Alan's office. He said you used to be quite the photographer. Even had a darkroom at your other place." Patty remained quiet. She took a sip of her coffee. "Annette Ripken wrote a letter to Kate Spellman about what happened to Callista Sullivan that night at Spellman Farms. I had nothing to do with that." "Really? How old is Paul?" "Please don't go there, Lindsay. You're my friend. You were Alan's partner. We didn't do anything wrong. We did what we thought was the right thing." Lindsay pushed. "Does Paul know who his birth parents are?" Patty refused to answer. "Please, just leave it." She reached for the cream, her hands shaking. "Patty, what happened the night Sarah died?" Silence took over. Patty didn't answer for what seemed like the longest time. Instead, she continued to stir cream into her coffee, the color now a light beige. Alan told me he killed her. He told me that she was going to tell Paul. She was even going out with him, using him to worm her way into finding out what happened. Alan tried to reason with her, offered her money, but she just laughed. Then what happened? Patty looked up. Her face suddenly seemed haggard, and her eyes conveyed genuine remorse that Lindsay was sure couldn't be faked. He said that he strangled her, stripped her of her clothes, and dumped her at Maple Falls. I swear to God that she must have made the ugliest threats to make Alan do something like that. He just lost it. He told me he wanted to scare her, and then he couldn't stop. It was like he was possessed. Patty said he concocted a plan to cover his tracks. The suicide was supposed to be a ruse, just an attempt, a way to win sympathy. He said he'd start the car, and I should wait a minute or two, then come out there and save him. He wasn't supposed to die. You were going to help him? How? Get him out of it? How? I wouldn't mess with evidence, and I don't lie, Patty. I loved Alan, but I'd never do anything like that. Well then, Patty said, I got rid of the girl's clothes, burned them in the yard. I admit I covered up the crime. And as far as that photograph goes, I admit that I was part of Marnie's inner circle, but I've stayed away from her and the others for a very long time. I felt like I was lucky to get out when I did. Annette Ripkin wasn't lucky, was she, Trish? Patty's expression sank once more with Lindsay's second use of the nickname she'd long since abandoned. Trish for Patricia. Patty looked away, toward the window, then at the knife block with its set of Henkel's blades gleaming, an anniversary present from her husband. Her eyes scraped over the entire contents of the kitchen before returning to her visitor. Lindsay, I really don't know what you're talking about. This was difficult, but necessary. Lindsay pushed a little harder. But you do, Trish. You know all of it, don't you? Stop calling me by that name. I'm not trying to hurt you, Lindsay said, and she wasn't. I'm trying to understand why Alan is dead and how it all relates to Callista Sullivan and Sarah Baker. He killed himself. Alan was a long time depressive. I don't think so, Lindsay said. He would have had to disclose meds on his fit-for-duty form. Patty gave her a hard stare. You didn't look at his private information, did you? That's way out of line. I didn't, Lindsay said. Honestly, what's out of line is why you are covering for him. What do you mean, covering? Alan talked to Sarah, didn't he? He was worried about something awful, something that spun out of control. Patty took off her apron, folded it, and set it on the counter. I don't know that. You don't either. I thought you were his friend.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. My husband is dead. Sarah was going to ruin me, destroy all of us. I don't understand why the rest of us are here, Heather said, positioning herself above the fray. Jesus, I'm going to be a U.S. Senator. I can't get caught up in something like this. Oh, goody, Dina said. Your first scandal. Getting routed by the press is something that stays with you. I know. Greta leaned toward Heather. You aren't going to slime your way out of this, Heather. We all played a part in what went on at the farm. Patty didn't answer right away, and when she did, she played to the big two-way mirror. How could I not? Only Heather has kids, so maybe she can understand. The rest of you, I doubt it. My husband is dead. Sarah was going to ruin me, destroy all of us. I don't understand why the rest of us are here, Heather said, positioning herself above the fray. Jesus, I'm going to be a U.S. Senator. I can't get caught up in something like this. Oh, goody, Dina said. Your first scandal. Getting routed by the press is something that stays with you. I know. Greta leaned toward Heather. You aren't going to slime your way out of this, Heather. We all played a part in what went on at the farm. Patty didn't answer right away, and when she did, she played to the big two-way mirror. How could I not? Only Heather has kids, so maybe she can understand. The rest of you, I doubt it. My husband is dead. Sarah was going to ruin me, destroy all of us. I don't understand why the rest of us are here, Heather said, positioning herself above the fray. Jesus, I'm going to be a U.S. Senator. I can't get caught up in something like this. Oh, goody, Dina said. Your first scandal. Getting routed by the press is something that stays with you. I know. Greta leaned toward Heather. You aren't going to slime your way out of this, Heather. We all played a part in what went on at the farm.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark/contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. The narrator. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g., describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life, but limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements, internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Technical and character instructions. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Character differentiation. Male dialogue, David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue, Nicole, Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use an expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm, maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Water under the bridge, Marnie said, once more staking her claim as the woman with the answers. This isn't right, Heather went on. None of this is fair. Marnie waved her off. Nothing's fair. Never has been. Not as long as men rule the planet. Greta let out an exaggerated groan. "Can you just put a lid on your talking points?" Marnie gave her a cold stare. Truth is never a talking point. "Look," Patty said, "Greta is right. We all have dirty hands here." Heather pushed back from the table. "I don't." "You forged the birth certificate," Marnie said. "You were part of the cover-up. You uploaded false information to Vital Statistics. Who knew you were training for a career in politics at that time?" The two of them locked eyes for a long, still moment. The sound of the HVAC system sputtered in the room. "Really, Marnie," Heather said, "you're going to do this, turn on me, with all that I know, all that you paid me to keep my mouth shut about? You are such a difficult person." Marnie's eyes swept the room, and she glared in Heather's direction. "I'm not running for office. It would be a colossal shame to have an October surprise ruin your prospects." "You wouldn't dare." Marnie laughed. "Your vocabulary is ever expanding, isn't it? Just try me, Heather. If I go down, you go down. And at the moment, the fall for you would be farther down than for any of us." Heather took it down a notch. Marnie was all the things she said, but she was also a woman who would torpedo anyone that got in her way. "Patty, Trish was a friend," Heather said. "I forged the certificate because Paul needed one. He had to exist. That's what friends do, Marnie. They help each other. They don't search and kill." "Please, Heather." "You were trying to save your own neck," Marnie said. "You wanted everything to just go away. Didn't we all? And so what if I forged it? No one could prove it." Greta looked over at Heather. "I could. I have the document." "Then you stole it from the hospital." "You bet I did. I didn't want nosy Sarah to get her hands on it. It was the one thing that could prove that Callista's death had been covered up." "By all of us," Patty finished. "Trish and Heather dumped the body. Both bodies, I mean. Callista and her baby," Marnie said. "I watched you two load everything up." "I didn't want to," Patty said, turning to Marnie. "You made me." Every woman in the room wore a rosy flush when Lindsay returned, with a recorder and a notebook belt, as Alan would say. Alan was, in fact, top of mind for her now, as the next bit she wanted to know was about her mentor's role in what happened. He was a police officer. He was in love with Patty. Obviously, the son they raised was not his. It pained Lindsay to no end, but Alan was neck-deep in the cover-up. "I want to talk to my lawyer," Heather said. "Must have something to hide," Greta shot back. "Well, detective, am I free to go, or should I call my lawyer?" Lindsay replied, "All of you can go, except Patty, at any time." Dina swiveled her chair and started to mention she'd played a DA on a show when Marnie cut her off. "Let's stay. This is the most fun I've had in years." Heather stayed in her seat. Just knowing she could leave seemed like enough just then. "Okay, fine. All settled. Let's talk about the single hair inexplicably found under Callista's fingernail," Lindsay said. "A hair belonging to her ex-husband, Reed. You know, the evidence planted to make Reed look guilty? Which one of you came up with that gem?" Lindsay looked around the room, then settled on Heather, who was looking down at the table like she was avoiding a teacher's question during a pop quiz. Lindsay called on her. "Heather, Reed's deposition says that you were the only one he met with in person." "I did what I was asked to do," she said. "I regret it. It was wrong. But after stupidly getting involved in a cover-up, you do things you never thought you'd ever do." She made eye contact with Marnie, then started talking. "Saturday, March 11th, 2000, Ferndale, Washington. Only a day on the job at the Ferndale Police Department when Callista's body was found, Alan Sharp was an amiable presence in court or out in the community. That he and his wife had recently adopted a baby from a family member only added to the goodwill many had for him. The day Callista's remains were transported from Lummi to the autopsy suite, at that time in the basement of Whatcom Memorial, Alan requested the night shift.
He knew that what he was about to do was an insurance policy that, he prayed, would never need to be paid in full. The hospital was quiet, but as a man in uniform, he was in his own way invisible. No one would tell him that visiting hours were over. No one would say a single word. In places in which cops were often seen but seldom urgently needed, they went about their duties in unremarkable fashion. Just people dressed in a uniform that announced their willingness to serve the public. The morgue wasn't advertised in the way that, say, the gift shop or the maternity ward was. Alan swiped Patty's keycard in the elevator reader and pushed B. He swiped it a second time to get into the morgue. Alan knew that there would be a record of his wife's breach of a space for which she could offer no reasonable excuse, but she had done it nonetheless. Patty had gone down to the morgue earlier that day and left her favorite sweater. It was a lame excuse, but even so, one she was convinced could work in the event of had to. Alan put on a pair of latex gloves, turned on the old fluorescent tubes hanging loosely overhead, and made a beeline to the chiller. There was only one body on the racks, making it easy to find her. The smell, too. It was faint, acrid, and unmistakable. As he unzipped the dark blue bag that held Callista's remains, he imagined he saw the odor rise up like cigarette smoke. He had seen dead bodies before, but not like this one. First of all, he knew her story. She'd been part of something that had spun out of control. She didn't have to die. Her baby compounded the tragedy. The Salish Sea had been exceedingly cruel to her memory. Marine animals and fish had nibbled where the flesh had been damaged by the unforgiving elements. And the rocks. Against all odds, her face was mostly intact, except her nose. That was gone. Bile rose up in Alan's throat, and he struggled to tamp it down. He retrieved from an envelope the hair sample Heather had procured. Rigor had come and gone. He found her fingers and carefully moved the hairs from the envelope. He'd brought a nail file, ironic but sensible, and set the hairs parallel to the nails. Next, he held her hand steady and carefully pressed the hairs under the fingernails. He went deep. Deeper than a live person could stand, but it didn't matter. Callista was dead. He was giving her something to say about how she had died. They all had. Earlier that day, Heather waited in the lobby of Whatcom Memorial for Reed Sullivan to arrive to ID Callista's body. It was Heather who had given the investigator working the case Reed's name as her friend's next of kin. He was easy to spot. He was the only person she'd ever seen that looked so fit, so tan, and yet so sad at the same time. "Reed?" she called out. He looked her way, nodded tentatively. "I'm Heather. I worked with your wife up at Spellman Farms. She told me all about you and the boys. I'm so sorry." She flung her arms around him and started to sob. At the same time, Heather reached behind his lanky frame and plucked a couple of hairs from the back of his head. She did it so quickly, letting out a yelp of her own personal agony.
Adjust the current voice to replicate the professional narrative style for the dark, contemporary romance genre. Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Improvement. The narrator voice must be smooth, consistent, and less overly dramatically emphasized during general exposition and non-dialogue sentences. Aim for a natural, flowing, and intimate storytelling rhythm. Use a flexible and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes, e.g. describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g. resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. But limit high-level dramatic emphasis primarily to dialogue and direct emotional statements/internal monologue. Target emotional range: hope, disappointment, simmering resentment, maternal love, and the excitement of a fresh start. Important. Ignore all technical headers, chapter numbers, and structural markers that appear at the beginning of the text. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text starting with or containing vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the beginning of a section. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Character differentiation. Male dialogue. David. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional/old-fashioned tone. Female dialogue. Nicole or Kimberly. Increase the pitch and use expressive, nuanced tone. Differentiate Nicole, warm and maternal, from Kimberly, tough, introspective. Unstable just means she's not conforming to society's norms. She said you were controlling but kind. I'm beginning to wonder. Why did you come all this way to meet me? He asked. I did it for her. I did it because I loved her. We all did. Still holding the hairs, Heather scurried into the women's room and carefully slid them inside a paper envelope. She sealed it and returned it to her purse. 2 hairs. It was the lightest thing one could imagine, but it felt heavy to her just the same, like ingots of lead, cement shoes, a weight that breaks one's back. Later, she left the envelope on the corner of Krish Appleton's nurse's station as promised. It was Alan Sharp's first stop on the rainy night he planted evidence to frame a man who wasn't even near the scene of the crime. Friday, September 27, 2019. Dina had lied to herself for years. Her fibs were never meant to harm, only to please. She thought of Marnie as a person out of her reach in intellect, beauty, faith. She'd been around actors all her life and felt that her mentor possessed not a single false bone in her body. When Marnie talked of the swarm and the meaning imparted by nature, Dina hung on every word. As the conversation careened from one part of Callista's death to the cover-up, she found her voice. The swarm was a fraud, wasn't it, Marnie? Marnie put her hand on Dina's. Dina pulled away. No, she said, I don't believe in you anymore. I've wasted my life on all of this. I did things that I can never undo. Patty leaned forward, her chains rattling against the surface of the table. What are you talking about? You didn't do anything that night. You looked the other way. Dina didn't respond for the longest time. She just stared down at the table while the others watched. Dina's best skill on the set was a very good pregnant pause. It was me, she finally said. Annette saw it. She saw everything. Lindsay was loving every minute of it. Go on, Dina, Lindsay said. Tell me. It isn't easy. It's ugly. You won't like me anymore. Marnie rolled her eyes and looked at Lindsay. See what I have to put up with? Most people are just like her, desperate to be loved. That's true, Marnie. I won't deny it. And just so you know, this is me, standing my ground. Dina carried on. The day she went into labor, Callista was still unsteady from whatever Marnie had been injecting her with. Sunday, March 5, 2000, Lummi Island, Washington. For weeks, Callista had been complaining to Dina about the shots Marnie had been giving her, saline with minute amounts of royal jelly from Hive number 6. Despite Marnie's soothing words, each prick into her skin hurt like hell. They also made her feel funny, woozy, weak. Her last dose was while she was in labor. When Dina went to see Callista in the barn after her baby was born, she didn't look good, not at all. Her eyelids were heavy, and she fought hard to keep them open. They took him, Dina, my baby. Who did? Trish, the others. What are you talking about? Marnie is angry that I had a boy. She was sure it would be a girl. She told me it was my fault, that I didn't manifest a girl, a future queen. She's out of her mind. She actually thought I'd give her my daughter if I'd had one. Not a chance. She's a nutcase with all this royal jelly and stem cell gosh. She gripped Dina's hand. You need to help me. You need to get my baby right now. Do it, or I'll tell everyone what I know. This isn't right, Dina. Help me. Dina called out for Marnie and Heather. I'll tell. Callista repeated. Her voice was weakening as the color drained from her face. Her skin was parchment white. "What will you tell?" Dina asked. Callista croaked, "I'll tell the police what we're doing here, that you have been experimenting with that royal jelly and stem cell garbage, what you and Marnie did to that childhood friend who'd talked about her online, Cece and her family on the other side of the mountains. You wouldn't." Just then Marnie returned, her white pants streaked with blood. "You took my baby," Callista said, her words clawing at her dry throat. "I want him back. Dina, tell her." Marnie and Dina exchanged looks. "She's going to tell," Dina said. "She's going to tell." "The hell she is," Marnie said. "Do it." Dina didn't ask for clarification, didn't even blink. She took a pillow from the cart next to the hospital bed and shoved it onto Callista's face. As Callista struggled, Marnie joined in the fight to kill her. Callista writhed under the pillow, and more blood oozed onto the floor. Within a minute, she was motionless. Dina grabbed her by the shoulders and shook as hard as she could. Only a gurgling sound came from her lips. Dina ran back into the house and locked herself in the upstairs guest suite. And that was that. Callista's story was over, except for her baby. Friday, September 27th, 19. Lindsay, her heart racing but her emotions hidden, moved on with the interview. She wondered if she was going to need a scorecard to keep track as denial and blame worked its way through the room, weaving in and out of the women on either side of the table. "Patty," Lindsay said, "what happened to Sarah and Annette?" Patty sat immobile. She barely moved her eyes, tracing the rest of the hive as they looked on. "You know that Alan killed Sarah." "Yes." "Did he kill Annette too?" Patty stayed mute for the longest time. "Yes, I'm afraid he did." March 2000, Bellingham, Washington. After leaving Spellman Farms, Annette Ripkin turned inward, seldom allowing herself to think of her daughters and the life she left behind in California for the Pacific Northwest, the place of her childhood. Annette bought a little house north of Bellingham and tried to get on with her life, her new life. She painted the house a creamy yellow with teal trim, a color selection that she'd told everyone she regretted with the first swipe of the paintbrush. But no paint, no remodeling, nothing could fix her. She was humiliated beyond words and frightened, mostly frightened. She watched the news of Reed Sullivan's arrest and was convinced that her constant worry over what she knew would give her a stroke, or cancer. Most nights she worked in the bar at Plack Angus, a Samish Way steakhouse with a stainless steel dance floor that overflowed most Fridays and Saturdays. Co-workers considered her a kind of sad figure, lonely, unable to hoist herself out of whatever it was that was dragging her downward. Annette returned home from work late one night, her garage door rising to let her inside. As she parked her VW Bug, she noticed a car on the street, a silver Camry she knew belonged to Trish. She saw the Camry's dome light go on and Trish and Alan get out of the car. She sat in the shadows of her car, entombed within the deeper dark of her garage, and wished she could just stay there forever, away from the memories, away from the people coming at her. She pressed the button and the garage door dropped like a drawbridge. Immediately, Annette heard a steady knocking that evolved into a pounding when she tried to ignore it. She got out of the car, walked in through the house, and swung open the front door. She left the porch light off, not wanting to be illuminated any more than her visitors did. The Sharps were waiting on the murky stoop. Trish had the infant in her arms. "We need to talk, Annette," Alan said, without so much as a hello. "We're worried about Marnie and Dina." She never really liked Alan, who reminded her of an ex. She turned to Trish. "Like you, Trish, I don't go there anymore. I have nothing to do with anyone at Spellman Farms." "Right," Trish said. "We know. So what would I be worried about?"
You took advantage of a situation, an ugly one at that. Please, leave. I don't want anything to do with any of this. Trish dropped a baby toy, and Annette bent down to retrieve it. As she got up, Alan jabbed her solar plexus with the prongs of a county-issued stun gun. She collapsed without a sound.
Using the device was a risk. There was a chance that the medical examiner might see the telltale marks it left behind. Alan, however, had an insurance policy. He'd be one of the officers working the case. He'd be able to help move it along to its sad but predetermined conclusion. "I knew her from Lummy," he'd tell his colleagues. "She was suicidal back then. Surprised that she lasted this long. Always threatening something, hurting herself for attention. Something always a little broken in those gals who came to be with Marnie Spellman. Even left her kids. A really sad case, that one." Friday, September 27th, 2019. Ferndale, Washington. "I had no idea that Alan was going to do that," Patty said, raising her eyes from the table and over to Lindsay. "I stood there in shock. We were only going to talk to her." "Really, Patty?" Lindsay asked. "You expect me to believe that?" "I call gosh," Heather said, pointing an index finger at Patty. "You didn't know he was going to do it? What did you think you were there for?" She'd honed her skills of the sharp attack on the campaign trail. Everyone at the table was an opponent. There would be no party unity among members of the Hive. "It's the truth," Patty said. "Really." Lindsay gave Heather a dismissive look. She didn't need any help. "Finish your story, Patty." March 2000. "Put Paul in the car seat," Alan said, after dragging an unconscious Annette from the porch into the house. It felt odd, wrong, dangerous to Patty to be talking in front of Annette, even though she was clearly out cold and resting on the carpet at their feet. "Then come back and give me a hand." A few minutes later she returned. "I'm going to glove up. I have a pair for you, too." He dug around in his jacket pockets. "You'll get the garden hose from the backyard. I'm going to give the place a quick once-over to see if she's left anything that points to what happened." "Part of me wants Marnie and Dina to go down for what they did," Patty said. "Heather, too. Greta, the lot of them." "Understood, but if that happens, we all go down. Our hands are dirty, too." "Dirtier now, Alan." Alan gave his wife a hard look. "You wanted this, Patty." "Yes," she said, "I did. And I agree." Alan turned away and shook his head. "Agree? It was your idea. Don't get righteous with me, babe," she snapped back. "You love Paul, too. You know that taking him as our own was the right thing to do." "Right?" Alan said. "Setting up a man for a murder he didn't commit, killing Annette. None of this is the right thing to do." He was wearing latex gloves by then and gave her a pair to wear. "Now go get the hose and meet me in the garage." When Patty returned, Annette was in the VW, seatbelt strapped over her. The smell of alcohol filled the air. Paul had doused her blouse with vodka from a mini bottle in his pocket. Alan took the hose from Patty, fed one end into the exhaust pipe, and sealed it with duct tape he'd taken care to cover with Annette's prints by placing her fingertips on the roll. He pushed the other end into the back window through a narrow slit on the driver's side. "Now your turn," he said. His eyes were bullets aimed right at Patty. They were telling her very plainly this was not a one-person operation. It had to be the both of them. "I can't do this," she said. "You wanted this, Patty. Gosh, now turn the ignition and let's get the hell out of here." Patty acquiesced and reached over Annette and turned the key. The bug's burbling engine turned over, and white exhaust began to leak into the car. Then it billowed inside, a toxic, self-contained, deadly storm. Annette's eyes fluttered. She started to cough, and Patty stifled a scream. Behind her, Alan cursed. "Vary it, Patty. Be quiet." Annette opened her eyes, though she appeared dazed. then terrified, but still disoriented from the blow to the head, or perhaps the effects of the carbon monoxide had already gotten to her. Her hand clenched the door handle to get out, yet she couldn't open it. With all of her strength, Patty kept her hip pressed hard against the door. Alan saw what she was doing and reached around her to add his weight to hers. It was almost an embrace. Annette rolled the driver's window down and gaped at Patty as she shoved against the door. Then she turned away to scratch frantically at the seatbelt's latch. Her coordination no match for this, she sagged in her seat and rolled her eyes back up to Patty. "Don't do this," she said, her words punctuated by a loud, hacking cough. And then, all of a sudden, Annette stopped trying. Her hands slid limply to her sides, and her head fell to her chest. The garage rolled then like a ship on a pitching sea, and Patty was limp too, wheeling down to wherever Annette had gone. Alan hooked his hands under her arms and dragged her from the car, back into the house and away from the deadly fog. Friday, September 27th, 2000. Played for a fool. Embarrassed. Hurt. While Lindsay was devastated, she refused to show it. She moved her hands from the conference table to her lap. She kept her eyes on Patty and did her best to shift her emotions to anger. "Patty, I don't know you," she said. "I didn't know Alan either. I hope you go to prison for everything you've done. Paul will have to live with this for the rest of his life. You make me sick." She turned to the others. "The lot of you sicken me." The other women sat without saying a word. Only Marnie and Dina had really understood what had happened to Callista. The others knew only that blood had been spilled, panic had ensued, and they needed to make every trace of her go away and point the finger of blame far away from them. Ironically, it had been their strict adherence to rule number 1 of Alan Sharp's folksy but spot-on instructional handbook for criminals desiring to go undetected. Never, ever talk about a crime once it has been committed. That had been their undoing. For too long, no one reached out as Sarah Baker started digging into their past. No one thought to warn the others, until it was too late. Marnie Spellman was granted immunity in exchange for testifying against Dina Marlowe. Despite Dina's acting experience, she'd been unable to convince prosecutors that Marnie had been the instigator. Marnie, it turned out, was the better actress. She returned to Lummi Island and was seldom seen again, save for a single comeback attempt. She appeared on CNN to talk about her newest product line, teas cured with Spellman honey and herbs. The reinvention didn't catch on. Marnie's army, which once numbered in the hundreds of thousands, had dwindled to only a handful of loyalists. She tried to auction her Warhol, but Sotheby's was unable to authenticate it. Kate Spellman died in a freak accident the following year when the propane tank in her RV sprung a leak. The explosion killed her instantly. The Picasso was found burned among the debris. Police investigated and determined no foul play had been involved. Dina Marlowe was convicted of second-degree manslaughter in the death of Callista Sullivan and was sentenced to 4 years at the women's prison in Gig Harbor, Washington. She served 2. Her novel about her ordeal, Escaping the Hive, was a best-selling Romana Clay. Names were changed, but the story of a Hollywood actress taken in by a huckster of dreams and potions had readers flipping pages. She also starred in 2 Hallmark movies after her prison stint. She now lives in White Rock, British Columbia, where she can dream of a comeback and drink in peace. Greta Swenson sold her Chuckanut Drive residence for $3 million to a Seattle Amazon millionaire who considered it perfect for a summer cottage.
She bought land in Billings, Montana, and started a line of goat's milk products, soaps, creams, and even an eyelid serum. She now holds the record for having appeared on the Home Shopping Channel more times than any cosmetics entrepreneur, including Marnie Spellman. Patty Trish Sharp pled guilty to second-degree manslaughter in the death of Annette Ripken. She is serving a 15-year sentence at the women's prison in Gig Harbor, Washington. Her son, Paul, visits her whenever he can. Patty tells other inmates that the worst thing one can do is buy into the desires of others. She teaches a workshop on achieving true potential after incarceration. There is a long waiting list. Heather Jarrett was elected to the U.S. Senate and publicly commented on her connection to Marnie Spellman only once. It was during a town hall event in Spokane a few days before the election. Back then, my generation looked for leaders to make the world better. I carry the mantle from those days on Spellman Farms when we were young, hopeful, and ready for change. There are no mentions of her in any Whatcom County judicial records, police, or court. Period. Heather was good at pulling the right strings. Reed Sullivan, fully vindicated of a crime that dogged him for 2 decades, still lives with his aging cat, now an astonishing 27 years old, in the same wisteria-draped house in Happy Valley near Bellingham. He's reached out to the son he never knew he had, and after a couple of meetings, he and Paul agreed that blood doesn't always make a family. Lindsay Jackman remains a detective with the Ferndale Police Department, though now lives in a Bellingham Craftsman with a peekaboo view of the bay. She stays in touch with Paul Sharp and occasionally visits Reed and his Bag of Bones cat. Not long after the cases connected to Marnie Spellman were closed, she started dating a network engineer from Seattle. The pair are planning a summer wedding next year. She's hoping no one thinks it would be funny to send her a Spellman Farms gift.